Welcome to Bitesized Audio. I'm Simon Stanhope. I'm an actor and audiobook narrator, and I've recorded all the stories on this channel. Classic English short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. Vintage Mystery and Detective Stories. Read by Simon Stanhope. Volume 2. 7 Stories of Murder. The Aluminium Dagger by R. Austin Freeman. The urgent call, the instant peremptory summons to professional duty, is an experience that appertains to the medical rather than to the legal practitioner, and I had supposed, when I abandoned the clinical side of my profession in favour of the forensic, that henceforth I should know it no more, that the interrupted meal, the broken leisure, and the jangle of the night bell were things of the past. But in practice it was otherwise. I had just finished my bath, and was dressing one morning, when a hurried step was heard upon the stair, and the voice of our laboratory assistant, Polton, arose at my colleague's door. "There's a gentleman downstairs, sir, who says he must see you instantly on most urgent business." Polton was proceeding to descriptive particulars, when a second and more hurried step became audible, and a strange voice addressed Thorndyke. "I have come to beg your immediate assistance, sir. A most dreadful thing has happened. A horrible murder has been committed. Can you come with me now?" "I will be with you almost immediately," said Thorndyke. "Is the victim quite dead?" "Quite. Cold and stiff. The police think—" "Do the police know that you have come for me?" interrupted Thorndyke. "Yes. Nothing is to be done until you arrive." "Very well. I will be ready in a few minutes." "And if you would wait downstairs, sir," Polton added persuasively, "I could help the doctor to get ready." Thorndyke and I clothed ourselves with a celerity known only to medical practitioners and quick-change artists, ate a hasty breakfast, and gathered the few appliances that Thorndyke usually took with him on a visit of investigation. As we entered the sitting-room, our visitor, who was feverishly pacing up and down, seized his hat and preceded us to the waiting brougham. "I had better give you some account of the circumstances as we go," said our agitated friend, as the coachman drove off at a smart pace. "In the first place, my name is Curtis, Henry Curtis. Here is my card. And here is another card, which I should have given you before. My solicitor, Mr. Marchmont, was with me when I made this dreadful discovery, and he sent me to you. He remained in the rooms to see that nothing is disturbed until you arrive." "That was wise of him," said Thorndyke. "But now, tell us exactly what has occurred." "I will," said Mr. Curtis. "The murdered man was my brother-in-law, Alfred Hartridge, and I am sorry to say he was a bad man. It grieves me to speak of him thus, demortuous, you know, but still we must deal with the facts, even though they be painful. I have had a great deal of very unpleasant correspondence with him. Marchmont will tell you about that, and yesterday I left a note for him asking for an interview to settle the business, naming 8 o'clock this morning as the hour, because I had to leave town before noon. He replied, in a very singular letter, that he would see me at that hour, and Mr. Marchmont very kindly consented to accompany me. Accordingly, we went to his chambers together this morning, arriving punctually at 8 o'clock. We rang the bell several times, and knocked loudly at the door, But, as there was no response, we went down and spoke to the hall porter. This man, it seems, had already noticed, from the courtyard, that the electric lights were on full in Mr. Hartridge's sitting room, as they had been all night, according to the statement of the night porter. So, now, suspecting that something was wrong, he came up with us, and rang the bell and battered at the door. Then, as there was still no sign of life within, he inserted his duplicate key and tried to open the door, unsuccessfully, however, as it proved to be bolted on the inside. Thereupon the porter fetched a constable, and we burst open the door. We entered, and, my God, Dr. Thorndyke, what a terrible sight it was that met our eyes! My brother-in-law was lying dead upon the floor of the sitting-room. He had been stabbed to death, and the dagger had not even been withdrawn. He mopped his face with his handkerchief, and was about to continue his account of the catastrophe, when the carriage entered a quiet side street between Westminster and Victoria, and drew up before a block of tall, new, red-brick buildings. "My brother-in-law's chambers are on the second floor," said Mr. Curtis. "We can go up in the lift." In a few seconds we were discharged onto the second floor, the porter, with furtive curiosity, following us down the corridor. At the end of the passage was a half-open door, considerably battered. Above the door, painted in white lettering, was the inscription, "Mr. Hartridge," and through the doorway protruded the rather foxy countenance of Inspector Badger. "I'm glad you have come, sir," said he, as he recognised my colleague. "Mr. Marchmont is sitting inside like a watchdog, and he growls if any of us even walks across the room." The words formed a complaint, but there was a certain geniality in the speaker's manner that made me suspect that Inspector Badger was already navigating his craft on a lee shore. We entered a small lobby or hall, and from that passed into a sitting-room, where we found Mr. Marchmont keeping his vigil, in company with a constable and a uniformed inspector. There was in the entire aspect of the room something very grim and dreadful. Especially impressive was the air of suspense, of ordinary, everyday life suddenly arrested, cut short in the twinkling of an eye. The electric lamps still burning dim and red, though the summer sunshine streamed in through the windows, the half-emptied tumbler and open book by the empty chair, and, above all, the awesome shape that but a few hours since had been a living man. Each had its whispered message of swift and sudden disaster. "Well, this is a mysterious affair," observed Inspector Badger, breaking the silence at length. "Though it is clear enough up to a certain point. The body tells its own story." We stepped across and looked down at the corpse. It was that of a somewhat elderly man, and lay on an open space of floor before the fireplace, face downward, with the arms extended. The slender hilt of a dagger projected from the back below the left shoulder. With the exception of a trace of blood upon the lips, this was the only indication of the mode of death. A little distance from the body, a clock key lay on the carpet, and, glancing up at the clock on the mantelpiece, I perceived that the glass front was open. "You see," pursued the inspector, noting my glance, "he was standing in front of the fireplace, winding the clock. Then the murderer stole up behind him. The noise of the turning key must have covered his movements, and stabbed him. And you see, from the position of the dagger on the left side of the back, that the murderer must have been left-handed. That is all clear enough. What is not clear is how he got in and how he got out again." "The body has not been moved, I suppose?" said Thorndyke. "No. We sent for Dr. Regent, the police surgeon, and he certified that the man was dead. He will be back presently to see you and arrange about the post-mortem." "Then," said Thorndyke, "we will not disturb the body till he comes, except to take the temperature and dust the dagger hilt." He took from his bag a long registering chemical thermometer and an insufflator, or powder-blower. The former he introduced under the dead man's clothing against the abdomen, and with the latter blew a stream of fine yellow powder onto the black leather handle of the dagger. Inspector Badger stooped eagerly to examine the handle, as Thorndyke blew away the powder that had settled evenly on the surface. "No fingerprints," said he, in a disappointed tone. "He must have worn gloves, but that inscription gives a pretty broad hint." He pointed, as he spoke, to the metal guard of the dagger, on which was engraved, in clumsy lettering, the single word, Traditore. "That's the Italian for traitor," continued the inspector, "and I got some information from the porter that fits in with that suggestion. We'll have him in presently, and you shall hear." "Meanwhile," said Thorndyke, "as the position of the body may be of importance in the inquiry, I will take 1 or 2 photographs and make a rough plan to scale. Nothing has been moved, you say? Who opened the windows?" "They were open when we came in," said Mr. Marchmont. "Last night was very hot, you remember. Nothing whatever has been moved." Thorndyke produced from his bag a small folding camera, a telescopic tripod, a surveyor's measuring tape, a boxwood scale, and a sketch block. He set up the camera in a corner and exposed a plate, taking a general view of the room, and including the corpse. Then he moved to the door and made a second exposure. "Will you stand in front of the clock, Jarvis?" he said, "and raise your hand as if winding it. Thanks. Stand like that while I expose a plate." I remained thus, in the position that the dead man was assumed to have occupied at the moment of the murder, while the plate was exposed, and then, before I moved, Thorndyke marked the position of my feet with a blackboard chalk. He next set up the tripod over the chalk marks, and took 2 photographs from that position, and finally he photographed the body itself. Thorndyke next proceeded to lay out on the sketch block a ground plan of the room, showing the exact position of the various objects, on a scale of 1/4 of an inch to the foot, a process that the inspector was inclined to view with some impatience. "You don't spare trouble, Doctor," he remarked. "Nor time, either," he added. "No," answered Thorndyke, as he detached the finished sketch from the block. "I tried to collect all the facts that may bear on a case. They may prove worthless, or they may turn out of vital importance. One never knows beforehand, so I collect them all. But here, I think, is Dr. Edgerton." The police surgeon greeted Thorndyke with respectful cordiality, and we proceeded at once to an examination of the body. Drawing out the thermometer, my colleague noted the reading and passed the instrument to Dr. Edgerton. "Dead about 10 hours," remarked the latter, after a glance at it. "This was a very determined and mysterious murder." "Very," said Thorndyke. "Feel that dagger, Jarvis." I touched the hilt, and felt the characteristic grating of bone. "It is through the edge of a rib," I exclaimed. "Yes, it must have been used with extraordinary force. And you notice that the clothing is screwed up slightly, as if the blade had been rotated as it was driven in. That is a very peculiar feature, especially when taken together with the violence of the blow." "It is singular, certainly," said Dr. Regent, "though I don't know that it helps us much. Shall we withdraw the dagger before moving the body?" "Certainly," replied Thorndyke, "or the movement may produce fresh injuries. But wait." He took a piece of string from his pocket, and, having drawn the dagger out a couple of inches, stretched the string in a line parallel to the flat of the blade. Then, giving me the ends, he drew the weapon out completely. As the blade emerged, the twist in the clothing disappeared. "Observe," said he, "that the string gives the direction of the wound, and that the cut in the clothing no longer coincides with it. There is quite a considerable angle, which is the measure of the rotation of the blade." "Yes, it is odd," said Dr. Edgerton, "though, as I said, I doubt that it helps us." "At present," Thorndyke rejoined dryly, "we are noting the facts." "Quite so," agreed the other, reddening slightly. "And perhaps we had better move the body to the bedroom and make a preliminary inspection of the wound." We carried the corpse into the bedroom, and, having examined the wound, without eliciting anything new, covered the remains with a sheet, and returned to the sitting-room. "Well, gentlemen," said the inspector, "you have examined the body and the wound, and you have measured the floor and the furniture, and taken photographs, and made a plan, but we don't seem much more forward. Here's a man murdered in his rooms. There is only one entrance to the flat, and that was bolted on the inside at the time of the murder. The windows are some 40 feet from the ground. There is no rain-pipe near any of them. They are set flush in the wall, and there isn't a foothold for a fly on any part of that wall. The grates are modern, and there isn't room for a good-sized cat to crawl up any of the chimneys. Now, the question is, how did the murderer get in, and how did he get out again?" "Still," said Mr. Marchmont, "the fact is that he did get in, and that he is not here now, and therefore he must have got out, and therefore it must have been possible for him to get out, and further, it must be possible to discover how he got out." The inspector smiled sourly, without replying. "The circumstances," said Thorndyke, "appear to have been these. The deceased seems to have been alone. There is no trace of a second occupant of the room, and only one half-emptied tumbler on the table. He was sitting reading when, apparently, he noticed that the clock had stopped, at 10 minutes to 12. He laid his book, face downward, on the table, and rose to wind the clock, and, as he was winding it, he met his death. By a stab dealt by a left-handed man who crept up behind him on tiptoe," added the inspector. Thorndyke nodded. "That would seem to be so," he said. "But now let us call in the porter and hear what he has to tell us." The custodian was not difficult to find, being, in fact, at that moment, engaged in a survey of the premises through the slit of the letter-box. "Do you know what persons visited these rooms last night?" Thorndyke asked him when he entered, looking a bit sheepish. "A good many were in and out of the building," was the answer, "but I can't say whether any of them came to this flat. I saw Miss Curtis pass in about 9. "My daughter?" exclaimed Mr. Curtis with a start. "I didn't know that." "She left about 9:30, the porter added. "Do you know what she came about?" asked the inspector. "I can guess," replied Mr. Curtis. "Then don't say," interrupted Mr. Marchmont. "Answer no questions." "You're very close, Mr. Marchmont," said the inspector. "We are not suspecting the young lady. We don't ask, for instance, if she is left-handed." He glanced craftily at Mr. Curtis as he made this remark, and I noticed that our client suddenly turned deathly pale, whereupon the inspector looked away again quickly, as if he had not observed the change. "Tell us about those Italians again," he said, addressing the porter. "When did the first of them come here?" "About a week ago," was the reply. "He was a common-looking man, looked like an organ-grinder, and he brought a note to my lodge. It was in a dirty envelope and was addressed Mr. Hartridge, Esquire, Brackenhurst Mansions, in a very bad handwriting. The man gave me the note and asked me to give it to Mr. Hartridge. Then he went away, and I took the note up and dropped it into the letter-box." "What happened next?" "Why, the very next day, an old hag of an Italian woman, one of them fortune-telling swines with a cage of birds on a stand, came and set up just by the main doorway. I soon sent her packing, but, bless you, she was back again in 10 minutes, birds and all. I sent her off again. I kept on sending her off, and she kept on coming back until I was regular worn to a thread." "Well, you seem to have picked up a bit since then," remarked the inspector with a grin. "Well, perhaps I have," the custodian replied haughtily. "Well, the next day there was an ice-cream man, regular waster he was, stuck outside as if he was froze to the pavement, kept giving the errand boys tasters, and when I tried to move him on, he told me not to obstruct his business. Business, indeed. Well, there them boys stuck, one after the other, wiping their tongues round the bottoms of them glasses, until I was fit to bust with aggravation, and he kept me going all day. Then, the day after that, there was a barrel organ with a mangy-looking monkey on it. He was the worst of all. Profane, too, he was. Kept mixing up sacred tunes and comic songs, Rock of Ages, Bill Bailey, Coogus Animal, and Over the Garden Wall. And when I tried to move him on, the monkey made a run at my leg. I tell you, it was fair sickening. "And that was the last of them?" said the inspector. And, as the porter nodded sulkily, he asked, "Should you recognise the note that the Italian gave you?" "I should," answered the porter. The inspector left the room, and returned a minute later carrying a letter case. "This was in his breast pocket," said he, laying the bulging case on the table and drawing up a chair. "Now, here are 3 letters tied together. This will be the one." He untied the tape, and held out a dirty envelope, addressed in a sprawling, illiterate hand, to Mr. Hartridge, Esquire. "Is that the note the Italian gave you?" The porter examined it critically. "Yes," said he, "that is the one." The inspector drew the letter out of the envelope, and, as he opened it, his eyebrows went up. "What do you make of that, Doctor?" he asked, handing the sheet to Thorndyke. Thorndyke regarded it for a while in silence. Then he carried it to the window, and, taking his lens from his pocket, examined the paper closely, first with the low power, and then with the highly magnifying Coddington attachment. "I should have thought you could see that with the naked eye," said the inspector, with a sly grin at me. "It's a pretty bold design." "Yes," replied Thorndyke, "a very interesting production. What do you say, Mr. Marchmont?" The solicitor took the note, and I looked over his shoulder. It was certainly a curious production. Written in red ink, on the commonest notepaper, and in the same sprawling hand as the address, was the following message: "You are given 6 days to do what is just. By the sign above, know what to expect if you fail." The sign referred to was a skull and crossbones, very neatly but rather unskilfully drawn at the top of the paper. "This," said Mr. Marchmont, handing the document to Mr. Curtis, "explains the singular letter that he wrote yesterday. You have it with you, I think?" "Yes," replied Mr. Curtis. "Here it is." He produced a letter from his pocket and read aloud. "Yes, come if you like, though it is an ungodly hour. Your threatening letters have caused me great amusement. They are worthy of Sadler's Wells in its prime. Alfred Hartridge." "Was Mr. Hartridge ever in Italy?" asked Inspector Badger. "Oh, yes," replied Mr. Curtis. "He stayed at Capri nearly the whole of last year." "Why, then, that gives us our clue. Look here. Here are these 2 other letters. E.C. postmark. Saffron Hill is E.C. And just look at that." He spread out the last of the mysterious letters, and we saw that, besides the memento mori, it contained only 3 words. "Beware. Remember Capri." "If you have finished, Doctor, I'll be off and have a look round Little Italy. Those 4 Italians oughtn't to be difficult to find, and we've got the porter here to identify them." "Before you go," said Thorndyke, "there are 2 little matters that I should like to settle. One is the dagger. It is in your pocket, I think. May I have a look at it?" The inspector rather reluctantly produced the dagger, and handed it to my colleague. "A very singular weapon, this," said Thorndyke, regarding the dagger thoughtfully, and turning it about to view its different parts. "Singular both in shape and material. I have never seen an aluminium hilt before, and bookbinder's morocco is a little unusual." "Well, the aluminium was for lightness," explained the inspector, "and it was made narrow to carry up the sleeve, I expect." "Perhaps so," said Thorndyke. He continued his examination, and presently, to the inspector's delight, brought forth his pocket lens. "I never saw such a man," exclaimed the jocose detective. "His motto ought to be, 'We magnify thee.' I suppose he'll measure it next." The inspector was not mistaken. Having made a rough sketch of the weapon on his block, Thorndyke produced from his bag a folding rule and a delicate caliper gauge. With these instruments he proceeded to take the dimensions of the various parts of the dagger, entering each measurement in its place on the sketch, with a few brief descriptive details. "The other matter," said he at length, handing the dagger back to the inspector, "refers to the houses opposite." He walked to the window and looked out at the backs of a row of tall buildings, similar to the one we were in. They were about 30 yards distant, and were separated from us by a piece of ground planted with shrubs and intersected by gravel paths. "If any of those rooms were occupied last night," continued Thorndyke, "we might obtain an actual eye-witness of the crime. This room was brilliantly lighted, and all the blinds were up, so that any observer at any of those windows could see right into the room, and very distinctly too. It might be worth inquiring into." "Yes, that's true," said the inspector, "though I expect if any of them have seen anything, they will come forward quick enough when they read the report in the papers. But I must be off now, and I shall have to lock you out of the rooms." As we went down the stairs, Mr. Marchmont announced his intention of calling on us in the evening. "Unless," he added, "you want any information from me now." "I do," said Thorndyke. "I want to know who is interested in this man's death." "That," replied Mr. Marchmont, "is rather a queer story. Let us take a turn in that garden that we saw from the window. We shall be quite private there." He beckoned to Mr. Curtis, and, when the inspector had departed with the police surgeon, we induced the porter to let us into the garden. "The question that you asked," Mr. Marchmont began, looking up curiously at the tall houses opposite, "is very simply answered. The only person immediately interested in the death of Alfred Hartridge is his executor and sole legatee, a man named Leonard Wolfe. He is no relation of the deceased, merely a friend, but he inherits the entire estate, about £20,000. The circumstances are these. Alfred Hartridge was the elder of 2 brothers, of whom the younger, Charles, died before his father, leaving a widow and 3 children. 15 years ago the father died, leaving the whole of his property to Alfred, with the understanding that he should support his brother's family, and make the children his heirs." "Was there no will?" asked Thorndyke. "Under great pressure from the friends of his son's widow, the old man made a will shortly before he died, but he was then very old and rather childish, so the will was contested by Alfred on the grounds of undue influence, and was ultimately set aside. Since then, Alfred Hartridge has not paid a penny toward the support of his brother's family. If it had not been for my client, Mr. Curtis, they might have starved. The whole burden of the support of the widow and the education of the children has fallen upon him. Well, lately the matter has assumed an acute form, for 2 reasons. The first is that Charles's eldest son, Edmund, has come of age. Mr. Curtis had him articled to a solicitor, and, as he is now fully qualified, and a most advantageous proposal for a partnership has been made, we have been putting pressure on Alfred to supply the necessary capital in accordance with his father's wishes. This he refused to do, and it was with reference to this matter that we were calling on him this morning. The second reason involves a curious and disgraceful story. Leonard Wolfe was an intimate friend of the deceased. He is a man of bad character, and their association was of a kind creditable to neither. There is also a certain woman named Hester Green, who had certain claims upon the deceased, which we need not go into. Now, Leonard Wolfe and the deceased, Alfred Hartridge, entered into an agreement, the terms of which were these. 1. Wolfe was to marry Hester Green, and, in consideration of this service, 2. Alfred Hartridge was to assign to Wolfe the whole of his property, absolutely, the actual transfer to take place on the death of Hartridge." "And has this transaction been completed?" asked Thorndyke. "Yes, it has, unfortunately. But we wished to see if anything could be done for the widow and the children during Hartridge's lifetime. No doubt my client's daughter, Miss Curtis, called last night on a similar mission, very indiscreetly, since the matter was in our hands. But, you know, she is engaged to Edmund Hartridge. I expect the interview was a pretty stormy one." Thorndyke remained silent for a while, pacing slowly along the gravel path, with his eyes bent on the ground. Not abstractedly, however, but with a searching, attentive glance that roved among the shrubs and bushes, as if he were looking for something. "What sort of man," he asked presently, "is this Leonard Wolfe? Obviously he is a low scoundrel, but what is he like in other respects? Is he a fool, for instance?" "Not at all, I should say," said Mr. Curtis. "He was formerly an engineer, and, I believe, a very capable mechanician. Latterly, he has lived on some property that came to him, and has spent both his time and his money in gambling and dissipation. Consequently, I expect he is at present pretty short of funds." "And in appearance?" "I saw him only once," replied Mr. Curtis, "and all I can remember of him is that he is rather short, fair, thin, and clean-shaven, and that he has lost the middle finger of his left hand." "And he lives at—" "Eltham, in Kent. Morton Grange, Eltham," said Mr. Marchmont. "And now, if you have all the information that you require, I must really be off, and so must Mr. Curtis." The two men shook our hands and hurried away, leaving Thorndyke gazing meditatively at the dingy flower-beds. "A strange and interesting case, this, Jarvis," said he, stooping to peer under a laurel bush. "The inspector is on a hot scent, a most palpable red herring on a most obvious string, but that is his business. Ah, here comes the porter, intent, no doubt, on pumping us, whereas—" He smiled genially at the approaching custodian, and asked, "Where did you say those houses fronted?" "Cotman Street, sir," answered the porter. "They are nearly all offices." "And the numbers? That open second-floor window, for instance." "That is number 6, but the house opposite Mr. Artridge's rooms is number 8. "Thank you." Thorndyke was moving away, but suddenly he turned again to the porter. "By the way," said he, "I dropped something out of the window just now. A small flat piece of metal, like this." He made, on the back of his visiting card, a neat sketch of a circular disc with a hexagonal hole through it, and handed the card to the porter. "I can't say where it fell," he continued. "These flat things scale about so, but you might ask the gardener to look for it. I will give him a sovereign if he brings it to my chambers, for, although it is of no value to anyone else, it is of considerable value to me." The porter touched his hat briskly, and, as we turned out at the gate, I looked back and saw him already wading among the shrubs. The object of the porter's quest gave me considerable mental occupation, and I was about to question Thorndyke, when, turning sharply round into Cotman Street, he drew up at the doorway of number 6, and began attentively to read the names of the occupants. "Third floor," he read out. "Mr. Thomas Barlow, commission agent. I think we will look in on Mr. Barlow." He stepped quickly up the stone stairs, and I followed, until we arrived, somewhat out of breath, at the 3rd floor. Outside the commission agent's door he paused for a moment, and we both listened curiously to an irregular sound of shuffling feet from within. Then he softly opened the door, and looked into the room. Inside, a lanky youth of 14 was practising, with no mean skill, the manipulation of an appliance known by the appropriate name of Diabolo, and so absorbed was he in his occupation that we entered and shut the door without being observed. At length the shuttle missed the string and flew into a large waste-paper basket. The boy turned and confronted us, and was instantly covered with confusion. "Allow me," said Thorndyke, rooting rather unnecessarily in the waste-paper basket, and handing the toy to its owner. "I need not ask if Mr. Barlow is in," he added, "nor if he is likely to return shortly." "He won't be back today," said the boy, perspiring with embarrassment. "He left before I came. I was rather late." "I see," said Thorndyke. "The early bird catches the worm, but the late bird catches the diabolo. How did you know he would not be back?" "He left a note. Here it is." He exhibited the document, which was neatly written in red ink. Thorndyke examined it attentively, and then asked, "Did you break the inkstand yesterday?" The boy stared at him in amazement. "Yes, I did," he answered. "How did you know?" "I didn't, or I should not have asked. But I see that he has used his stylo to write this note." The boy regarded Thorndyke distrustfully as he continued, "I really called to see if your Mr. Barlow was a gentleman whom I used to know, but I expect you can tell me. My friend was tall and thin, dark and clean-shaven." "Well, this ain't him, then," said the boy. "He's thin, but he ain't tall or dark. He's got a sandy beard, and he wears spectacles, and a wig. I know a wig when I see one," he added cunningly, "'cause my father wears one. He puts it on a peg to comb it, and he swears at me when I laugh." "My friend had injured his left hand," pursued Thorndyke. "I dunno about that," said the youth. "Mr. Barlow nearly always wears gloves. He always wears one on his left hand, anyhow." "Ah, well, I'll just write him a note on the chance, if you will give me a piece of notepaper. Have you any ink?" "There's some in the bottle. I'll dip the pen in for you." From the cupboard he produced an open packet of cheap notepaper and a packet of similar envelopes, and, having dipped the pen to the bottom of the ink bottle, handed it to Thorndyke, who sat down and hastily scribbled a short note. He had folded the paper and was about to address the envelope, when he appeared suddenly to alter his mind. "I don't think I will leave it, after all," he said, slipping the folded paper into his pocket. "No, tell him I called, Mr. Horace Budge, and say I will look in again in a day or two." The youth watched our exit with an air of perplexity, and he even came out on the landing, the better to observe us over the balusters, until, unexpectedly catching Thorndyke's eye, he withdrew his head with remarkable suddenness, and retired in disorder. To tell the truth, I was now little less perplexed than the office boy by Thorndyke's proceedings, in which I could discover no relevancy to the investigation that I presumed he was engaged upon, and the last straw was laid upon the burden of my curiosity when he stopped at a staircase window, drew the note out of his pocket, examined it with his lens, held it up to the light, and chuckled aloud. "Luck," he observed, "though no substitute for care and intelligence, is a very pleasant addition. Really, my learned brother, we are doing uncommonly well." When we reached the hall, Thorndyke stopped at the housekeeper's box, and looked in with a genial nod. "I have just been up to see Mr. Barlow," said he. "He seems to have left quite early." "Oh, yes, sir," the man replied. "He went away about 8:30. "That was very early, and presumably he came earlier still." "Well, I suppose so," the man assented with a grin. "But I only just come on when he left." "Had he any luggage with him?" "Oh, yes, sir. There was 2 cases, a square one, and a long, narrow one, about 5 feet long. I helped him to carry them down to the cab." "Which was a 4-wheeler, I suppose?" "Well, yes, sir." "Mr. Barlow hasn't been here very long, has he?" Thorndyke inquired. "No, he only came in last quarter day, about 6 weeks ago." "Ah, well, I must call another day. Good morning." And Thorndyke strode out of the building, and made directly for the cab rack in the adjoining street. Here he stopped for a minute or two to parley with the driver of a four-wheeler cab, whom he finally commissioned to convey us to a shop in New Oxford Street. Having dismissed the cabman with his blessing and half a sovereign, he vanished into the shop, leaving me to gaze at the lathes, drills, and bars of metal displayed in the window. Presently he emerged with a small parcel, and explained, in answer to my inquiring look, "A strip of tool steel, and a block of metal for Polton." His next purchase was rather more eccentric. We were proceeding along Holborn, when his attention was suddenly arrested by the window of a furniture shop, in which was displayed a collection of obsolete small arms, relics of the tragedy of 1870, which were being sold for decorative purposes. After a brief inspection, he entered the shop, and shortly reappeared, carrying a long sword bayonet and an old chassepot rifle. After a late lunch, I hurried out to transact such of my business as had been interrupted by the stirring events of the morning, leaving Thorndyke busy with a drawing-board, square, scale, and compasses, making accurate scaled drawings from his rough sketches, while Polton, with the brown paper parcel in his hand, looked on at him with an air of anxious expectation. As I was returning homeward in the evening, by way of Mitre Court, I overtook Mr. Marchmont, who was also bound for our chambers, and we walked on together. "I had a note from Thorndyke," he explained, "asking for a specimen of handwriting, so I thought I would bring it along myself, and hear if he has any news." When we entered the chambers, we found Thorndyke in earnest consultation with Polton, and on the table before them I observed, to my great surprise, the dagger with which the murder had been committed. "I have got you the specimen that you asked for," said Marchmont. "I didn't think I should be able to, but by lucky chance Curtis had kept the only letter he ever received from the party in question." He drew a letter from his wallet and handed it to Thorndyke, who looked at it attentively, and with evident satisfaction. "By the way," said Marchmont, taking up the dagger, "I thought the inspector took this away with him." "He took the original," replied Thorndyke. "This is a duplicate which Polton has made, for experimental purposes, from my drawings." "Really?" exclaimed Marchmont, with a glance of respectful admiration at Polton. "It is a perfect replica, and you have made it so quickly, too." "Oh, it was quite easy to make," said Polton, "to a man accustomed to work in metal." "Which," added Thorndyke, "is a fact of some evidential value." A moment later, rapid footsteps were heard on the stairs. There was a furious battering at the door, and, as Polton threw it open, Mr. Curtis burst wildly into the room. "Here is a frightful thing, Marchmont," he gasped. "Edith, my daughter, arrested for murder. Inspector Badger came to our house and took her. My God, I shall go mad." Thorndyke laid his hand on the excited man's shoulder. "Don't distress yourself, Mr. Curtis," said he. "There is no occasion, I assure you. I suppose," he added, "your daughter is left-handed?" "Yes, she is, by a most disastrous coincidence. But what are we to do? Good God, Dr. Thorndyke, they have taken her to prison. To prison! Think of it, my poor Edith." "We'll soon have her out," said Thorndyke. "But listen, there is someone at the door." A brisk rat-tat confirmed his statement, and, when I rose to open the door, I found myself confronted by Inspector Badger. There was a moment of extreme awkwardness, and then both the detective and Mr. Curtis proposed to retire in favour of the other. "Don't go, Inspector," said Thorndyke. "I want to have a word with you. Perhaps Mr. Curtis would look in again, say in an hour. Will you? We shall have news for you by then, I hope." Mr. Curtis agreed hastily, and dashed out of the room, with his usual impetuosity. When he had gone, Thorndyke turned to the detective, and remarked dryly, "You seem to have been busy, Inspector." "Yes," replied Badger. "I haven't let the grass grow under my feet, and I've got a pretty strong case against Miss Curtis already." You see, she was the last person seen in the company of the deceased. She had a grievance against him. She is left-handed, and you remember that the murder was committed by a left-handed person. Anything else? Yes, I have seen those Italians, and the whole thing was a put-up job. A woman, in a widow's dress and veil, paid them to go and play the fool outside the building, and she gave them the letter that was left with the porter. They haven't identified her yet, but she seems to agree in size with Miss Curtis. And how did she get out of the chambers, with the door bolted on the inside? Ah, there you are. That's a mystery at present, unless you can give us an explanation. The inspector made this qualification with a faint grin, and added, As there was no one in the place when we broke into it, the murderer must have got out somehow. You can't deny that. I do deny it, nevertheless, said Thorndyke. You look surprised, he continued, which was undoubtedly true. But the whole thing is exceedingly obvious. The explanation struck me directly I looked at the body. There was evidently no practicable exit from the flat, and there was certainly no one in it when you entered. Clearly, then, the murderer had never been in the place at all. I don't follow you in the least, said the inspector. Well, said Thorndyke, as I have finished with the case, and am handing it over to you, I will put the evidence before you seriatim. Now, I think we are agreed that at the moment when the blow was struck, the deceased was standing before the fireplace, winding the clock. The dagger entered obliquely from the left, and, if you recall its position, you will remember that its hilt pointed directly toward an open window. Which was 40 feet from the ground. Yes. And now we will consider the very peculiar character of the weapon with which the crime was committed. He had placed his hand upon the knob of a drawer when we were interrupted by a knock at the door. I sprang up, and, opening it, admitted no less a person than the porter of Brackenhurst Chambers. The man looked somewhat surprised on recognizing our visitors, but advanced to Thorndyke, drawing a folded paper from his pocket. "I found the article you were looking for, sir," said he, "and a rare hunt I had for it. It had stuck in the leaves of one of them shrubs." Thorndyke opened the packet, and having glanced inside, laid it on the table. "Thank you," said he, pushing a sovereign across to the gratified official. "The inspector has your name, I think?" "He have, sir," replied the porter, and, pocketing his fee, he departed, beaming. "To return to the dagger," said Thorndyke, opening the drawer. "It was a very peculiar one, as I have said, and as you will see from this model, which is an exact duplicate. You see that it is extraordinarily slender, free from projections, and of unusual materials. You also see that it was obviously not made by an ordinary dagger-maker, that, in spite of the Italian word scrawled on it, there is plainly written all over it, British Mechanic. The blade is made from a strip of common 3/4-inch tool steel. The hilt is turned from an aluminium rod, and there is not a line of engraving on it that could not be produced in a lathe by an engineer's apprentice. Even the boss at the top is mechanical, for it is just like an ordinary hexagon nut. Then notice the dimensions, as shown on my drawing. The parts A and B, which project just beyond the blade, are exactly similar in diameter, and such exactness could hardly be accidental. They are each parts of a circle, having a diameter of 10.9 millimeters, a dimension that happens, by a singular coincidence, to be exactly the calibre of the old Chassepot rifle, specimens of which are now on sale at several shops in London. Here is one, for instance. He fetched the rifle that he had bought from the corner in which it was standing, and, lifting the dagger by its point, slipped the hilt into the muzzle. When he let go, the dagger slid quietly down the barrel, until its hilt appeared in the open breech. "Good God!" exclaimed Marchmont. "You don't suggest that the dagger was shot from a gun?" "I do, indeed. And now you see the reason for the aluminium hilt, to diminish the weight of the already heavy projectile, And also for this hexagonal boss on the end?" "No, I do not," said the inspector. "But I say that you are suggesting an impossibility." "Then," replied Thorndyke, "I must explain and demonstrate. To begin with, this projectile had to travel point foremost. Therefore, it had to be made to spin, and it certainly was spinning when it entered the body, as the clothing and the wound showed us. Now, to make it spin, it had to be fired from a rifled barrel, but as the hilt would not engage in the rifling, it had to be fitted with something that would. That something was evidently a soft metal washer, which fitted onto this hexagon, and which would be pressed into the grooves of the rifling, and so spin the dagger, but would drop off as soon as the weapon left the barrel. Here is such a washer, which Polton has made for us." He laid on the table a metal disc with a hexagonal hole through it. "This is all very ingenious," said the inspector, "but I say it is impossible and fantastic." "It certainly sounds rather improbable," Marchmont agreed. "We will see," said Thorndyke. "Here is a makeshift cartridge of Polton's manufacture, containing an 1/8 charge of smokeless powder for a 20-bore gun." He fitted the washer onto the boss of the dagger in the open breech of the rifle, pushed it into the barrel, inserted the cartridge, and closed the breech. Then, opening the office door, he displayed a target of padded straw board against the wall. "The length of the 2 rooms," said he, "gives us a distance of 32 feet. Will you shut the windows, Jarvis?" I complied, and he then pointed the rifle at the target. There was a dull report, much less loud than I had expected, and when we looked at the target, we saw the dagger driven in, up to its hilt, at the margin of the bull's-eye. "You see," said Thorndyke, laying down the rifle, "that the thing is practicable. Now for the evidence as to the actual occurrence. First, on the original dagger there are linear scratches which exactly correspond with the grooves of the rifling. Then there is the fact that the dagger was certainly spinning from left to right, in the direction of the rifling, that is, when it entered the body. And then there is this, which, as you heard, the porter found in the garden." He opened the paper packet. In it lay a metal disc, perforated by a hexagonal hole. Stepping into the office, he picked up from the floor the washer that he had put on the dagger, and laid it on the paper beside the other. The 2 discs were identical in size, and the margin of each was indented with identical markings, corresponding to the rifling of the barrel. The inspector gazed at the 2 discs in silence for a while. Then, looking up at Thorndyke, he said, "I give in, Doctor. You're right, beyond all doubt, but how you came to think of it beats me into fits. The only question now is, who fired the gun, and why wasn't the report heard?" "As to the latter," said Thorndyke, "it is probable that he used a compressed air attachment, not only to diminish the noise, but also to prevent any traces of the explosive from being left on the dagger. As to the former, I think I can give you the murderer's name, but we had better take the evidence in order. You may remember," he continued, "that when Dr. Jarvis stood as if winding the clock, I chalked a mark on the floor where he stood. Now, standing on that marked spot and looking out of the open window, I could see 2 of the windows of a house nearly opposite. They were the 2nd and 3rd floor windows of number 6 Cotman Street. The 2nd floor is occupied by a firm of architects, the 3rd by a commission agent named Thomas Barlow. I called on Mr. Barlow, but before describing my visit I will refer to another matter. You haven't those threatening letters about you, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, I have," said the inspector, and he drew a wallet from his breast pocket. "Let us take the first one, then," said Thorndyke. "You see that the paper and envelope are of the very commonest, and the writing illiterate. But the ink does not agree with this. Illiterate people usually buy their ink in penny bottles. Now, This envelope is addressed with Draper's dichroic ink, a superior office ink, sold only in large bottles, and the red ink in which the note is written is an unfixed scarlet ink, such as is used by draftsmen, and has been used, as you can see, in a stylographic pen. But the most interesting thing about this letter is the design drawn at the top. In an artistic sense, the man could not draw, and the anatomical details of the skull are ridiculous. Yet the drawing is very neat. It has the clean, wiry line of a machine drawing, and is done with a steady, practised hand. It is also perfectly symmetrical. The skull, for instance, is exactly in the centre, and when we examine it through a lens, we see why it is so. For we discover traces of a pencilled centre line and ruled cross line. Moreover, the lens reveals a tiny particle of draftsman's soft red rubber, with which the pencil lines were taken out, and all these facts, taken together, suggest that the drawing was made by someone accustomed to making accurate mechanical drawings. And now we will return to Mr. Barlow. He was out when I called, but I took the liberty of glancing around the office, and this is what I saw. On the mantel-shelf was a 12-inch flat boxwood rule, such as engineers use, a piece of soft red rubber, and a stone bottle of Draper's dichroic ink. By a simple ruse, I obtained a specimen of the office notepaper and the ink. We will examine it presently. I found that Mr. Barlow is a new tenant, that he is rather short, wears a wig and spectacles, and always wears a glove on his left hand. He left the office at 8:30 this morning, and no one saw him arrive. He had with him a square case, and a narrow oblong one, about 5 feet in length, and he took a cab to Victoria, and apparently caught the 8:51 train to Chatham. "Ah!" exclaimed the inspector. "But," continued Thorndyke, "now examine those 3 letters, and compare them with this note that I wrote in Mr. Barlow's office. You see that the paper is of the same make, with the same watermark, but that is of no great significance. What is of crucial importance is this. You see, in each of these letters, 2 tiny indentations near the bottom corner. Somebody has used compasses or drawing pins over the packet of notepaper, and the points have made little indentations, which have marked several of the sheets. Now, notepaper is cut to its size after it is folded, and if you stick a pin into the top sheet of a section, the indentations on all the underlying sheets will be at exactly similar distances from the edges and corners of the sheet, and you see that this is the case with these dents." He demonstrated the fact with a pair of compasses. "And now look at this sheet, which I obtained at Mr. Barlow's office. There are 2 little indentations, rather faint but quite visible, near the bottom corner, and when we measure them with the compasses, we find that they are exactly the same distance apart as the other, and the same distance from the edges and the bottom corner. The irresistible conclusion is that these 4 sheets came from the same packet." The inspector started up from his chair and faced Thorndyke. "Who is this Mr. Barlow?" he asked. "That," replied Thorndyke, "is for you to determine, but I can give you a useful hint. There is only one person who benefits by the death of Alfred Hartridge, but he benefits to the extent of £20,000. His name is Leonard Wolfe, and I learn from Mr. Marchmont that he is a man of indifferent character, a gambler and a spendthrift. By profession he is an engineer, and he is a capable mechanician. In appearance he is thin, short, fair, and clean-shaven, and he has lost the middle finger of his left hand. Mr. Barlow is also short, thin, and fair, but wears a wig, a beard, and spectacles, and always wears a glove on his left hand. I have seen the handwriting of both these gentlemen, and should say that it would be difficult to distinguish one from the other." "Well, that's good enough for me," said the inspector. "Give me his address, and I'll have Miss Curtis released at once." The same night, Leonard Wolfe was arrested at Eltham, in the very act of burying in his garden a large and powerful compressed air rifle. He was never brought to trial, however, for he had in his pocket a more portable weapon, a large-bore Derringer pistol, with which he managed to terminate an exceedingly ill-spent life. "And after all," was Thorndyke's comment when he heard of the event, "he had his uses. He has relieved society of two very bad men, and he has given us a most instructive case. He has shown us how a clever and ingenious criminal may take endless pains to mislead and delude the police, and yet, by inattention to trivial details, may scatter clues broadcast. We can only say to the criminal class generally, in both respects, 'Go thou and do likewise.'" The Regent's Park Murder by Emma Orczy. By this time, Miss Polly Burton had become quite accustomed to her extraordinary vis-à-vis in the corner. He was always there when she arrived, in the self-same corner, dressed in one of his remarkable check tweed suits. He seldom said good morning, and invariably when she appeared he began to fidget with increased nervousness with some tattered and knotty piece of string. "Were you ever interested in the Regent's Park murder?" he asked her one day. Polly replied that she had forgotten most of the particulars connected with that curious murder, but that she fully remembered the stir and flutter it had caused in a certain section of London society. "The racing and gambling set particularly, you mean?" he said. "All the persons implicated in the murder, directly or indirectly, were of the type commonly called society men, or men about town, whilst the Harwood Club in Hanover Square, round which centred all the scandal in connection with the murder, was one of the smartest clubs in London. Probably the doings of the Harwood Club, which was essentially a gambling club, would for ever have remained officially absent from the knowledge of the police authorities, but for the murder in the Regent's Park, and the revelations which came to light in connection with it. I dare say you know the quiet square which lies between Portland Place and the Regent's Park, and is called Park Crescent at its south end, and subsequently Park Square East and West. The Marylebone Road, with all its heavy traffic, cuts straight across the large square and its pretty gardens, but the latter are connected together by a tunnel under the road. And, of course, you must remember that the new tube station in the south portion of the square had not yet been planned. February 6th, 1907, was a very foggy night. Nevertheless, Mr. Aaron Cohen, of 30 Park Square West, at 2 o'clock in the morning, having finally pocketed the heavy winnings which he had just swept off the green table of the Harwood Club, started to walk home alone. An hour later, most of the inhabitants of Park Square West were aroused from their peaceful slumbers by the sounds of a violent altercation in the road. A man's angry voice was heard shouting violently for a minute or two, and was followed immediately by frantic screams of "police" and "murder." Then there was the double sharp report of firearms, and nothing more. The fog was very dense, and, as you have no doubt experienced yourself, it is very difficult to locate sound in a fog. Nevertheless, not more than a minute or two had elapsed before Constable F-18, the point policeman at the corner of Marylebone Road, arrived on the scene, and, having first of all whistled for any of his comrades on the beat, began to grope his way about in the fog, more confused than effectually assisted by contradictory directions from the inhabitants of the houses close by, who were nearly falling out of the upper windows as they shouted out to the constable. "By the railings, policeman! Higher up the road! No, lower down! It was on this side of the pavement, I'm sure. No, the other!" At last it was another policeman, F-22, who, turning into Park Square West from the north side, almost stumbled upon the body of a man lying on the pavement, with his head against the railings of the square. By this time quite a little crowd of people from the different houses in the road had come down, curious to know what had actually happened. The policeman turned the strong light of his bull's-eye lantern on the unfortunate man's face. "It looks as if he had been strangled, don't it?" he murmured to his comrade. And he pointed to the swollen tongue, the eyes half out of their sockets, bloodshot and congested, the purple, almost black hue of the face. At this point, one of the spectators, more callous to horrors, peered curiously into the dead man's face. He uttered an exclamation of astonishment. "Why, surely it's Mr. Cohen from number 30. The mention of a name familiar down the length of the street had caused 2 or 3 other men to come forward, and to look more closely into the horribly distorted mask of the murdered man. "Our next-door neighbour, undoubtedly," asserted Mr. Ellison, a young barrister residing at number 31. "What in the world was he doing this foggy night, all alone and on foot?" asked somebody else. "He usually came home very late. I fancy he belonged to some gambling club in town. I dare say he couldn't get a cab to bring him out here. Mind you, I don't know much about him. We only knew him to nod to. Poor beggar, it looks almost like an old-fashioned case of garrotting. Anyway, the blackguardly murderer, whoever he was, wanted to make sure he had killed his man," added Constable F-18, as he picked up an object from the pavement. "Here's the revolver, with 2 cartridges missing. You gentlemen heard the report just now." "He don't seem to have hit him, though. The poor bloke was strangled, no doubt." "And tried to shoot at his assailant, obviously," asserted the young barrister, with authority. "If he succeeded in hitting the brute, there might be a chance of tracing the way he went. But not in the fog." Soon, however, the appearance of the inspector, detective, and medical officer, who had quickly been informed of the tragedy, put an end to further discussion. The bell at number 30 was rung, and the servants, all 4 of them women, were asked to look at the body. Amidst tears of horror and screams of fright, they all recognised in the murdered man their master, Mr. Aaron Cohen. He was therefore conveyed to his own room, pending the coroner's inquest. The police had a pretty difficult task, you will admit. There were so very few indications to go by, and at first literally no clue. The inquest revealed practically nothing. Very little was known in the neighbourhood about Mr. Aaron Cohen and his affairs. His female servants did not even know the name or whereabouts of the various clubs he frequented. He had an office in Throgmorton Street, and went to business every day. He dined at home, and sometimes had friends to dinner. When he was alone, he invariably went to the club, where he stayed until the small hours of the morning. The night of the murder he had gone out at about 9 o'clock. That was the last his servants had seen of him. With regard to the revolver, all 4 servants swore positively that they had never seen it before, and that, unless Mr. Cohen had bought it that very day, it did not belong to their master. Beyond that, no trace whatever of the murderer had been found. But on the morning after the crime, a couple of keys, linked together by a short metal chain, were found close to a gate, at the opposite end of the square, that which immediately faced Portland Place. These were proved to be, firstly, Mr. Cohen's latchkey, and secondly, his gate key of the square. It was therefore presumed that the murderer, having accomplished his fell design, and ransacked his victim's pockets, had found the keys and made good his escape by slipping into the square, cutting under the tunnel, and out again by the further gate. He then took the precaution not to carry the keys with him any further, but threw them away and disappeared in the fog. The jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown, and the police were put on their mettle to discover the unknown and daring murderer. The result of their investigations, conducted with marvellous skill by Mr. William Fisher, led, about a week after the crime, to the sensational arrest of one of London's smartest young bucks. The case Mr. Fisher had got up against the accused briefly amounted to this. On the night of February 6th, soon after midnight, play began to run very high at the Harwood Club in Hanover Square. Mr. Aaron Cohen held the bank at roulette against some 20 or 30 of his friends, mostly young fellows with no wits and plenty of money. The bank was winning heavily, and it appears that this was the third consecutive night on which Mr. Aaron Cohen had gone home richer by several hundreds than he had been at the start of play. Young John Ashley, who is the son of a very worthy country gentleman, who is master of foxhounds somewhere in the Midlands, was losing heavily, and in his case also it appears that it was the third consecutive night that fortune had turned her face against him. Now, remember, continued the man in the corner, that when I tell you all these details and facts, I am giving you the combined evidence of several witnesses, which it took many days to collect and classify. It appears that young Mr. Ashley, though very popular in society, was generally believed to be in what is vulgarly termed low water, up to his eyes in debt, and mortally afraid of his dad, whose younger son he was, and who had on one occasion threatened to ship him off to Australia with a £5 note in his pocket if he made any further extravagant calls upon his paternal indulgence. It was also evident to all John Ashley's many companions that the worthy master of foxhounds held the purse strings in a very tight grip. The young man, bitten with the desire to cut a smart figure in the circles in which he moved, had often recourse to the varying fortunes which now and again smiled upon him across the green tables in the Harwood Club. Be that as it may, the general consensus of opinion at the club was that young Ashley had changed his last pony before he sat down to a turn of roulette with Aaron Cohen on that particular night of February 6th. It appears that all his friends, conspicuous among whom was Mr. Walter Hatherell, tried their very best to dissuade him from pitting his luck against that of Cohen, who had been having a most unprecedented run of good fortune. But young Ashley, heated with wine, exasperated at his own bad luck, would listen to no one. He tossed one £5 note after another on the board. He borrowed from those who would lend, then played on parole for a while. Finally, at 1:30 in the morning, after a run of 19 on the red, the young man found himself without a penny in his pockets, and owing a debt, a gambling debt, a debt of honour of £1,500 to Mr. Aaron Cohen. Now, we must render this much-maligned gentleman that justice which was persistently denied to him by press and public alike. It was positively asserted by all those present that Mr. Cohen himself repeatedly tried to induce young Mr. Ashley to give up playing. He himself was in a delicate position in the matter, as he was the winner, and once or twice the taunt had risen to the young man's lips, accusing the holder of the bank of the wish to retire on a competence before the break in his luck. Mr. Aaron Cohen, smoking the best of Havanas, had finally shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you please." But at 1:30 he had had enough of the player, who always lost and never paid, never could pay, so Mr. Cohen probably believed. He therefore, at that hour, refused to accept Mr. John Ashley's promissory stakes any longer. A very few heated words ensued, quickly checked by the management, who are ever on the alert to avoid the least suspicion of scandal. In the meanwhile, Mr. Hatherell, with great good sense, persuaded young Ashley to leave the club and all its temptations and go home, if possible to bed. The friendship of the two young men, which was very well known in society, consisted chiefly, it appears, in Walter Hatherell being the willing companion and helpmeet of John Ashley in his mad and extravagant pranks. But tonight the latter, apparently tardily sobered by his terrible and heavy losses, allowed himself to be led away by his friend from the scene of his disasters. It was then about 20 minutes to 2. "Here the situation becomes interesting," continued the man in the corner, in his nervous way. "No wonder that the police interrogated at least a dozen witnesses before they were quite satisfied that every statement was conclusively proved. Walter Hatherell, after about 10 minutes' absence, that is to say, at 10 minutes to 2, returned to the club-room. In reply to several inquiries, he said that he had parted with his friend at the corner of New Bond Street, since he seemed anxious to be alone, and that Ashley said he would take a turn down Piccadilly before going home. He thought a walk would do him good. At 2:00, or thereabouts, Mr. Aaron Cohen, satisfied with his evening's work, gave up his position at the bank, and, pocketing his heavy winnings, started on his homeward walk, while Mr. Walter Hatherell left the club half an hour later. At 3:00 precisely, the cries of murder and the report of firearms were heard in Park Square West, and Mr. Aaron Cohen was found strangled outside the garden railings. Now, at first sight, the murder in the Regent's Park appeared both to police and public as one of those silly, clumsy crimes, obviously the work of a novice, and absolutely purposeless, seeing that it could but inevitably lead its perpetrators, without any difficulty, to the gallows. You see, a motive had been established. Seek him whom the crime benefits, say our French confrères, but there was something more than that. Constable James Funnell, on his beat, turned from Portland Place into Park Crescent a few minutes after he had heard the clock at Holy Trinity Church, Marylebone, strike 2:30. The fog at that moment was perhaps not quite so dense as it was later on in the morning, and the policeman saw two gentlemen in overcoats and top hats, leaning arm in arm against the railings of the square, close to the gate. He could not, of course, distinguish their faces because of the fog, but he heard one of them saying to the other, "It is but a question of time, Mr. Cohen. I know my father will pay the money for me, and you will lose nothing by waiting." To this the other apparently made no reply, and the constable passed on. When he returned to the same spot, after having walked over his beat, the two gentlemen had gone. But later on, it was near this very gate that the two keys referred to at the inquest had been found. "Another interesting fact," added the man in the corner, with one of those sarcastic smiles of his which Polly could not quite explain, was the finding of the revolver upon the scene of the crime. That revolver, shown to Mr. Ashley's valet, was sworn to by him as being the property of his master. All these facts made, of course, a very remarkable, so far quite unbroken, chain of circumstantial evidence against Mr. John Ashley. No wonder, therefore, that the police, thoroughly satisfied with Mr. Fisher's work and their own, applied for a warrant against the young man, and arrested him in his rooms in Clarges Street, exactly a week after the committal of the crime. As a matter of fact, you know, experience has invariably taught me that when a murderer seems particularly foolish and clumsy, and proofs against him seem particularly damning, that is the time when the police should be most guarded against pitfalls. Now, in this case, if John Ashley had indeed committed the murder in Regent's Park in the manner suggested by the police, he would have been a criminal in more senses than one, for idiocy of that kind is, to my mind, worse than many crimes. The prosecution brought up its witnesses in triumphal array, one after another. There were the members of the Harwood Club, who had seen the prisoner's excited condition after his heavy gambling losses to Mr. Aaron Cohen. There was Mr. Hatherell, who, in spite of his friendship for Ashley, was bound to admit that he had parted from him at the corner of Bond Street at 20 minutes to 2, and had not seen him again till his return home at 5 a.m. Then came the evidence of Arthur Chipps, John Ashley's valet. It proved of a very sensational character. He deposed that on the night in question his master came home at about 10 minutes to 2. Chipps had then not yet gone to bed. 5 minutes later, Mr. Ashley went out again, telling the valet not to sit up for him. Chipps could not say at what time either of the young gentlemen had come home. That short visit home, presumably to fetch the revolver, was thought to be very important, and Mr. John Ashley's friends felt that his case was practically hopeless. The valet's evidence, and that of James Funnell, the constable who had overheard the conversation near the park railings, were certainly the two most damning proofs against the accused. I assure you, I was having a rare old time that day. There were two faces in court to watch, which was the greatest treat I had had for many a day. One of these was Mr. John Ashley's. Here's his photo, short, dark, dapper, a little racy in style, but otherwise he looks a son of a well-to-do farmer. He was very quiet and placid in court, and addressed a few words now and again to his solicitor. He listened gravely, and with an occasional shrug of the shoulders to the recital of the crime, such as the police had reconstructed it, before an excited and horrified audience. Mr. John Ashley, driven to madness and frenzy by terrible financial difficulties, had first of all gone home in search of a weapon, then waylaid Mr. Aaron Cohen somewhere on that gentleman's way home. The young man had begged for delay. Mr. Cohen perhaps was obdurate, but Ashley followed him with his importunities almost to his door. There, seeing his creditor determined at last to cut short the painful interview, he had seized the unfortunate man at an unguarded moment from behind and strangled him. Then, fearing that his dastardly work was not fully accomplished, he had shot twice at the already dead body, missing it both times from sheer nervous excitement. The murderer then must have emptied his victim's pockets, and finding the key of the garden, thought that it would be a safe way of evading capture by cutting across the squares, under the tunnel, and so through the more distant gate which faced Portland Place. The loss of the revolver was one of those unforeseen accidents which a retributive providence places in the path of the miscreant, delivering him by his own act of folly into the hands of human justice. Mr. John Ashley, however, did not appear the least bit impressed by the recital of his crime. He had not engaged the services of one of the most eminent lawyers, expert in extracting contradictions from witnesses by skilful cross-examinations. Oh, dear me, no. He had been contented with those of a dull, prosy, very second-rate limb of the law, who, as he called his witnesses, was completely innocent of any desire to create a sensation. He rose quietly from his seat, and amidst breathless silence called the first of three witnesses on behalf of his client. He called 3, but he could have produced 12, gentlemen, members of the Ashton Club in Great Portland Street, all of whom swore that at 3 o'clock on the morning of February 6th, that is to say, at the very moment when the cries of murder roused the inhabitants of Park Square West, and the crime was being committed, Mr. John Ashley was sitting quietly in the club rooms of the Ashton, playing bridge with the 3 witnesses. He had come in a few minutes before 3, as the hall porter of the club testified, and stayed for about an hour and a half. I need not tell you that this undoubted, this fully proved alibi was a positive bombshell in the stronghold of the prosecution. The most accomplished criminal could not possibly be in 2 places at once, and, though the Ashton Club transgresses in many ways against the gambling laws of our very moral country, yet its members belong to the best, most unimpeachable classes of society. Mr. Ashley had been seen and spoken to at the very moment of the crime by at least a dozen gentlemen whose testimony was absolutely above suspicion. Mr. John Ashley's conduct throughout this astonishing phase of the inquiry remained perfectly calm and correct. It was, no doubt, the consciousness of being able to prove his innocence with such absolute conclusion that had steadied his nerves throughout the proceedings. His answers to the magistrate were clear and simple, even on the ticklish subject of the revolver. "I left the club, sir," he explained, fully determined to speak with Mr. Cohen alone, in order to ask him for a delay in the settlement of my debt to him. You will understand that I should not care to do this in the presence of other gentlemen. I went home for a minute or 2, not in order to fetch a revolver, as the police assert, for I always carry a revolver about with me in foggy weather, but in order to see if a very important business letter had come for me in my absence. Then I went out again and met Mr. Aaron Cohen not far from the Harwood Club. I walked the greater part of the way with him, and our conversation was of the most amicable character. We parted at the top of Portland Place, near the gate of the square, where the policeman saw us. Mr. Cohen then had the intention of cutting across the square, as being a shorter way to his own house. I thought the square looked dark and dangerous in the fog, especially as Mr. Cohen was carrying a large sum of money. We had a short discussion on the subject, and finally I persuaded him to take my revolver, as I was going home only through very frequented streets, and, moreover, carried nothing that was worth stealing. After a little demur, Mr. Cohen accepted the loan of my revolver, and that is how it came to be found on the actual scene of the crime. Finally, I parted from Mr. Cohen a very few minutes after I had heard the church clock striking 3:15. I was at the Oxford Street end of Great Portland Street at 5 minutes to 3, and it takes at least 10 minutes to walk from where I was to the Ashton Club. This explanation was all the more credible, mind you, because the question of the revolver had never been very satisfactorily explained by the prosecution. A man who has effectually strangled his victim would not discharge 2 shots of his revolver for, apparently, no other purpose than that of rousing the attention of the nearest passer-by. It was far more likely that it was Mr. Cohen who shot, perhaps wildly into the air, when suddenly attacked from behind. Mr. Ashley's explanation, therefore, was not only plausible, it was the only possible one. You will understand, therefore, how it was that, after nearly half an hour's examination, the magistrate, the police, and the public were alike pleased to proclaim that the accused left the court without a stain upon his character. "Yes," interrupted Polly eagerly, since, for once, her acumen had been at least as sharp as his. "But suspicion of that horrible crime only shifted its taint from one friend to another. And, of course, I know—" "But that's just it," he quietly interrupted. "You don't know. Mr. Walter Hatherell, of course, you mean. So did everyone else at once. The friend, weak and willing, committing a crime on behalf of his cowardly, yet more assertive friend, who had tempted him to evil. It was a good theory, and was held pretty generally, I fancy, even by the police. I say even because they worked really hard in order to build up a case against young Hatherell. But the great difficulty was that of time. At the hour when the policeman had seen the 2 men outside Park Square together, Walter Hatherell was still sitting in the Harwood Club, which he never left until 20 minutes to 3. Had he wished to waylay and rob Aaron Cohen, he would not have waited, surely, till the time when, presumably, the latter would already have reached home. Moreover, 20 minutes was an incredibly short time in which to walk from Hanover Square to Regent's Park, without the chance of cutting across the squares, to look for a man whose whereabouts you could not determine to within 20 yards or so, to have an argument with him, murder him, and ransack his pockets. And then there was the total absence of motive. "But," said Polly, meditatively, for she remembered now that the Regent's Park murder, as it had been popularly called, was one of those which had remained as impenetrable a mystery as any other crime had ever been in the annals of the police. The man in the corner cocked his funny bird-like head well on one side, and looked at her, highly amused, evidently, at her perplexity. "You do not see how that murder was committed?" he asked with a grin. Polly was bound to admit that she did not. "If you had happened to have been in Mr. John Ashley's predicament," he persisted, "you do not see how you could conveniently have done away with Mr. Aaron Cohen, pocketed his winnings, and then led the police of your country entirely by the nose by proving an indisputable alibi." "I could not arrange conveniently," she retorted, "to be in 2 different places, half a mile apart, at one and the same time." "No, I quite admit that you could not do this, unless you also had a friend." "A friend? But you say—" "I say that I admired Mr. John Ashley, for his was the head which planned the whole thing, but he could not have accomplished the fascinating and terrible drama without the help of willing and able hands." "Even then," she protested. "Point number 1, he began excitedly, fidgeting with his inevitable piece of string. John Ashley and his friend Walter Hatherell leave the club together, and together decide on the plan of campaign. Hatherell returns to the club, and Ashley goes to fetch the revolver which played such an important part in the drama, but not the part assigned to it by the police. Now try to follow Ashley closely as he dogs Aaron Cohen's footsteps. Do you believe that he entered into conversation with him? That he walked by his side? That he asked for delay? No! He sneaked behind him and caught him by the throat, as the garrotters used to do in the fog. Cohen was apoplectic, and Ashley is young and powerful. Moreover, he meant to kill. But the two men talked together outside the square gates, protested Polly, one of whom was Cohen and the other Ashley. Pardon me, he said, jumping up in his seat like a monkey on a stick. There were not two men talking outside the square gates. According to the testimony of James Funnell, the constable, two men were leaning arm in arm against the railings, and one man was talking. Then you think that... At the hour when James Funnell heard Holy Trinity clock striking 2:30, Aaron Cohen was already dead. Look how simple the whole thing is, he added eagerly, and how easy after that. Easy, but, oh dear me, how wonderfully, how stupendously clever. As soon as James Funnell had passed on, John Ashley, having opened the gate, lifts the body of Aaron Cohen in his arms and carries him across the square. The square is deserted, of course, but the way is easy enough, and we must presume that Ashley had been in it before. Anyway, there was no fear of meeting anyone. In the meantime, Hatherell has left the club. As fast as his athletic legs can carry him, he rushes along Oxford Street and Portland Place. It had been arranged between the two miscreants that the square gate should be left on the latch. Close on Ashley's heels now, Hatherell too cuts across the square, and reaches the further gate in good time to give his confederate a hand in disposing the body against the railings. Then, without another instant's delay, Ashley runs back across the gardens, straight to the Ashton Club, throwing away the keys of the dead man on the very spot where he had made it a point of being seen and heard by a passer-by. Hatherell gives his friend 6 or 7 minutes' start, then he begins the altercation, which lasts 2 or 3 minutes, and finally rouses the neighbourhood with cries of murder and report of pistol, in order to establish that the crime was committed at the hour when its perpetrator has already made out an indisputable alibi. I don't know what you think of it all, of course, added the funny creature, as he fumbled for his coat and his gloves, but I call the planning of that murder, on the part of novices, mind you, one of the cleverest pieces of strategy I have ever come across. It is one of those cases where there is no possibility whatever now of bringing the crime home to its perpetrator or his abettor. They have not left a single proof behind them. They foresaw everything, and each acted his part with a coolness and courage which, applied to a great and good cause, would have made fine statesmen of them both. As it is, I fear they are just a pair of young blackguards who have escaped human justice, and have only deserved the full and ungrudging admiration of yours very sincerely. He had gone. Polly wanted to call him back, but his meagre person was no longer visible through the glass door. There were many things she would have wished to ask of him. What were his proofs, his facts? His were theories, after all. And yet, somehow, she felt that he had solved once again one of the darkest mysteries of great criminal London. The Adventure of the Cardboard Box by Arthur Conan Doyle. In choosing a few typical cases which illustrate the remarkable mental qualities of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I have endeavoured, as far as possible, to select those which presented the minimum of sensationalism, while offering a fair field for his talents. It is, however, unfortunately, impossible to entirely separate the sensational from the criminal, and a chronicler is left in the dilemma that he must either sacrifice details which are essential to his statement, and so give a false impression of the problem, or he must use matter which chance, and not choice, has provided him with. With this short preface, I shall turn to my notes of what proved to be a strange, though a peculiarly terrible, chain of events. It was a blazing hot day in August. Baker Street was like an oven, and the glare of the sunlight upon the yellow brickwork of the houses across the road was painful to the eye. It was hard to believe that these were the same walls which loomed so gloomily through the fogs of winter. Our blinds were half drawn, and Holmes lay curled upon the sofa, reading and rereading a letter which he had received by the morning post. For myself, my term of service in India had trained me to stand heat better than cold, and a thermometer at 90 was no hardship. But the morning paper was uninteresting. Parliament had risen, everybody was out of town, and I yearned for the glades of the New Forest or the shingle of Southsea. A depleted bank account had caused me to postpone my holiday, and as to my companion, neither the country nor the sea presented the slightest attraction to him. He loved to lie in the very centre of 5 millions of people, with his filaments stretching out and running through them, responsive to every little rumour or suspicion of unsolved crime. Appreciation of nature found no place among his many gifts, and his only change was when he turned his mind from the evildoer of the town to track down his brother of the country. Finding that Holmes was too absorbed for conversation, I had tossed aside the barren paper, and leaning back in my chair, I fell into a brown study. Suddenly, my companion's voice broke in upon my thoughts. "You are right, Watson," said he. "It does seem a most preposterous way of settling a dispute." "Most preposterous," I exclaimed. And then, suddenly realizing how he had echoed the inmost thought of my soul, I sat up in my chair and stared at him in blank amazement. "What is this, Holmes?" I cried. "This is beyond anything which I could have imagined." He laughed heartily at my perplexity. "You remember," said he, "that some little time ago, when I read you the passage in one of Poe's sketches, in which a close reasoner follows the unspoken thoughts of his companion, you were inclined to treat the matter as a mere tour de force of the author. On my remarking that I was constantly in the habit of doing the same thing, you expressed incredulity." "Oh, no." "Perhaps not with your tongue, my dear Watson, but certainly with your eyebrows. So, when I saw you throw down your paper and enter upon a train of thought, I was very happy to have the opportunity of reading it off, and eventually of breaking into it, as a proof that I had been in rapport with you." But I was still far from satisfied. "In the example which you read to me," said I, "the reasoner drew his conclusions from the actions of the man whom he observed. If I remember right, he stumbled over a heap of stones, looked up at the stars, and so on. But I have been seated quietly in my chair, and what clues can I have given you?" "You do yourself an injustice. The features are given to man as the means by which he shall express his emotions, and yours are faithful servants." "Do you mean to say that you read my train of thoughts from my features?" "Your features, and especially your eyes. Perhaps you cannot yourself recall how your reverie commenced." "No, I cannot." "Then I will tell you. After throwing down your paper, which was the action which drew my attention to you, you sat for half a minute with a vacant expression. Then your eyes fixed themselves upon your newly framed picture of General Gordon, and I saw by the alteration in your face that a train of thought had been started. But it did not lead very far. Your eyes flashed across to the unframed portrait of Henry Ward Beecher, which stands upon the top of your books, You then glanced up at the wall, and of course your meaning was obvious. You were thinking that if the portrait were framed, it would just cover that bare space and correspond with Gordon's picture over there. "You have followed me wonderfully," I exclaimed. "So far I could hardly have gone astray. But now your thoughts went back to Beecher, and you looked hard across, as if you were studying the character in his features. Then your eyes ceased to pucker, but you continued to look across, and your face was thoughtful. You were recalling the incidents of Beecher's career. I was well aware that you could not do this without thinking of the mission which he undertook on behalf of the North at the time of the Civil War, for I remember your expressing your passionate indignation at the way in which he was received by the more turbulent of our people. You felt so strongly about it that I knew you could not think of Beecher without thinking of that also. When, a moment later, I saw your eyes wander away from the picture, I suspected that your mind had now turned to the Civil War. And when I observed that your lips set, your eyes sparkled, and your hands clenched, I was positive that you were indeed thinking of the gallantry which was shown by both sides in that desperate struggle. But then, again, your face grew sadder. You shook your head. You were dwelling upon the sadness and horror and useless waste of life. Your hand stole towards your own old wound, and a smile quivered on your lips, which showed me that the ridiculous side of this method of settling international questions had forced itself upon your mind. At this point, I agreed with you that it was preposterous, and was glad to find that all my deductions had been correct. "Absolutely," said I. "And now that you have explained it, I confess that I am as amazed as before." "It was very superficial, my dear Watson, I assure you. I should not have intruded it upon your attention had you not shown some incredulity the other day. But I have in my hands here a little problem which may prove to be more difficult of solution than my small essay in thought-reading. Have you observed in the paper a short paragraph referring to the remarkable contents of a packet sent through the post to Miss Susan Cushing, of Cross Street, Croydon?" "No, I saw nothing." "Ah, then you must have overlooked it. Just toss it over to me. Here it is, under the financial column. Perhaps you would be good enough to read it aloud." I picked up the paper which he had thrown back to me, and read the paragraph indicated. It was headed, "A Gruesome Packet." "Miss Susan Cushing, living at Cross Street, Croydon, has been made the victim of what must be regarded as a peculiarly revolting practical joke, unless some more sinister meaning should prove to be attached to the incident. At 2:00 yesterday afternoon, a small packet, wrapped in brown paper, was handed in by the postman. A cardboard box was inside, which was filled with coarse salt. On emptying this, Miss Cushing was horrified to find 2 human ears, apparently quite freshly severed. The box had been sent by parcel post from Belfast upon the morning before. There is no indication as to the sender, and the matter is the more mysterious as Miss Cushing, who is a maiden lady of 50, has led a most retired life, and has so few acquaintances or correspondents that it is a rare event for her to receive anything through the post. Some years ago, however, when she resided at Penge, she let apartments in her house to 3 young medical students, whom she was obliged to get rid of on account of their noisy and irregular habits. The police are of opinion that this outrage may have been perpetrated upon Miss Cushing by these youths, who owed her a grudge, and who hoped to frighten her by sending her these relics of the dissecting rooms. Some probability is lent to the theory by the fact that one of these students came from the north of Ireland, and, to the best of Miss Cushing's belief, from Belfast. In the meantime, the matter is being actively investigated, Mr. Lestrade, one of the very smartest of our detective officers, being in charge of the case. "So much for the Daily Chronicle," said Holmes, as I finished reading. "Now for our friend Lestrade. I had a note from him this morning, in which he says, 'I think that this case is very much in your line. We have every hope of clearing the matter up, but we find a little difficulty in getting anything to work upon. We have, of course, wired to the Belfast post office, but a large number of parcels were handed in upon that day, and they have no means of identifying this particular one, or of remembering the sender. The box is a half-pound box of honey-dew tobacco, and does not help us in any way. The medical student theory still appears to me to be the most feasible, but if you should have a few hours to spare, I should be very happy to see you out here. I shall be either at the house or in the police station all day. What say you, Watson? Can you rise superior to the heat and run down to Croydon with me on the off-chance of a case for your annals? I was longing for something to do. You shall have it, then. Ring for our boots, and tell them to order a cab. I'll be back in a moment, when I have changed my dressing-gown and filled my cigar-case. A shower of rain fell while we were in the train, and the heat was far less oppressive in Croydon than in town. Holmes had sent on a wire, so that Lestrade, as wiry, as dapper, and as ferret-like as ever, was waiting for us at the station. A walk of 5 minutes took us to Cross Street, where Miss Cushing resided. It was a very long street of 2-story brick houses, neat and prim, with whitened stone steps, and little groups of aproned women gossiping at the doors. Half-way down, Lestrade stopped and tapped at a door, which was opened by a small servant girl. Miss Cushing was sitting in the front room, into which we were ushered. She was a placid-faced woman, with large, gentle eyes, and grizzled hair curving down over her temples on each side. A worked antimacassar lay upon her lap, and a basket of coloured silks stood upon a stool beside her. "They are in the outhouse, those dreadful things," said she, as Lestrade entered. "I wish that you would take them away altogether." "So I shall, Miss Cushing. I only kept them here until my friend Mr. Holmes should have seen them in your presence." "Why in my presence, sir?" "In case he wished to ask any questions." "What is the use of asking me questions when I tell you that I know nothing whatever about it?" "Quite so, madam," said Holmes in his soothing way. "I have no doubt that you have been annoyed more than enough already over this business." "Indeed I have, sir. I am a quiet woman, and live a retired life. It is something new for me to see my name in the papers, and to find the police in my house. I won't have those things in here, Mr. Lestrade. If you wish to see them, you must go to the outhouse." It was a small shed in the narrow garden which ran down behind the house. Lestrade went in and brought out a yellow cardboard box, with a piece of brown paper and some string. There was a bench at the edge of the path, and we all sat down while Holmes examined, one by one, the articles which Lestrade had handed to him. "The string is exceedingly interesting," he remarked, holding it up to the light and sniffing at it. "What do you make of this string, Lestrade?" "It has been tarred." "Precisely. It is a piece of tarred twine. You have also, no doubt, remarked that Miss Cushing has cut the cord with the scissors, as can be seen by the double fray on each side. This is of importance." "Well, I cannot see the importance," said Lestrade. "The importance lies in the fact that the knot is left intact, and that this knot is of a peculiar character." "It is very neatly tied. I had already made a note to that effect," said Lestrade complacently. "So much for the string, then," said Holmes, smiling. "Now for the box wrapper. Brown paper, with a distinct smell of coffee. What? You did not observe it? I think there can be no doubt of it. Address printed in rather straggling characters. Miss S. Cushing, Cross Street, Croydon. Done with a broad-pointed pen, probably a J, and with very inferior ink. The word Croydon has been spelt originally with an I, which has been changed to Y. The parcel was directed then by a man, the printing is distinctly masculine, of limited education and unacquainted with the town of Croydon. So far, so good. The box is a yellow, half-pound honeydew box, with nothing distinctive save 2 thumb marks at the left bottom corner. It is filled with rough salt of the quality used for preserving hides, and other of the coarser commercial purposes, and embedded in it are these very singular enclosures. He took out the 2 ears as he spoke, and laying a board across his knees, he examined them minutely, while Lestrade and I, bending forward on each side of him, glanced alternately at these dreadful relics, and at the thoughtful, eager face of our companion. Finally, he returned them to the box once more, and sat for a while in deep thought. "You have observed, of course," said he at last, "that the ears are not a pair." "Yes, I have noticed that. But if this were the practical joke of some students from the dissecting rooms, it would be as easy for them to send 2 odd ears as a pair." "Precisely. But this is not a practical joke." "You are sure of it?" "The presumption is strongly against it. Bodies in the dissecting rooms are injected with preservative fluid. These ears bear no signs of this. They are fresh, too. They have been cut off with a blunt instrument, which would hardly happen if a student had done it. Again, carbolic or rectified spirits would be the preservatives which would suggest themselves to the medical mind. Certainly not rough salt. I repeat that there is no practical joke here, but that we are investigating a serious crime." A vague thrill ran through me as I listened to my companion's words, and saw the stern gravity which had hardened his features. This brutal preliminary seemed to shadow forth some strange and inexplicable horror in the background. Lestrade, however, shook his head like a man who is only half convinced. "There are objections to the joke theory, no doubt," said he, "but there are much stronger reasons against the other. We know that this woman has led a most quiet and respectable life at Penge and here for the last 20 years. She has hardly been away from her home for a day during that time. Why on earth, then, should any criminal send her the proofs of his guilt, especially as, unless she is a most consummate actress, she understands quite as little of the matter as we do?" "That is the problem which we have to solve," Holmes answered. "And for my part, I shall set about it by presuming that my reasoning is correct, and that a double murder has been committed. One of these ears is a woman's, small, finely formed, and pierced for an earring. The other is a man's, sunburned, discoloured, and also pierced for an earring. These 2 people are presumably dead, or we should have heard their story before now. Today is Friday. The packet was posted on Thursday morning. The tragedy, then, occurred on Wednesday, or Tuesday, or earlier. If the 2 people were murdered, who but their murderer would have sent this sign of his work to Miss Cushing? We may take it that the sender of the packet is the man whom we want, but he must have some strong reason for sending Miss Cushing this packet. What reason, then? It must have been to tell her that the deed was done, or to pain her, perhaps. But in that case she knows who it is. Does she know? I doubt it. If she knew, why should she call the police in? She might have buried the ears, and no one would have been the wiser. That is what she would have done if she had wished to shield the criminal. But if she does not wish to shield him, she would give his name. There is a tangle here which needs straightening out." He had been talking in a high, quick voice, staring blankly up over the garden fence, but now he sprang briskly to his feet and walked towards the house. "I have a few questions to ask Miss Cushing," said he. "In that case, I may leave you here," said Lestrade, "for I have another small business on hand. I think that I have nothing further to learn from Miss Cushing. You will find me at the police station." "We shall look in on our way to the train," answered Holmes. A moment later, he and I were back in the front room, where the impassive lady was still quietly working away at her antimacassar. She put it down on her lap as we entered, and looked at us with her frank, searching blue eyes. "I am convinced, sir," she said, "that this matter is a mistake, and that the parcel was never meant for me at all. I have said this several times to the gentleman from Scotland Yard, but he simply laughs at me. I have not an enemy in the world, as far as I know, so why should anyone play me such a trick?" "I am coming to be of the same opinion, Miss Cushing," said Holmes, taking a seat beside her. "I think that it is more than probable—" He paused, and I was surprised, on glancing round, to see that he was staring, with singular intentness, at the lady's profile. Surprise and satisfaction were both, for an instant, to be read upon his eager face, though when she glanced round to find out the cause of his silence, he had become as demure as ever. I stared hard myself at her flat, grizzled hair, her trim cap, her little gilt earrings, her placid features, but I could see nothing which could account for my companion's evident excitement. "There were one or two questions." "Oh, I am weary of questions," cried Miss Cushing, impatiently. "You have 2 sisters, I believe." "How could you know that?" "I observed the very instant that I entered the room that you have a portrait group of 3 ladies upon the mantelpiece, one of whom is undoubtedly yourself, while the others are so exceedingly like you that there could be no doubt of the relationship." "Yes, you are quite right. Those are my sisters, Sarah and Mary." "And here, at my elbow, is another portrait, taken at Liverpool, of your younger sister, in the company of a man who appears to be a steward by his uniform. I observe that she was unmarried at the time." "You are very quick at observing." "That is my trade." "Well, you are quite right. But she was married to Mr. Browner a few days afterwards. He was on the South American line when that was taken, but he was so fond of her that he couldn't abide to leave her for so long, and he got into the Liverpool and London boats." "Ah, the Conqueror, perhaps?" "No, the Mayday, when last I heard. Jim came down here to see me once. That was before he broke the pledge. But afterwards he would always take drink when he was ashore, and a little drink would send him stark staring mad. Ah, it was a bad day that ever he took a glass in his hand again. First he dropped me, and then he quarrelled with Sarah, and now that Mary has stopped writing, we don't know how things are going with them." It was evident that Miss Cushing had come upon a subject on which she felt very deeply. Like most people who lead a lonely life, she was shy at first, but ended by becoming extremely communicative. She told us many details about her brother-in-law the steward, and then, wandering off onto the subject of her former lodgers, the medical students, she gave us a long account of their delinquencies, with their names and those of their hospitals. Holmes listened attentively to everything, throwing in a question from time to time. "About your second sister, Sarah," said he. "I wonder, since you are both maiden ladies, that you do not keep house together." "Ah, you don't know Sarah's temper, or you would wonder no more. I tried it when I came to Croydon, and we kept on until about 2 months ago, when we had to part. I don't want to say a word against my own sister, but she was always meddlesome and hard to please, was Sarah." "You say that she quarrelled with your Liverpool relations?" "Yes, and they were the best of friends at one time. Why, she went up there to live, just in order to be near them. And now she has no word hard enough for Jim Browner. The last 6 months that she was here, she would speak of nothing but his drinking and his ways. He had caught her meddling, I suspect, and given her a bit of his mind, and that was the start of it." "Thank you, Miss Cushing," said Holmes, rising and bowing. "Your sister Sarah lives, I think you said, at New Street, Wallington. Goodbye, and I am very sorry that you should have been troubled over a case with which, as you say, you have nothing whatever to do." There was a cab passing as we came out, and Holmes hailed it. "How far to Wallington?" he asked. "Only about a mile, sir." "Very good. Jump in, Watson. We must strike while the iron is hot. Simple as the case is, there have been one or two very instructive details in connection with it. Just pull up at a telegraph office as you pass, cabby." Holmes sent off a short wire, and for the rest of the drive lay back in the cab, with his hat tilted over his nose to keep the sun from his face. Our driver pulled up at a house which was not unlike the one which we had just quitted. My companion ordered him to wait, and had his hand upon the knocker, when the door opened, and a grave young gentleman in black, with a very shiny hat, appeared on the step. "Is Miss Sarah Cushing at home?" asked Holmes. "Miss Sarah Cushing is extremely ill," said he. "She has been suffering since yesterday from brain symptoms of great severity. As her medical adviser, I cannot possibly take the responsibility of allowing anyone to see her. I should recommend you to call again in 10 days. He drew on his gloves, closed the door, and marched off down the street. "Well, if we can't, we can't," said Holmes, cheerfully. "But perhaps she could not, or would not have told you much." "I did not wish her to tell me anything. I only wanted to look at her. However, I think that I have got all that I want. Drive us to some decent hotel, cabby, where we may have some lunch, and afterwards we shall drop down upon friend Lestrade at the police station." We had a pleasant little meal together, during which Holmes would talk about nothing but violins, narrating with great exultation how he had purchased his own Stradivarius, which was worth at least 500 guineas, at a Jew broker's in Tottenham Court Road, for 55 shillings. This led him to Paganini, and we sat for an hour over a bottle of claret, while he told me anecdote after anecdote of that extraordinary man. The afternoon was far advanced, and the hot glare had softened into a mellow glow, before we found ourselves at the police station. Lestrade was waiting for us at the door. "A telegram for you, Mr. Holmes," said he. "Ha! It is the answer." He tore it open, glanced his eyes over it, and crumpled it into his pocket. "That's all right," said he. "Have you found out anything?" "I have found out everything." "What?" Lestrade stared at him in amazement. "You are joking." "I was never more serious in my life. A shocking crime has been committed, and I think that I have now laid bare every detail of it." "And the criminal?" Holmes scribbled a few words upon the back of one of his visiting cards, and threw it over to Lestrade. "That is it," he said. "You cannot effect an arrest until tomorrow night at the earliest. I should prefer that you would not mention my name at all in connection with the case, as I choose to be associated only with those crimes which present some difficulty in their solution. Come on, Watson." We strode off together to the station, leaving Lestrade still staring with a delighted face at the card which Holmes had thrown him. "The case," said Sherlock Holmes, as we chatted over our cigars that night in our rooms at Baker Street, "is one where, as in the investigations which you have chronicled under the names of The Study in Scarlet and of The Sign of Thor, we have been compelled to reason backward from effects to causes. I have written to Lestrade, asking him to supply us with the details which are now wanting, and which he will only get after he has secured his man. That he may be safely trusted to do, for, although he is absolutely devoid of reason, he is as tenacious as a bulldog when he once understands what he has to do, and indeed it is just this tenacity which has brought him to the top at Scotland Yard." "Your case is not complete, then?" I asked. "It is fairly complete in essentials. We know who the author of the revolting business is, although one of the victims still escapes us. Of course, you have formed your own conclusions. I presume that this Jim Browner, the steward of a Liverpool boat, is the man whom you suspect. Oh, it is more than a suspicion. And yet I cannot see anything save very vague indications. On the contrary, to my mind, nothing could be more clear. Let me run over the principal steps. We approached the case, you remember, with an absolutely blank mind, which is always an advantage. We had formed no theories. We were simply there to observe and to draw inferences from our observations. What did we see first? A very placid and respectable lady, who seemed quite innocent of any secret, and a portrait which showed me that she had 2 younger sisters. It instantly flashed across my mind that the box might have been meant for one of these. I set the idea aside as one which could be disproved or confirmed at our leisure. Then we went into the garden, as you remember, and we saw the very singular contents of the little yellow box. The string was of the quality which is used by sailmakers aboard ship, and at once a whiff of the sea was perceptible in our investigation. When I observed that the knot was one which is popular with sailors, that the parcel had been posted at a port, and that the male ear was pierced for an earring, which is so much more common among sailors than landsmen, I was quite certain that all the actors in the tragedy were to be found among our seafaring classes. When I came to examine the address of the packet, I observed that it was to Miss S. Cushing. Now, the oldest sister would, of course, be Miss Cushing, and although her initial was S, it might belong to one of the others as well. In that case, we should have to commence our investigation from a fresh basis altogether. I therefore went into the house with the intention of clearing up this point. I was about to assure Miss Cushing that I was convinced that a mistake had been made, when you may remember that I came suddenly to a stop. The fact was that I had just seen something which filled me with surprise, and at the same time narrowed the field of our inquiry immensely. As a medical man, you are aware, Watson, that there is no part of the body which varies so much as the human ear. Each ear is, as a rule, quite distinctive, and differs from all the other ones. In last year's Anthropological Journal, you will find 2 short monographs from my pen upon the subject. I had therefore examined the ears in the box with the eyes of an expert, and had carefully noted their anatomical peculiarities. Imagine my surprise, then, when, on looking at Miss Cushing, I perceived that her ear corresponded exactly with the female ear which I had just inspected. The matter was entirely beyond coincidence. There was the same shortening of the pinna, the same broad curve of the upper lobe, the same convolution of the inner cartilage. In all essentials, it was the same ear. Of course, I at once saw the enormous importance of the observation. It was evident that the victim was a blood relation, and probably a very close one. I began to talk to her about her family, and you remember that she at once gave us some exceedingly valuable details. In the first place, her sister's name was Sarah, and her address had until recently been the same, so that it was quite obvious how the mistake had occurred, and whom the packet was meant for. Then we heard of this steward, married to the 3rd sister, and learned that he had at one time been so intimate with Miss Sarah that she had actually gone up to Liverpool to be near the Browners, but a quarrel had afterwards divided them. This quarrel had put a stop to all communications for some months, so that if Browner had occasion to address a packet to Miss Sarah, he would undoubtedly have done so to her old address. And now the matter had begun to straighten itself out wonderfully. We had learned of the existence of this steward, an impulsive man of strong passions. You remember that he threw up what must have been a very superior berth in order to be nearer his wife, subject, too, to occasional fits of hard drinking. We had reason to believe that his wife had been murdered, and that a man, presumably a seafaring man, had been murdered at the same time. Jealousy, of course, at once suggests itself as the motive for the crime, and why should these proofs of the deed be sent to Miss Sarah Cushing? Probably because, during her residence in Liverpool, she had some hand in bringing about the events which led to the tragedy. You will observe that this line of boats calls at Belfast, Dublin, and Waterford, so that, presuming that Browner had committed the deed, and had embarked at once upon his steamer, the Meade, Belfast would be the first place at which he could post his terrible packet. A second solution was at this stage obviously possible, and although I thought it exceedingly unlikely, I was determined to elucidate it before going further. An unsuccessful lover might have killed Mr. and Mrs. Browner, and the male ear might have belonged to the husband. There were many grave objections to this theory, but it was conceivable. I therefore sent off a telegram to my friend Alga of the Liverpool force, and asked him to find out if Mrs. Browner were at home, and if Mr. Browner had departed in the Mayday. Then we went on to Wallington to visit Miss Sarah. I was curious, in the first place, to see how far the family ear had been reproduced in her. Then, of course, she might give us very important information, but I was not sanguine that she would. She must have heard of the business the day before, since all Croydon was ringing with it, and she alone could have understood whom the packet was meant for. If she had been willing to help justice, she would probably have communicated with the police already. However, it was clearly our duty to see her, so we went. We found that the news of the arrival of the packet, for her illness dated from that time, had such an effect upon her as to bring on brain fever. It was clearer than ever that she understood its full significance, but equally clear that we should have to wait for some time for any assistance from her. However, we were really independent of her help. Our answers were waiting for us at the police station, where I had directed Alga to send them. Nothing could be more conclusive. Mrs. Browner's house had been closed for more than 3 days, and the neighbours were of opinion that she had gone south to see her relatives. It had been ascertained at the shipping offices that Browner had left aboard of the Mayday, and I calculate that she is due in the Thames tomorrow night. When he arrives, he will be met by the obtuse but resolute Lestrade, and I have no doubt that we shall have all our details filled in. Sherlock Holmes was not disappointed in his expectations. 2 days later, he received a bulky envelope, which contained a short note from the detective and a typewritten document, which covered several pages of foolscap. "Lestrade has got him all right," said Holmes, glancing up at me. "Perhaps it would interest you to hear what he says. My dear Mr. Holmes, in accordance with the scheme which we had formed in order to test our theories the we is rather fine, Watson, is it not? I went down to the Albert Dock yesterday at 6 p.m. and boarded the SS Mayday, belonging to the Liverpool, Dublin and London Steam Packet Company. On inquiry, I found that there was a steward on board of the name of James Browner, and that he had acted during the voyage in such an extraordinary manner that the captain had been compelled to relieve him of his duties. On descending to his berth, I found him seated upon a chest, with his head sunk upon his hands, rocking himself to and fro. He is a big, powerful chap, clean-shaven and very swarthy, something like Aldridge, who helped us in the bogus laundry affair. He jumped up when he heard my business, and I had a whistle to my lips to call a couple of river police who were round the corner. But he seemed to have no heart in him, and he held out his hands quietly enough for the darbies. We brought him along to the cells, and his box as well, for we thought there might be something incriminating. But, bar a big sharp knife, such as most sailors have, we got nothing for our trouble. However, we find that we shall want no more evidence, for, on being brought before the inspector at the station, he asked leave to make a statement, which was, of course, taken down, just as he made it, by our shorthand man. We had 3 copies typewritten, one of which I enclose. The affair proves, as I always thought it would, to be an extremely simple one, but I am obliged to you for assisting me in my investigation. With kind regards, yours very truly, G. Lestrade. The investigation really was a very simple one, remarked Holmes, but I don't think it struck him in that light when he first called us in. However, let us see what Jim Browner has to say for himself. This is his statement, as made before Inspector Montgomery at the Shadwell police station, and it has the advantage of being verbatim. Have I anything to say? Yes, I have a deal to say. I have to make a clean breast of it all. You can hang me, or you can leave me alone. I don't care a plug which you do. I tell you, I've not shut an eye in sleep since I did it, and I don't believe I ever will again, until I get past all waking. Sometimes it's his face, but most generally it's hers. I'm never without one or the other before me. He looks frowning and black-like, but she has a kind of surprise upon her face. Aye, the white lamb. She might well be surprised when she read death on a face that had seldom looked anything but love upon her before. But it was Sarah's fault, and may the curse of a broken man put a blight on her, and set the blood rotting in her veins. It's not that I want to clear myself. I know that I went back to drink, like the beast that I was. But she would have forgiven me. She would have stuck as close to me as a rope to a block if that woman had never darkened our door. For Sarah Cushing loved me. That's the root of the business. She loved me, until all her love turned to poisonous hate, when she knew that I thought more of my wife's footmark in the mud than I did of her whole body and soul. There were 3 sisters altogether. The old one was just a good woman, the second was a devil, and the third was an angel. Sarah was 33, and Mary was 29 when I married. We were just as happy as the day was long when we set up house together, and in all Liverpool there was no better woman than my Mary. And then we asked Sarah up for a week, and the week grew into a month, and one thing led to another, until she was just one of ourselves. I was blue ribbon at that time, and we were putting a little money by, and all was as bright as a new dollar. My God, whoever would have thought that it could have come to this? Whoever would have dreamed it? I used to be home for the weekends very often, and sometimes, if the ship were held back for cargo, I would have a whole week at a time. And in this way I saw a deal of my sister-in-law, Sarah. She was a fine, tall woman, black and quick and fierce, with a proud way of carrying her head, and a glint from her eye like the spark from a flint. But when little Mary was there, I had never a thought for her, and that I swear, as I hope for God's mercy. It had seemed to me sometimes that she liked to be alone with me, or to coax me out for a walk with her, but I had never thought anything of that. But one evening my eyes were opened. I had come up from the ship and found my wife out, but Sarah at home. "Where's Mary?" I asked. "Oh, she has gone to pay some accounts." I was impatient, and paced up and down the room. "Can't you be happy for 5 minutes without Mary, Jim?" says she. "It's a bad compliment to me that you can't be contented with my society for so short a time." "That's all right, my lass," said I, putting out my hand towards her in a kindly way. But she had it in both hers in an instant, and they burned as if they were in a fever. I looked into her eyes, and I read it all there. There was no need for her to speak, nor for me either. I frowned and drew my hand away. Then she stood by my side in silence for a bit, and then put up her hand and patted me on the shoulder. "Steady, old Jim," said she, and with a kind of mocking laugh she ran out of the room. Well, from that time Sarah hated me with her whole heart and soul, and she is a woman who can hate too. I was a fool to let her go on biding with us, a besotted fool, but I never said a word to Mary, for I knew it would grieve her. Things went on much as before, but after a time I began to find that there was a bit of a change in Mary herself. She had always been so trusting and so innocent, but now she became queer and suspicious, wanting to know where I'd been and what I'd been doing and whom my letters were from and what I had in my pockets and 1,000 such follies. Day by day she grew queerer and more irritable, and we had causeless rows about nothing. I was fairly puzzled by it all. Sarah avoided me now, but she and Mary were just inseparable. I can see now how she was plotting and scheming and poisoning my wife's mind against me, but I was such a blind beetle that I could not understand it at the time. Then I broke my blue ribbon and began to drink again, but I think I should not have done it if Mary had been the same as ever. She had some reason to be disgusted with me now, and the gap between us began to be wider and wider. And then this Alec Fairbairn chipped in, and things became 1,000 times blacker. It was to see Sarah that he came to my house first, but soon it was to see us, for he was a man with winning ways, and he made friends wherever he went. He was a dashing, swaggering chap, smart and curled, who had seen half the world, and could talk of what he'd seen. He was good company, I won't deny it, and he had wonderful polite ways with him for a sailor man, so that I think there must have been a time when he knew more of the poop than the forecastle. For a month he was in and out of my house, and never once did it cross my mind that harm might come of his soft, tricky ways. And then at last something made me suspect, and from that day my peace was gone forever. It was only a little thing too. I had come into the parlour unexpected, and as I walked in at the door I saw a light of welcome on my wife's face. But as she saw who it was, it faded again, and she turned away with a look of disappointment. That was enough for me. There was no one but Alec Fairbairn whose step she could have mistaken for mine. If I could have seen him then, I should have killed him, for I have always been like a madman when my temper gets loose. Mary saw the devil's light in my eyes, and she ran forward with her hands on my sleeve. "Don't, Jim, don't," says she. "Where's Sarah?" I asked. "In the kitchen," says she. "Sarah," says I, as I went in, "this man Fairbairn is never to darken my door again." "Why not?" says she. "Because I ordered it." "Oh," says she, "if my friends are not good enough for this house, then I am not good enough for it either." "You can do what you like," says I, "but if Fairbairn shows his face here again, I'll send you one of his ears for a keepsake." She was frightened by my face, I think, for she never answered a word, and the same evening she left my house. Well, I don't know now whether it was pure devilry on the part of this woman, or whether she thought that she could turn me against my wife by encouraging her to misbehave. Anyway, she took a house just 2 streets off and let lodgings to sailors. Fairbairn used to stay there, and Mary would go round to have tea with her sister and him. How often she went I don't know, but I followed her one day, and as I broke in at the door, Fairbairn got away over the back garden wall like the cowardly skunk that he was. I swore to my wife that I would kill her if I found her in his company again, and I led her back with me, sobbing and trembling, and as white as a piece of paper. There was no trace of love between us any longer. I could see that she hated me and feared me, and when the thought of it drove me to drink, then she despised me as well. Well, Sarah found that she could not make a living in Liverpool, so she went back, as I understand, to live with her sister in Croydon, and things jogged on much the same as ever at home. And then came this last week, and all the misery and ruin. It was in this way. We had gone on the Mayday for a round voyage of 7 days, but a hogshead got loose and started one of our plates, so that we had to put back into port for 12 hours. I left the ship and came home, thinking what a surprise it would be for my wife, and hoping that maybe she would be glad to see me so soon. The thought was in my head as I turned into my own street, and at that moment a cab passed me, and there she was, sitting by the side of Fairbairn, the two chatting and laughing, with never a thought for me, as I stood watching them from the footpath. I tell you, and I give you my word on it, that from that moment I was not my own master, and it is all like a dim dream when I look back on it. I have been drinking hard of late, and the two things together fairly turned my brain. There's something throbbing in my head now, like a docker's hammer, but that morning I seemed to have all Niagara whizzing and buzzing in my ears. Well, I took to my heels, and I ran after the cab. I had a heavy oak stick in my hand, and I tell you that I saw red from the first. But as I ran, I got cunning too, and hung back a little to see them without being seen. They pulled up soon at the railway station. There was a good crowd round the booking office, so I got quite close to them without being seen. They took tickets for New Brighton. So did I, but I got in 3 carriages behind them. When we reached it, they walked along the parade, and I was never more than 100 yards from them. At last I saw them hire a boat and start for a row, for it was a very hot day, and they thought no doubt that it would be cooler on the water. It was just as if they had been given into my hands. There was a bit of a haze, and you could not see more than a few 100 yards. I hired a boat for myself, and I pulled after them. I could see the blur of their craft, but they were going nearly as fast as I, and they must have been a long mile from the shore before I caught them up. The haze was like a curtain all round us, and there were we 3 in the middle of it. My God! Shall I ever forget their faces when they saw who was in the boat that was closing in upon them? She screamed out. He swore like a madman, and jabbed at me with an oar, for he must have seen death in my eyes. I got past it, and got one in with my stick that crushed his head like an egg. I would have spared her, perhaps, for all my madness, but she threw her arms around him, crying out to him, and calling him Alec. I struck again, and she lay stretched beside him. I was like a wild beast then that had tasted blood. If Sarah had been there, by the Lord, she would have joined them. I pulled out my knife and... Well, there, I've said enough. It gave me a kind of savage joy when I thought how Sarah would feel when she had such signs as these of what her meddling had brought about. Then I tied the bodies into the boat, stove a plank, and stood by until they'd sunk. I knew very well that the owner would think that they had lost their bearings in the haze and had drifted off out to sea. I cleaned myself up, got back to land, and joined my ship without a soul having a suspicion of what had passed. That night I made up the packet for Sarah Cushing, and next day I sent it from Belfast. There you have the whole truth of it. You can hang me, or do what you like with me, but you cannot punish me, as I have been punished already. I cannot shut my eyes, but I see those 2 faces staring at me, staring at me as they stared when my boat broke through the haze. I killed them quick, but they are killing me slow, and if I have another night of it, I shall be either mad or dead before morning. You won't put me alone into a cell, sir. For pity's sake, don't. And may you be treated in your day of agony as you treat me now. What is the meaning of it, Watson? Said Holmes solemnly, as he laid down the paper. What object is served by this circle of misery and violence and fear? It must tend to some end, or else our universe is ruled by chance, which is unthinkable. But what end? There is the great, standing, perennial problem, to which human reason is as far from an answer as ever. Murder by Proxy by M. McDonnell Bodkin. At 2:00 precisely, on that sweltering 12th of August, Eric Neville, young, handsome, debonair, sauntered through the glass door, down the wrought iron staircase, into the beautiful, old-fashioned garden of Berkeley Manor, radiant in white flannel, with a broad-brimmed Panama hat perched lightly on his glossy black curls, for he had just come from lazing in his canoe along the shadiest stretches of the river, with a book for company. The back of the manor house was the south wall of the garden, which stretched away for nearly a mile, gay with blooming flowers and ripening fruit. The air, heavy with perfume, stole softly through all the windows, now standing wide open in the sunshine, as though the great house gasped for breath. When Eric's trim, tan boot left the last step of the iron staircase, it reached the broad gravelled walk of the garden. 50 yards off, the head gardener was tending his peaches, the smoke from his pipe hanging like a faint blue haze in the still air that seemed to quiver with the heat. Eric, as he reached him, held out a petitionary hand, too lazy to speak. Without a word, the gardener stretched for a huge peach that was striving to hide its red face from the sun under narrow ribbed leaves, plucked it as though he loved it, and put it softly in the young man's hand. Eric stripped off the velvet coat, rose-coloured, green and amber, till it hung round the fruit in tatters, and made his sharp, white teeth meet in the juicy flesh of the ripe peach. Bang! The sudden shock of sound close to their ears wrenched the nerves of the two men. One dropped his peach, and the other his pipe. Both stared about them in utter amazement. "Look there, sir," whispered the gardener, pointing to a little cloud of smoke oozing lazily through a window almost directly over their head, while the pungent spice of gunpowder made itself felt in the hot air. "My uncle's room," gasped Eric. "I left him only a moment ago, fast asleep on the sofa." He turned as he spoke, and ran like a deer along the garden walk, up the iron steps, and back through the glass door into the house, the old gardener following as swiftly as his rheumatism would allow. Eric crossed the sitting-room, on which the glass door opened, went up the broad carpeted staircase 4 steps at a time, turned sharply to the right down a broad corridor, and burst straight through the open door of his uncle's study. Fast as he had come, there was another before him. A tall, strong figure, dressed in light tweed, was bending over the sofa, where, a few minutes before, Eric had seen his uncle asleep. Eric recognized the broad back and brown hair at once. "John!" he cried. "John, what is it?" His cousin turned to him, a handsome, manly face, ghastly pale now, even to the lips. "Eric, my boy," he answered falteringly, "this is too awful. Uncle has been murdered, shot, stone dead." "What? No, it cannot be. "It's not 5 minutes since I saw him quietly sleeping," Eric began. Then his eyes fell on the still figure on the sofa, and he broke off abruptly. Squire Neville lay with his face to the wall, only the outline of his strong, hard features visible. The charge of shot had entered at the base of the skull. The grey hair was all dabbled with blood, and the heavy, warm drops still fell slowly onto the carpet. "But who can have—" Eric gasped out, almost speechless with horror. "It must have been his own gun," his cousin answered. "It was lying there, on the table, to the right, barrel still smoking when I came in." "It wasn't suicide, was it?" asked Eric in a frightened whisper. "Quite impossible, I should say. You see where he is hit." "But it was so sudden. I ran the moment I heard the shot, and you were before me. Did you see anyone?" "Not a soul. The room was empty." "But how could the murderer escape?" "Perhaps he leapt through the window. It was open when I came in." "He couldn't do that, Master John." It was the voice of the gardener at the door. "Me and Master Eric was right under the window when the shot came." "Then how in the devil's name did he disappear, Simpson?" "It's not for me to say, sir." John Neville searched the room with eager eyes. There was no cover in it for a cat. A bare, plain room, panelled with brown oak, on which hung some guns and fishing rods, old-fashioned for the most part, but of the finest workmanship and material. A small bookcase in the corner was the room's sole claim to be called a study. The huge leather-covered sofa, on which the corpse lay, a massive round table in the centre of the room, and a few heavy chairs completed the furniture. The dust lay thick on everything. The fierce sunshine streamed in a broad band across the room. The air was stifling with heat, and the acrid smoke of gunpowder. John Neville noticed how pale his young cousin was. He laid his hand on his shoulder, with the protecting kindness of an elder brother. "Come, Eric," he said softly. "We can do no good here." "We had best look round first, hadn't we, for some clue?" asked Eric, and he stretched his hand towards the gun. But John stopped him. "No, no," he cried hastily. "We must leave things just as we find them. I'll send a man to the village for Wardle, and telegraph to London for a detective." He drew his young cousin gently from the room, locked the door on the outside, and put the key in his pocket. "Who shall I wire to?" John Neville called from his desk, with pencil poised over the paper, to his cousin, who sat at the library table, with his head buried in his hands. "It will need a sharp man, one who can give his whole time to it." "I don't know anyone. Yes, I do. That fellow with a queer name that found the Duke of Southern's opal. Beck, that's it. Thornton Crescent, W.C. will find him." John Neville filled in the name and address, to the telegram he had already written. "Come at once. Case of murder. Expense no object. John Neville, Berkeley Manor, Dorset." Little did Eric guess that the filling in of that name was to him a matter of life or death. John Neville had picked up a timetable and rustled through the leaves. "Hard lines, Eric," he said. "Do his best he cannot get here before midnight. But here's Wardle already, anyhow. That's quick work." A shrewd, silent man was Wardle, the local constable, who now came briskly up the broad avenue, strong and active too, though well over 50 years of age. John Neville met him at the door with the news, but the groom had already told of the murder. "You did the right thing to lock the door, sir," said Wardle, as they passed into the library, where Eric still sat, apparently unconscious of their presence. "And you wired for a right good man. I've worked with this here Mr. Beck before now, a pleasant-spoken man, and a lucky one. 'No hurry, Mr. Wardle,' he says to me, 'and no fuss. Stir nothing. The things about the corpse have always a story of their own, if they are let tell it. and I always like to have the first quiet little chat with them myself." So the constable held his tongue, and kept his hands quiet, and used his eyes and ears, while the great house buzzed with gossip. There was a whisper here and a whisper there, and the whispers patched themselves into a story. By slow degrees, dark suspicion settled down and closed like a cloud round John Neville. Its influence seemed to pass, in some strange fashion, through the closed doors of the library. John began pacing the room restlessly from end to end. After a little while, the big room was not big enough to hold his impatience. He wandered out aimlessly, as it seemed, from one room to another, now down the iron steps to gaze vacantly at the window of his uncle's room, now past the locked door in the broad corridor. With an elaborate pretence of carelessness, Wardle kept him in sight through all his wanderings, but John Neville seemed too self-absorbed to notice it. Presently he returned to the library. Eric was there, still sitting with his back to the door, only the top of his head showing above the high chair. He seemed absorbed in thought or sleep, he sat so still. But he started up with a quick cry, showing a white, frightened face when John touched him lightly on the arm. "Come for a walk in the grounds, Eric," he said. "This waiting and watching and doing nothing is killing work. I cannot stand it much longer." "I'd rather not, if you don't mind," Eric answered wearily. "I feel completely knocked over." "A mouthful of fresh air would do you good, my poor boy. You do look done up." Eric shook his head. "Well, I'm off," John said. "If you leave me the key, I will give it to the detective if he comes." "Oh, he cannot be here before midnight, and I'll be back in an hour." As John Neville walked rapidly down the avenue without looking back, Wardle stepped quietly after, keeping him well in view. Presently Neville turned abruptly in amongst the woods, the constable still following cautiously. The trees stood tall and well apart, and the slanting sunshine made lanes of vivid green through the shade. As Wardle crossed between Neville and the sun, his shadow fell long and black on the bright green. John Neville saw the shadow move in front of him, and turned sharp round and faced his pursuer. The constable stood stock still and stared. "Well, Wardle, what is it? Don't stand there like a fool, fingering your baton. Speak out, man. What do you want of me?" "You see how it is, Master John," the constable stammered out. "I don't believe it myself. I've known you 21 years, since you were born, I may say, and I don't believe it, not a blessed word of it. But duty is duty, and I must go through with it, and facts is facts. And you and he had words last night, and Master Eric found you first in the room when—" John Neville listened, bewildered at first. Then, suddenly, as it seemed to dawn on him for the first time that he could be suspected of this murder, he kindled a sudden hot blaze of anger. He turned fiercely on the constable. Broad-chested, strong-limbed, he towered over him, terrible in his wrath. His hands clenched, his muscles quivered, his strong white teeth shut tight as a rat-trap, and a reddish light shining at the back of his brown eyes. "How dare you! How dare you!" he hissed out between his teeth, his passion choking him. He looked dangerous, that roused young giant, but Wardle met his angry eyes without flinching. "Where's the use, Master John?" he said soothingly. "It's main hard on you, I know, but the fault isn't mine, and you won't help yourself by taking it that way." The gust of passion appeared to sweep by as suddenly as it arose. The handsome face cleared, and there was no trace of anger in the frank voice that answered, "You are right, Wardle, quite right. What is to be done next? Am I to consider myself under arrest?" "Better not, sir. You've got things to do a prisoner couldn't do, Handy, and I don't want to stand in the way of your doing them. If you give me your word, it will be enough." "My word for what?" "That you'll be here when wanted." "Why, man, you don't think I'd be fool enough, innocent or guilty, to run away? My God, run away from a charge of murder?" "Don't take on like that, sir. There's a man coming from London that will set things straight, you'll see. Have I your word?" "You have my word." "Perhaps you'd better be getting back to the house, sir. There's a deal of talking going on amongst the servants. I'll keep out of the way, and no one will be the wiser for anything that has passed between us." Halfway up the avenue, a fast-driven dog-cart overtook John Neville, and pulled up so sharply that the horse's hoofs sent the coarse gravel flying. A stout, thick-set man, who up to that had been in close chat with the driver, leapt out more lightly than could have been expected from his figure. "Mr. John Neville, I presume? My name is Beck, Mr. Paul Beck." "Mr. Beck? Why, I thought you couldn't have got here before midnight." "Special train," Mr. Beck answered pleasantly. "Your wire said expense no object. Well, time is an object, and comfort is an object too, more or less, in all these cases. So I took a special train, and here I am. With your permission, we will send the trap on, and walk to the house together. This seems a bad business, Mr. Neville. Shot dead, the driver tells me. Anyone suspected?" "I'm suspected." The answer broke from John Neville's lips almost fiercely. Mr. Beck looked at him for a minute with placid curiosity, without a touch of surprise in it. "How do you know that?" "Wardle, the local constable, has just told me so to my face. It was only by way of a special favour he refrained from arresting me then and there." Mr. Beck walked on beside John Neville 10 or 15 paces before he spoke again. "Do you mind," he said in a very insinuating voice, "telling me exactly why you are suspected?" "Not in the very least. Mind this," the detective went on quickly. "I give you no caution and make you no pledge. It's my business to find out the truth. If you think the truth will help you, then you ought to help me. This is very irregular, of course, but I don't mind that. When a man is charged with a crime, there is, you see, Mr. Neville, always one witness who knows whether he is guilty or not. There is, very often, only that one. The first thing the British law does, by way of discovering the truth, is to close the mouth of the only witness that knows it. Well, that's not my way. I like to give an innocent man a chance to tell his own story, and I've no scruple in trapping a guilty man if I can." He looked John Neville straight in the eyes as he spoke. The look was steadily returned. "I think I understand. What do you want to know? Where shall I begin?" "At the beginning. What did you quarrel with your uncle about yesterday?" John Neville hesitated for a moment, and Mr. Beck took a mental note of his hesitation. "I didn't quarrel with him. He quarrelled with me. It was this way. There was a bitter feud between my uncle and his neighbour, Colonel Peyton. The estates adjoin, and the quarrel was about some shooting. My uncle was very violent. He used to call Colonel Peyton a common poacher. Well, I took no hand in the row. I was rather shy when I met the colonel for the first time after it, for I knew my uncle had the wrong end of the stick, but the colonel spoke to me in the kindest way. 'No reason why you and I should cease to be friends, John,' he said. 'This is a foolish business. I would give the best covet on my estate to be out of it. Men cannot fight duels in these days, and gentlemen cannot scold like fishwives. But I don't expect people will call me a coward because I hate a row.' 'Not likely,' I said. The colonel, you must know, had distinguished himself in a dozen engagements, and has the Victoria Cross locked up in a drawer of his desk. Lucy once showed it to me. Lucy is his only daughter, and he is devoted to her. Well, after that, of course, the colonel and I kept on good terms, for I liked him, and I liked going there and all that. But our friendship angered my uncle. I had been going to the Grange pretty often of late, and my uncle heard of it. He spoke to me in a very rough fashion of Colonel Peyton and his daughter at dinner last night, and I stood up for them. "By what right, you insolent puppy?" he shouted. "Do you take this upstart's part against me?" "The Peytons are as good a family as our own, sir," I said, and that was true. "And as for right, Miss Lucy Peyton has done me the honour of promising to be my wife." At that he exploded in a very tempest of rage. I cannot repeat his words about the Colonel and his daughter. Even now, though he lies dead yonder, I can hardly forgive them. He swore he would never see or speak to me again if I disgraced myself by such a marriage. "I cannot break the entail," he growled, "worse luck, but I can make you a beggar while I live, and I shall live 40 years to spite you. The poacher can have you a bargain for all I care. Go, sell yourself as clearly as you can, and live on your wife's fortune as soon as you please." Well, then I lost my temper and gave him a bit of my mind. "Try and remember what you said. It's important." I told him that I cast his contempt back in his face, that I loved Lucy Peyton, and that I would live for her, and die for her, if need be. "Did you say it was a comfort he could not live forever? You see, the story of your quarrel has travelled far and near. The driver told me of it. Try and remember. Did you say that?" "I think I did. I'm sure I did now, but I was so furious I hardly knew what I said. I certainly never meant—" "Who was in the room when you quarrelled?" "Only Cousin Eric and the butler." "The butler, I suppose, spread the story?" "I suppose so. I'm sure Cousin Eric never did. He was as much pained at the scene as myself. He tried to interfere at the time, but his interference only made my uncle more furious." "What was your allowance from your uncle?" 1,000 a year. "He had power to cut it off, I suppose?" "Certainly." "But he has no power over the estate. You were heir apparent under the entail, and at the present moment you are owner of Berkeley Manor." "That is so, but up to the moment you spoke, I assure you, I never even remembered. Who comes next to you in the entail?" "My first cousin Eric. He is 4 years younger than I am." "After him?" "A distant cousin. I scarcely know him at all, but he has a bad reputation, and I know my uncle and he hated each other cordially." "How did your uncle and your cousin Eric hit it off?" "Not too well. He hated Eric's father, his own youngest brother, and he was sometimes rough on Eric. He used to abuse the dead father in the son's presence, calling him cruel and treacherous and all that. Poor Eric had often a hard time of it. Uncle was liberal to him as far as money went, as liberal as he was to me, had him to live at the manor and denied him nothing, but now and again he would sting the poor lad by a passionate curse or a bitter sneer. In spite of it all, Eric seemed fond of him. To come now to the murder, you saw your uncle no more that night, I suppose?" "I never saw him alive again." "Do you know what he did next day?" "Only by hearsay. Hearsay evidence is often first-class evidence, though the law doesn't think so. What did you hear?" "My uncle was mad about shooting. Did I tell you his quarrel with Colonel Peyton was about the shooting? He had a grouse moor rented about 12 miles from here, and he never missed the first day. He was off at cock-shout with the head gamekeeper, Lennox. I was to have gone with him, but I didn't, of course. Contrary to his custom, he came back about noon and went straight to his study. I was writing in my own room and heard his heavy step go past the door. Later on, Eric found him asleep on the great leather couch in his study. 5 minutes after Eric left, I heard the shot and rushed into his room." Did you examine the room after you found the body?" "No. Eric wanted to, but I thought it better not. I simply locked the door and put the key in my pocket till you came." "Could it have been suicide?" "Impossible, I should say. He was shot through the back of the head." "Had your uncle any enemies that you know of?" "The poachers hated him. He was relentless with them. A fellow once shot at him, and my uncle shot back and shattered the man's leg. He had him sent to hospital first and cured, and then prosecuted him straight away and got him 2 years. "Then you think a poacher murdered him?" Mr. Beck said, blandly. "I don't well see how he could. I was in my own room on the same corridor. The only way to or from my uncle's room was past my door. I rushed out the instant I heard the shot and saw no one. Perhaps the murderer leapt through the window. Eric tells me that he and the gardener were in the garden almost under the window at the time." "What's your theory, then, Mr. Neville?" "I haven't got a theory." "You parted with your uncle in anger last night?" "That's so." "Next day your uncle is shot, and you are found, I won't say caught, in his room the instant afterwards." John Neville flushed crimson, but he held himself in and nodded without speaking. The two walked on together in silence. They were not 100 yards from the great mansion, John Neville's house, standing high above the embowering trees in the glow of the twilight, when the detective spoke again. "I'm bound to say, Mr. Neville, that things look very black against you as they stand. I think that Constable Wardle ought to have arrested you." "It's not too late yet," John Neville answered shortly. "I see him there at the corner of the house, and I'll tell him you said so." He turned on his heel, when Mr. Beck called quickly after him, "What about that key?" John Neville handed it to him without a word. The detective took it as silently and walked on to the entrance and up the great stone steps, alone, whistling softly. Eric welcomed him at the door, for the driver had told of his coming. "You have had no dinner, Mr. Beck?" he asked courteously. "Business first, pleasure afterwards. I had a snack in the train. Can I see the gamekeeper, Lennox, for 5 minutes alone?" "Certainly. I'll send him to you in a moment, here in the library." Lennox, the gamekeeper, a long-limbed, high-shouldered, elderly man, shambled shyly into the room, consumed by nervousness in the presence of a London detective. "Sit down, Lennox, sit down," said Mr. Beck kindly. The very sound of his voice, homely and good-natured, put the man at his ease. "Now, tell me, why did you come home so soon from the grouse this morning?"
"Well, you see, sir, it was this ways. We were 2 hours out when the squire, he says to me, 'Lennox,' he says, 'I'm sick of this fooling. I'm going home.'"
"No sport?"
"Birds were as thick as blackberries, sir, and lay like larks."
"No sportsman, then?"
"Is it the squire, sir?"
cried Lennox, quite forgetting his shyness, in his excitement at this slur on the squire.
"There wasn't a better sportsman in the county. No, nor as good. Real old-fashioned style he was. Hang your barnyard shooting, he'd say, when they'd ask him to go kill tame pheasants. He put up his own birds with his own dogs, he did. He'd as soon go shooting without a gun very near as without a dog any day. Aye, and he stuck to his old Manton muzzle-loader to the last. 'Hold it steady, Lennox,' he'd say to me oftentimes, 'and point it straight. It will hit harder and further than any of their telescopes, and it won't get marked with rust if you don't clean it every second shot.' 'Easy to load, squire,' the young men would say, cracking up their hammerless breech-loaders. 'Aye,' he'd answer them back, 'and spoil your dog's work. What's the good of a dog learning to down shot if you can drop in your cartridges as quick as a cock can prick corn?' A dead shot the squire was, too, And no mistake, sir, if he wasn't flurried. Many a time I've seen him wipe the eyes of gents who thought no end of themselves with that same old muzzle-loader that shot hisself in the long run. Many a time I seen—"
"Why did he turn his back on good sport yesterday?" asked Mr. Beck, cutting short his reminiscences.
"Well, you see, it was scorching hot, for one thing, but that wasn't it, for the infernal fire would not stop the squire if he was on for sport. But he was in a blazing temper all the morning, and temper tells more than most anything on a man's shooting. When Flora sprung a pack, she's a young dog, and the fault wasn't hers either, for she came down the wind on them, but the squire had the gun to his shoulder to shoot her. 5 minutes after, she found another pack, and set like a stone. They got up as big as haycocks, and as lazy as crows, and he missed right and left, never touched a feather, a thing I haven't seen him do since I was a boy. 'It's myself I should shoot, not the dog,' he growled, and he flung me the gun to load. When I'd got the caps on, and had shaken the powder into the nipples, he ripped out an oath that he'd have no more of it. He walked right across country to where the trap was. The birds got up under his feet, but divil a shot he'd fire, but drove straight home. When we got to the house, I wanted to take the gun and fire it off to draw the charges, but he told me to go to... and carried it up, loaded as it was, to his study, where no one goes unless they're sent for special. It was better than an hour afterwards I heard the report of the Manton. I'd know it in 1,000. I ran for the study as fast as—"
Eric Neville broke suddenly into the room, flushed and excited. "Mr. Beck," he cried, "a monstrous thing has happened. Wardle, the local constable, you know, has arrested my cousin on a charge of wilful murder of my uncle." Mr. Beck, with his eyes intent on the excited face, waved his big hand soothingly. "Easy," he said. "Take it easy, Mr. Neville. It's hurtful to your feelings, no doubt, but it cannot be helped. The constable has done no more than his duty. The evidence is very strong, as you know, and in such cases it's best for all parties to proceed regularly. You can go," he went on, speaking to Lennox, who stood dumbfounded at the news of John Neville's arrest, staring with eyes and mouth wide open. Then, turning again very quietly to Eric, "Now, Mr. Neville, I would like to see the room where the corpse is." The perfect placidity of his manner had its effect upon the boy, for he was little more than a boy, calming his excitement as oil smooths troubled water. "My cousin has the key," he said. "I will get it." "There is no need," Mr. Beck called after him, for he was halfway out of the room on his errand. "I've got the key, if you will be good enough to show me the room." Mastering his surprise, Eric showed him upstairs and along the corridor to the locked door. Half unconsciously, as it seemed, he was following the detective into the room, when Mr. Beck stopped him. "I know you will kindly humour me, Mr. Neville," he said, "but I find that I can look closer and think clearer when I'm by myself. I'm not exactly shy, you know, but it's a habit I've got." He closed the door softly as he spoke, and locked it on the inside, leaving the key in the lock. The mask of placidity fell from him the moment he found himself alone. His lips tightened, and his eyes sparkled, and his muscles seemed to grow rigid with excitement, like a sporting dog's when he is close upon the game. One glance at the corpse showed him that it was not suicide. In this, at least, John Neville had spoken the truth. The back of the head had literally been blown in by the charge of heavy shot at close quarters. The grey hair was clammy and matted, with little white angles of bone protruding. The dropping of the blood had made a black pool on the carpet, and the close air of the room was fetid with the smell of it. The detective walked to the table, where the gun, a handsome, old-fashioned muzzle-loader, lay, the muzzle still pointed at the corpse. But his attention was diverted by a water bottle, a great globe of clear glass, quite full, and perched on a book a little distance from the gun, and between it and the window. He took it from the table and tested the water with the tip of his tongue. It had a curious, insipid, parboiled taste, but he detected no foreign flavour in it. Though the room was full of dust, there was almost none on the cover of the book where the water bottle stood, and Mr. Beck noticed a gap in the third row of the bookcase where the book had been taken. After a quick glance round the room, Mr. Beck walked to the window. On a small table there he found a clear circle in the thick dust. He fitted the round bottom of the water bottle to this circle, and it covered it exactly. While he stood by the window, he caught sight of some small scraps of paper crumpled up and thrown into a corner. Picking them up and smoothing them out, he found they were curiously drilled with little burnt holes. Having examined the holes minutely with his magnifying glass, he slipped these scraps, folded on each other, into his waistcoat pocket. From the window he went back to the gun. This time he examined it with the minutest care. The right barrel, he found, had been recently discharged. The left was still loaded. Then he made a startling discovery. Both barrels were on half-cock. The little bright copper cap twinkled on the nipple of the left barrel. From the right nipple the cap was gone. How had the murderer fired the right barrel without a cap? How and why did he find time, in the midst of his deadly work, to put the cock back to safety? Had Mr. Beck solved this problem? The grim smile deepened on his lips as he looked, and there was an ugly light in his eyes that boded ill for the unknown assassin. Finally, he carried the gun to the window and examined it carefully through a magnifying glass. There was a thin, dark line, as if traced with the point of a red-hot needle, running a little way along the wood of the stock, and ending in the right nipple. Mr. Beck put the gun back quietly on the table. The whole investigation had not taken 10 minutes. He gave one look at the still figure on the couch, unlocked the door, locking it after him, and walked out through the corridor, the same cheerful, imperturbable Mr. Beck that had walked into it 10 minutes before. He found Eric waiting for him at the head of the stairs. "Well?" he said, when he saw the detective. "Well," replied Mr. Beck, ignoring the interrogation in his voice. "When is the inquest to be? That's the next thing to be thought of. The sooner the better." "Tomorrow, if you wish. My cousin John sent a messenger to Mr. Morgan, the coroner. He lives only 5 miles off, and he has promised to be here at 12 o'clock tomorrow. There will be no difficulty in getting a jury in the village." "That's right, that's all right," said Mr. Beck, rubbing his hands. "The sooner and the quieter we get those preliminaries over, the better. I have just sent to engage the local solicitor on behalf of my cousin. He's not particularly bright, I'm afraid, but he's the best to be had on a short notice." "Very proper and thoughtful on your part. Very thoughtful indeed. But solicitors cannot do much in such cases. It's the evidence we have to go by, and the evidence is only too plain, I'm afraid. Now, if you please," he went on, more briskly, dismissing the disagreeable subject, as it were, with a wave of his big hand, "I'd be very glad of that supper you spoke about." Mr. Beck supped very heartily on a brace of grouse, the last of the dead man's shooting, and a bottle of ripe Burgundy. He was in high good humour, and across the walnuts and the wine he told Eric some startling episodes in his career, which seemed to divert the young fellow a little from his manifest grief for his uncle and anxiety for his cousin. Meanwhile, John Neville remained shut close in his own room, with the constable at the door. The inquest was held at 12:30 next day in the library. The coroner, a large, red-faced man with a very affable manner, had got to his work promptly. The jury viewed the body steadily, stolidly, with a kind of morose delectation in the grim spectacle. In some unaccountable way, Mr. Beck constituted himself a master of ceremonies, a kind of assessor to the court. "You had best take the gun down," he said to the coroner as they were leaving the room.
Certainly, certainly," replied the coroner.
"And the water bottle," added Mr. Beck.
"There is no suspicion of poison, is there?"
"It's best not to take anything for granted," replied Mr. Beck, sententiously.
"By all means, if you think so," replied the obsequious coroner.
"Constable, take that water bottle down with you." The large room was filled with people of the neighbourhood, mostly farmers from the Berkeley estate, and small shopkeepers from the neighbouring village. A table had been wheeled to the top of the room for the coroner, with a seat at it for the ubiquitous local newspaper correspondent. A double row of chairs was set at the right hand of the table for the jury. The jury had just returned from viewing the body when the crunch of wheels and hoofs was heard on the gravel of the drive, and a two-horse phaeton pulled up sharp at the entrance. A moment later there came into the room a handsome, soldier-like man, with a girl clinging to his arm, whom he supported with tender, protecting fondness that was very touching. The girl's face was pale, but wonderfully sweet and winsome, cheeks with the faint, pure flush of the wild rose, and eyes like a wild fawn's. No need to tell Mr. Beck that here were Colonel Peyton and his daughter. He saw the look, shy, piteous, loving, that the girl gave John Neville as she passed close to the table where he sat with his head buried in his hands, and the detective's face darkened for a moment with a stern purpose. But the next moment it resumed its customary look of good nature and good humour. The gardener, the gamekeeper, and the butler were briefly examined by the coroner, and rather clumsily cross-examined by Mr. Waggles, the solicitor whom Eric had thoughtfully secured for his cousin's defence. As the case against John Neville gradually darkened into grim certainty, the girl in the far corner of the room grew white as a lily, and would have fallen but for her father's support. "Does Mr. John Neville offer himself for examination?" said the coroner, as he finished writing the last words of the butler's deposition describing the quarrel of the night before. "No, sir," said Mr. Waggles. "I appear for Mr. John Neville, the accused, and we reserve our defence." "I really have nothing to say that hasn't been already said," added John Neville quietly. "Mr. Neville," said Mr. Waggles pompously, "I must ask you to leave yourself entirely in my hands." "Eric Neville," called out the coroner. "This is the last witness, I think." Eric stepped in front of the table and took the Bible in his hand. He was pale, but quiet and composed, and there was an unaffected grief in the look of his dark eyes and in the tone of his soft voice that touched every heart, except one. He told his story shortly and clearly. It was quite plain that he was most anxious to shield his cousin. But, in spite of this, perhaps because of this, the evidence went horribly against John Neville. The answers to questions criminating his cousin had to be literally dragged from him by the coroner. With manifest reluctance, he described the quarrel at dinner the night before. "Was your cousin very angry?" the coroner asked. "He would not be human if he were not angry at the language used." "What did he say?" "I cannot remember all he said." "Did he say to your uncle, 'Well, you will not live forever'?" No answer. "Come, Mr. Neville, remember you are sworn to tell the truth." In an almost inaudible whisper came the words, "He did." "I'm sorry to pain you, but I must do my duty. When you heard the shot, you ran straight to your uncle's room, about 50 yards, I believe?" "About that." "Whom did you find there, bending over the dead man?" "My cousin,
I am bound to say he appeared in the deepest grief." "But you saw no one else?" "No." "Your cousin is, I believe, the heir to Squire Neville's property. The owner, I should say now." "I believe so." "That will do. You can stand down." This interchange of question and answer, each one of which seemed to fit the rope tighter and tighter round John Neville's neck, was listened to with hushed eagerness by the room full of people. There was a long, deep drawing in a breath when it ended. The suspense seemed over, but not the excitement. Mr. Beck rose as Eric turned from the table, quite as a matter of course, to question him. "You say you believe your cousin was your uncle's heir. Don't you know it?" Then Mr. Waggles found his voice. "Really, sir," he broke out, addressing the coroner, "I must protest. This is grossly irregular. This person is not a professional gentleman. He represents no one. He has no locus standi in court at all." No one knew better than Mr. Beck that technically he had no title to open his lips. But his look of quiet assurance, his calm assumption of unmistakable right, carried the day with the coroner. "Mr. Beck," he said, "has, I understand, been brought down specially from London to take charge of this case, and I certainly shall not stop him in any question he may desire to ask." "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Beck, in the tone of a man whose clear right has been allowed. Then again to the witness. "Didn't you know John Neville was next heir to Berkeley Manor?" "But I know it, of course." "And if John Neville is hanged, you will be the owner?" Everyone was startled at the frank brutality of the question so blandly asked. Mr. Waggles bobbed up and down excitedly, but Eric answered, calmly as ever, "That's very coarsely and cruelly put." "But it's true?" "Yes, it's true." "We will pass from that. When you came into the room after the murder, did you examine the gun?" "I stretched out my hand to take it, but my cousin stopped me. I must be allowed to add that I believe he was actuated, as he said, by a desire to keep everything in the room untouched. He locked the door and carried off the key. I was not in the room afterwards." "Did you look closely at the gun?" "Not particularly." "Did you notice that both barrels were at half-cock?" "No." "Did you notice that there was no cap on the nipple of the right barrel that had just been fired?" "Certainly not." "That is to say, you did not notice it?" "Yes." "Did you notice a little burnt line traced a short distance on the wood of the stock, towards the right nipple?" "No." Mr. Beck put the gun into his hand. "Look close. Do you notice it now?" "I see it now for the first time." "You cannot account for it, I suppose?" "No." "Sure?" "Quite sure." All present followed this strange and apparently purposeless cross-examination with breathless interest, groping vainly for its meaning. The answers were given calmly and clearly, but those that looked closely saw that Eric's nether lip quivered, and it was only by a strong effort of will that he held his calmness. Through the blandness of Mr. Beck's voice and manner, a subtle suggestion of hostility made itself felt, very trying to the nerves of the witness. "We will pass from that," said Mr. Beck again. "When you went into your uncle's room before the shot, why did you take a book from the shelf and put it on the table?" "Well, I really cannot remember anything about it." "Why did you take the water bottle from the window and stand it on the book?" "I wanted a drink." "But there was none of the water drunk." Then I suppose it was to take it out of the strong sun. But you set it in the strong sun, on the table. Really, I cannot remember those trivialities. His self-control was breaking down at last. Then we will pass from that, said Mr. Beck, a third time. He took the little scraps of paper with the burnt holes through them from his waistcoat pocket, and handed them to the witness. Do you know anything about these? There was a pause of a second. Eric's lips tightened, as if with a sudden spasm of pain. But the answer came clearly enough. Nothing whatever. Do you ever amuse yourself with a burning glass? This seeming simple question was snapped suddenly at the witness, like a pistol shot. Oh, really, Mr. Waggles broke out. This is mere trifling with the court. That question does certainly seem a little irrelevant, Mr. Beck, mildly remonstrated the coroner. Look at the witness, sir, retorted Mr. Beck, sternly. He does not think it irrelevant. Every eye in court was turned on Eric's face, and fixed there. All colour had fled from his cheeks and lips. His mouth had fallen open, and he stared at Mr. Beck with eyes of abject terror. Mr. Beck went on remorselessly. Did you ever amuse yourself with a burning glass? No answer. Do you know that a water bottle like this makes a capital burning glass? Still no answer. Do you know that a burning glass has been used before now to touch off a cannon or fire a gun? Then a voice broke from Eric at last, as it seemed in defiance of his will. A voice unlike his own, loud, harsh, hardly articulate. Such a voice might have been heard in the torture chamber in the old days, when the strain on the rack grew unbearable. "You devilish bloodhound!" he shouted. "Curse you! Curse you! You've caught me! I confess it! I was the murderer!" He fell on the ground in a fit. "And you made the sun your accomplice," remarked Mr. Beck, placid as ever. The Man Who Disappeared, by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. I am a lawyer by profession, and have a snug set of chambers in Chancery Lane. My name is Charles Pledle. I have many clients, and can already pronounce myself a rich man. On a certain morning towards the end of September, in the year 1897, I received the following letter. Sir, I have been asked to call on you by a mutual friend, General Cornwallis, who accompanied my stepdaughter and myself on board the Osprey to England. Availing myself of the General's introduction, I hope to call to see you, or to send a representative about 11 o'clock today. The General says he thinks you can give me advice on a matter of some importance. I am a Spanish lady. My home is in Brazil, and I know nothing of England or of English ways. I wish, however, to take a house near London, and to settle down. This house must be situated in the neighbourhood of a large moor, or common. It must have grounds surrounding it, and must have extensive cellars or basements, as my wish is to furnish a laboratory in order to carry on scientific research. I am willing to pay any sum in reason for a desirable habitation, but one thing is essential. The house must be as near London as is possible under the above conditions. Yours obediently, Stella Scaife. This letter was dated from the Carlton Hotel. Now, it so happened that a client of mine had asked me a few months before to try and let his house, an old-fashioned and somewhat gruesome mansion situated on a lonely part of Hampstead Heath. It occurred to me that this house would exactly suit the lady whose letter I had just read. At 11 o'clock, one of my clerks brought me in a card. On it were written the words, Miss Muriel Scaife. I desired the man to show the lady in,
and a moment later a slight, fair-haired English girl entered the room. "Mrs. Scaife is not quite well, and has sent me in her stead. You have received a letter from my stepmother, have you not, Mr. Pledle?" "I have," I replied. "Will you sit down, Miss Scaife?" She did so. I looked at her attentively. She was young and pretty. She also looked good, and although there was a certain anxiety about her face, which she could not quite repress, her smile was very sweet. "Your stepmother," I said, "requires a house with somewhat peculiar conditions." "Oh, yes," the girl answered. "She is very anxious on the subject. We want to be settled within a week." "Well, that is a very short time in which to take and furnish a house," I could not help remarking. "Yes," she said again, "but all the same, in our case, it is essential. My stepmother says that anything can be done if there is enough money." "Well, that is true, in a sense," I replied, smilingly. "If I can help you, I shall be pleased. You want a house on a common." "On a common or more." "It so happens, Miss Scaife, that there is a place called the Rosary at Hampstead, which may suit you. Here are the particulars. Read them over for yourself, and tell me if there is any use in my giving you an order to view." She read the description eagerly. Then she said, "I am sure Mrs. Scaife would like to see this house. When can we go?" "Well, today, if you like, and if you particularly wish it, I can meet you at the Rosary at 3 o'clock. "Oh, that will do nicely," she answered. Soon afterwards she left me. The rest of the morning passed as usual, and at the appointed hour I presented myself at the gates of the Rosary. A carriage was already drawn up there, and as I approached, a tall lady with very dark eyes stepped out of it. A glance showed me that the young lady had not accompanied her. "You are Mr. Pledle," she said, holding out her hand to me, and speaking in excellent English. "Yes," I answered. "You saw my stepdaughter this morning?" "Yes," I said again. "I have called to see the house," she continued. "Muriel tells me that it is likely to suit my requirements. Will you show it to me?" I opened the gates, and we entered a wide carriage drive. The Rosary had been unlet for some months, and weeds partly covered the avenue. The grounds had a desolate and gloomy appearance. Leaves were falling thickly from the trees, and altogether the entire place looked undesirable and neglected. The Spanish lady, however, seemed delighted with everything. She looked around her with sparkling glances. Flashing her dark eyes into my face, she praised the trees and avenue, the house, and all that the house contained. She remarked that the rooms were spacious, the lobbies wide. Above all things, the cellars numerous. "I am particular about the cellars, Mr. Pledle," she said. "Well, indeed," I answered. "At all events, there are plenty of them." "Oh, yes, and this one is so large. It will quite suit our purpose. We will turn it into a laboratory. My brother and I— Oh, I have not told you about my brother. He is a Spaniard, Senor Mareso. He joins us here next week. He and I are scientists, and I hope scientists of no mean order. We have come to England for the purpose of experimenting. In this land of the free we can do what we please. We feel, Mr. Pledle, you look so sympathizing that I cannot help confiding in you, we feel that we are on the verge of a very great, a very astounding discovery, at which the world, yes, the whole world, will wonder. This house is the one of all others for our purpose. When can we take possession, Mr. Pledle?" I asked several questions, which were all answered to my satisfaction, and finally returned to town, prepared to draw up a lease by which the house and grounds known as the Rosary, Hampstead Heath, were to be handed over, at a very high rent, to Mrs. Scaife. I felt pleased at the good stroke of business which I had done for a client, and had no apprehensions of any sort. Little did I guess what that afternoon's work would mean to me, and still more to one whom I had ever been proud to call my greatest friend. Everything went off without a hitch. The rosary passed into the hands of Mrs. Scaife, and also into the hands of her brother, Senor Moreso, a tall, dark, very handsome man, bearing all over him the well-known characteristics of a Spanish don. A week or two went by, and the affair had well nigh passed my memory, when one afternoon I heard eager, excited words in my clerk's room, and the next moment my head clerk entered, followed by the fair-haired, English-looking girl who had called herself Muriel Scaife. "I want to speak to you, Mr. Plettle," she said, in great agitation. "Can I see you alone, and at once?" "Oh, certainly," I answered. I motioned the clerk to leave us, and helped the young lady to a chair. "I cannot stay a moment," she began. "Even now I am followed. Mr. Plettle, he has told me that he knows you. It was on that account I persuaded my stepmother to come to you about her house. You are his greatest friend, for he has said it." "Of whom are you talking?" I asked, in a bewildered tone. "Of Oscar Digby," she replied. "The great traveller, the great discoverer, the greatest, most single-minded, the grandest man of his age. You know him? Yes? Yes?" She paused for breath. Her eyes were full of tears. "Indeed, I do know him," I answered. "He is my very oldest friend. Where is he? What is he doing? Tell me all about him." She had risen. Her hands were clasped tightly together. Her face was white as death. "He is on his way to England," she answered. "Even now he may have landed. He brings great news, and the moment he sets foot in London he is in danger." "What do you mean?" "I cannot tell you what I mean. I dare not. He is your friend, and it is your province to save him." "But from what, Miss Scaife? You have no right to come here and make ambiguous statements. If you come to me at all, you ought to be more explicit." She trembled, and now, as though she could not stand any longer, dropped into a chair. "I am not brave enough to explain things more fully," she said. "I can only repeat my words. Your friend is in danger. Tell him, if you can, if you will, to have nothing to do with us. Keep him at all risks away from us. If he mentions us, pretend that you do not know anything about us. I would not speak like this if I had not cause, the gravest. When we took the rosary, I did not believe that matters were so awful. Indeed, then I was unaware that Mr. Digby was returning to London. But last night I overheard— Oh, Mr. Plettle, I can tell you no more. Pity me, and do not question me. Keep Oscar Digby away from the rosary, and, if possible, do not betray me. But if in no other way you can ensure his leaving us alone, tell him that yes, I, Muriel Scaife, wish it. There, I cannot do more." She was trembling more terribly than ever. She took out her handkerchief to wipe the moisture from her brow. "I must fly," she said. "If this visit is discovered, my life is worth very little." After she had gone, I sat in absolute amazement. My first sensation was that the girl must be mad. Her pallor, her trembling, her vague innuendos pointed surely to a condition of nerves, the reverse of sane. But although the madness of Muriel Scaife seemed the most possible solution of her strange visit, I could not cast the thing from my memory. I felt almost needlessly disturbed by it. All day her extraordinary words haunted me, and when, on the next day, Digby, whom I had not seen for years, unexpectedly called, I remembered Miss Scaife's visit with a queer and ever-increasing sense of apprehension. Digby had been away from London for several years. Before he went, he and I had shared the same rooms, had gone about together, and had been chums in the fullest sense of the word. It was delightful to see him once again. His hearty, loud laugh fell refreshingly on my ears, and one or two glances into his face removed my fears. After all, it was impossible to associate danger with one so big, so burly, with such immense physical strength. His broad forehead, his keen, frank blue eyes, his smiling mouth, his strong and muscular hands, all denoted strength of mind and body. He looked as if he were muscle all over. "Well," he said, "here I am, and I have a good deal to tell you. I want your help also, old man. It is your business to introduce me to the most promising and most enterprising financier of the day. I have it in my power, Pleddle, to make his fortune, and yours, and my own, and half a dozen other people's as well." "Well, tell me all about it," I said. I sat back in my chair, prepared to enjoy myself. Oscar was a very noted traveller, and thought much of by the Geographical Society. He came nearer to me, and dropped his voice a trifle. "I have made an amazing discovery," he said, "and that is one reason why I have hurried back to London. I do not know whether you are sufficiently conversant with extraordinary and out-of-the-way places on our globe. But, anyhow, I may as well tell you that there is a wonderful region, as yet very little known, which lies on the watershed of the Essequibo and Amazon rivers. In that region are situated the old Montes de Cristes, or Crystal Mountains, the disputed boundary between British Guiana and Brazil. There also, according to the legend, was supposed to be the wonderful lost city of Manos. Many expeditions were sent out to discover it in the 17th century, and it was the El Dorado of Sir Walter Raleigh's famous expedition in 1615, the failure of which cost him his head. I could not help laughing. Well, this sounds like an old geography lesson. What have you to do with this terra incognita?" He leant forward and dropped his voice. "Do not think me mad," he said, "for I speak in all sanity. I have found the lost El Dorado." "Nonsense!" I cried. "It is true. I do not mean to say that I have found the mythical city of gold. That, of course, does not exist. But what I have discovered is a spot close to Lake Amaku that is simply laden with gold. The estimates computed on my specimens and reports make it out to be the richest place in the world. The whole thing is, as yet, a close secret, and I've come to London now to put it into the hands of a big financier. A company must be formed with a capital of something like 10 millions to work it." "By Jove!" I cried. "You astonish me." "The thing will create an enormous sensation," he went on, "and I shall be a millionaire. That is, if the secret does not leak out." "The secret?" I cried. "Yes, the secret of its exact locality." "Have you charts?" "Yes, but those I would rather not disclose, even to you, old man, just yet." I was silent for a moment. Then I said, "Horace Lancaster is the biggest financier in the whole of London. He is undoubtedly your man. If you can satisfy him with your reports, charts, and specimens, he can float your company. You must see him, Digby." "Yes, that is what I want," he cried. "I will telephone to his office at once." I rang the bell for my clerk and gave him directions. He left the room. In a few moments he returned, with the information that Lancaster was in Paris. "He won't be back for a week, sir," said the clerk. He left the room, and I looked at Digby. "Are you prepared to wait?" I asked. He shrugged his great shoulders. "I must, I suppose," he said, "but it is provoking. At any moment another may forestall me. Not that it is likely, but there is always the possibility. Shall we talk over matters tonight, Pleddle? Will you dine with me at my club?" "With a heart and a half," I answered. "By the way," continued Digby, "some friends of mine, Brazilians, ought to be in London now. A lady of the name of Scaife, with her pretty little stepdaughter, an English girl. I should like to introduce you to them. They are remarkably nice people. I had a letter from Mrs. Scaife just as I was leaving Brazil, telling me that they were en route for England, and asking me to look her up in town. I wonder where they are. Her brother, too, Senor Moreso, is a most charming man. Why, Pleddle, what is the matter?" I was silent for a moment. Then I said, "If I were you, I would have nothing to do with these people. I happen to know their whereabouts, and—" "Well?" he said, opening his eyes in amazement. "The little girl does not want you to call on them, Digby. Take her advice. She looked true and good." To my astonishment, I saw that the big fellow seemed quite upset at my remarks. "True," he said, beginning to pace the room. "Of course the little thing is true. I tell you, Pleddle, I am fond of her. Not engaged, or anything of that sort, but I like her. I was looking forward to meeting them. The mother, the stepmother, I mean, is a magnificent woman. I am great friends with her. I was staying at their quinta last winter. I also know the brother, Senor Moreso. Has little Muriel lost her head?" "She is anxious and frightened. The whole thing seems absurd, of course, but she certainly did beg of me to keep you away from her stepmother, and I have promised to respect her secret, and not to tell you the name of the locality where Mrs. Scaife and Senor Moreso are at present living." He tried not to look annoyed, but he evidently was so. A few moments later he left me. That evening Digby and I dined together. We afterwards went exhaustively into the great subject of his discovery. He showed me his specimens and reports, and, in short, so completely fired my enthusiasm that I was all impatience for Lancaster's return. The thing was a big thing, one worth fighting for. We said no more about Mrs. Scaife, and I hoped that my friend would not fall into the hands of a woman who, I began to fear, was little better than an adventuress. 3 or 4 days passed. Lancaster was still detained in Paris, and Digby was evidently eating his heart out with impatience at the unavoidable delay in getting his great scheme floated. One afternoon he burst noisily into my presence. "Well," he cried, "the little girl has discovered herself. Talk of women and their pranks. She came to see me at my hotel. She declared that she could not keep away. I just took the little thing in my arms and hugged her. We are going to have a honeymoon when the company is floated, and this evening, Pleddle, I dine at the Rosary. Ha, my friend, I know all about the secret retreat of the Scaifes by this time. Little Muriel told me herself. I dine there tonight, and they want you to come too." I was about to refuse, when, as if in a vision, the strange, entreating, suffering face of Muriel Scaife, as I had seen it the day she implored me to save my friend, rose up before my eyes. Whatever her present inexplicable conduct might mean, I would go with Digby tonight. We arrived at the Rosary between 7 and 8 o'clock. Mrs. Scaife received us in oriental splendour. Her dress was a wonder of magnificence. Diamonds flashed in her raven-black hair and glittered round her shapely neck. She was certainly one of the most splendid-looking women I had ever seen, and Digby was not many moments in her company before he was completely subjugated by her charms. The pale little Muriel looked washed out and insignificant beside this gorgeous creature. Senor Moreso was a masculine edition of his handsome sister. His presence and his wonderful courtly grace of manner seemed but to enhance and accentuate her charms. At dinner we were served by Spanish servants, and a repulsive-looking servant of the name of Samson stood behind Mrs. Scaife's chair. She was in high spirits, drank freely of champagne, and openly alluded to the great discovery. "You must show us the chart, my friend," she said. "No," he answered, in an emphatic voice. He smiled as he spoke, and showed his strong white teeth. She bent towards him and whispered something. He glanced at Muriel, whose face was deadly white. Then he rose abruptly. "As regards anything else, command me," he said, "but not the chart." Mrs. Scaife did not press him further. The ladies went into the drawing-room, and by, Digby and I found ourselves returning to London. During the journey, I mentioned to him that Lancaster had wired to say that he would be at his office and prepared for a meeting on Friday. This was Monday night. "I'm glad to hear that the thing will not be delayed much longer," he answered. "I may as well confess that I am devoured by impatience." "Your mind will soon be at rest," I replied. "And now, one thing more, old man. I must talk frankly. I do not like Mrs. Scaife. I do not like Senor Mareso. As you value all your future, keep that chart out of the hands of those people." "Am I mad?" he questioned. "The chart is seen by no living soul until I place it in Lancaster's hands. But all the same, Pleddle," he added, "you are prejudiced. Mrs. Scaife is one of the best of women." "Think her so, if you will," I replied. "But whatever you do, keep your knowledge of your El Dorado to yourself. Remember that on Friday the whole thing will be safe in Lancaster's keeping." He promised, and I left him. On Tuesday I saw nothing of Digby. On Wednesday evening, when I returned home late, I received the following letter. "I am not mad. I have heavily bribed the kitchen maid, the only Englishwoman in the whole house, to post this for me. I was forced to call on Mr. Digby, and to engage myself to him at any cost. I am now strictly confined to my room under pretence of illness. In reality, I am quite well, but a close prisoner. Mr. Digby dined here again last night, and, under the influence of a certain drug introduced into his wine, has given away the whole of his discovery, except the exact locality. He is to take supper here late tomorrow night, Thursday, and to bring the chart. If he does, he will never leave the Rosary alive. All is prepared. I speak who know. Don't betray me, but save him." The letter fell from my hands. What did it mean? Was Digby's life in danger, or had the girl who wrote to me really gone mad? The letter was without date, without any heading, and without signature. Nevertheless, as I picked it up and read it carefully over again, I was absolutely convinced beyond a shadow of doubt of its truth. Muriel Scaife was not mad. She was a victim. To how great an extent, I did not dare to think. Another victim, one in even greater danger, was Oscar Digby. I must save him. I must do what the unhappy girl who was a prisoner in that awful house implored of me. It was late, nearly midnight, but I knew that I had not a moment to lose. I had a friend, a certain Dr. Garland, who had been police surgeon for the Westminster Division for several years. I went immediately to his house in Eaton Square. As I had expected, he was up, and without any preamble, I told him the whole long story of the last few weeks. Finally, I showed him the letter. He heard me without once interrupting. He read the letter without comment. When he folded it up and returned it to me, I saw that his keen, clean-shaven face was full of interest. He was silent for several minutes. Then he said, "I am glad you came to me. This story of yours may mean a very big thing. We have 4 prima facie points. 1. Your friend has this enormously valuable secret about the place in Guyana or on its boundary, a secret which may be worth anything. 2. He is very intimate with Mrs. Scaife, her stepdaughter, and her brother. The intimacy started in Brazil. 3. He is engaged to the stepdaughter, who evidently is being used as a sort of tool, and is herself in a state of absolute terror, and, so far as one can make out, is not specially in love with Digby, nor Digby with her. 4. Mrs. Scaife and her brother are determined, at any risk, to secure the chart which Digby is to hand to them tomorrow evening. The girl thinks this so important that she has practically risked her life to give you due warning. By the way, when did you say Lancaster would return? Has he made an appointment to see Digby and yourself? Yes, at 11 o'clock on Friday morning. Doubtless Mrs. Scaife and her brother know of this. Probably, I answered. As far as I can make out, they have such power over Digby that he confides everything to them. Just so. They have power over him, and they are not scrupulous as to the means they use to force his confidence. If Digby goes to the Rosary tomorrow evening, the interview with Lancaster will, in all probability, never take place. What do you mean? I cried in horror. Why, this. Mrs. Scaife and Senor Moreso are determined to learn Digby's secret. It is necessary for their purpose that they should know the secret, and also that they should be the sole possessors of it. You see why they want Digby to call on them. They must get his secret from him before he sees Lancaster. The chances are that if he gives it up, he will never leave the house alive. Then what are we to do? I asked, for Garland's meaning stunned me, and I felt incapable of thought or of any mode of action. Leave this matter in my hands. I am going immediately to see Inspector Frost. I will communicate with you directly anything serious occurs. The next morning I called upon Digby, and I found him breakfasting at his club. He looked worried, and when I came in, his greeting was scarcely cordial. "What a solemn face, Pleddle," he said. "Is anything wrong?" He motioned me to a seat near. I sank into it. "I want you to come out of town with me," I said. "I can take a day off. Shall we both run down to Brighton? We can return in time for our interview with Lancaster tomorrow." "It is impossible," he answered. "I should like to come with you, but I have an engagement for tonight." "Are you going to the Rosary?" I asked. "I am," he replied, after a moment's pause. "Why, what is the matter?" he added. "I suppose I may consider myself a free agent?" There was marked irritation in his tone. "I wish you would not go," I said. "Why not?" "I do not trust the people." "Folly, Pleddle. In the old days you used not to be so prejudiced." "I had not the same cause. Digby, if ever people are trying to get you into their hands, they are those people. Have you not already imparted your secret to them?" "How do you know?" he exclaimed, springing up and turning crimson. "Well, can you deny it?" His face paled. "I don't know that I want to," he said. "Mrs. Scaife and Moreso will join me in this matter. There is no reason why things should be kept dark from them." "But is this fair or honourable to Lancaster? Remember, I have already written fully to him. Do, I beg of you, be careful." "Lancaster cannot object to possible wealthy shareholders," was Digby's answer. "Anyhow," he added, laughing uneasily, "I object to being interfered with. Pray understand that, old man, if we are to continue friends. And now, bye-bye for the present. We meet at 11 o'clock tomorrow at Lancaster's." His manner gave me no pretext for remaining longer with him, and I returned to my own work. About 5 o'clock on that same day, a telegram was handed to me, which ran as follows. "Come here at once. Garland." I left the house, hailed a hansom, and in a quarter of an hour was shown into Garland's study. He was not alone. A rather tall, grey-haired, grey-moustached, middle-aged man was with him. This man was introduced to me as Inspector Frost. "Now, Pleddle," said Garland, in his quick, incisive way, "listen to me carefully. The time is short. Inspector Frost and I have not ceased our inquiries since you called on me last night. I must tell you that we believe the affair to be of the most serious kind. Time is too pressing now to enter into all details, but the thing amounts to this. There is the gravest suspicion that Mrs. Scaife and her brother, Senor Mareso, are employed by a notorious gang in Brazil to force Digby to disclose the exact position of the gold mine. We also know for certain that Mrs. Scaife is in constant and close communication with some very suspicious people, both in London and in Brazil. Now, listen. The crisis is to be tonight. Digby is to take supper at the Rosary, and there to give himself absolutely away. He will take his chart with him. That is the scheme. Digby must not go. That is, if we can possibly prevent him. We expect you to do what you can under the circumstances, but as the case is so serious, and as it is more than probable that Digby will not be persuaded, Inspector Frost and myself, and a number of men of his division, will surround the house as soon as it becomes dark. And if Digby should insist on going in, every protection in case of difficulty will be given him. The presence of the police will also ensure the capture of Mrs. Scaife and her brother. You mean, I said, that you will, if necessary, search the house? Yes. But how can you do so without a warrant? We have thought of that, said Garland with a smile. A magistrate living at Hampstead has been already communicated with. If necessary, one of our men will ride over to his house and procure the requisite instrument to enforce our entrance. Very well, I answered. Then I will go at once to Digby's. But I may as well tell you plainly that I have very little hope of dissuading him. I drove as fast as I could to my friend's rooms, but was greeted with the information that he had already left, and was not expected back until late that evening. This was an unlooked-for blow. I went to his club. He was not there. I then returned to Dr. Garland. I failed to find him, I said. What can be done? Is it possible that he has already gone to his fate? That is scarcely likely, replied Garland, after a pause. He was invited to supper at the Rosary, and according to your poor young friend's letter, the time named was late. There is nothing for it but to waylay him on the grounds before he goes in. You will come with us tonight, will you not, Pleddle? Certainly, I answered. Garland and I dined together. At 9:30 we left Eaton Square, and, punctually at 10 o'clock, the hansom we had taken put us down at one of the roads on the north side of the heath. The large house, which I knew so well, loomed black in the moonlight. The night was cold and fresh. The moon was in its second quarter, and was shining brightly. Garland and I passed down the dimly lit lane beside the wall. A tall, dark figure loomed from the darkness, and, as it came forward, I saw that it was Inspector Frost. "Mr. Digby has not arrived yet," he said. "Perhaps, sir," he added, looking at me, "you can even now dissuade him, for it is a bad business. All my men are ready," he continued, "and at a signal the house will be surrounded. But we must have one last try to prevent his entering it. Come this way, please, sir," he added, beckoning to me to follow him. We passed out into the road. "I am absolutely bewildered, Inspector," I said to him. "Do you mean to say there is really great danger?" "The worst I ever knew," was his answer. "You cannot stop a man entering a house if he wishes to, but I can tell you, Mr. Pleddle, I do not believe his life is worth that if he goes in." And the inspector snapped his fingers. He had scarcely ceased speaking when the jingling of the bells of a hansom sounded behind us. The cab drew up at the gates, and Oscar Digby alighted close to us. Inspector Frost touched him on the shoulder. He swung round and recognized me. "Hello, Pleddle," he said, in no very cordial accents. "What in the name of heaven are you doing here? What does this mean? Who is this man?" "I am a police officer, Mr. Digby, and I want to speak to you. Mr. Pleddle has asked you not to go into that house. You are, of course, free to do as you like, but I must tell you that you are running into great danger. Be advised by me, and go away." For answer, Digby thrust his hand into his breast pocket. He pulled out a note which he gave me. I tore the letter from its envelope, and read in the moonlight, "Come to me. I am in danger and suffering. Do not fail me. Muriel." "A hoax! A forgery!" I could not help crying. "For God's sake, Digby, don't be mad." "Mad or sane, I go into that house," he said. His bright blue eyes flashed with passion, and his breath came quickly. "Hands off, sir. Don't keep me." He swung himself away from me. "One word," called the inspector after him. "How long do you expect to remain?" "Perhaps an hour. I shall be home by midnight." "And now, sir, please listen. You can be assured, in case of any trouble, that we are here. And I may further tell you that if you are not out of the house by 1 o'clock, we shall enter with a search warrant." Digby stood still for a moment. Then he turned to me. "I cannot but resent your interference, but I believe you mean well. Good-bye." He wrung my hand and walked quickly up the drive. We watched him ring the bell. The door was opened at once by the servant. Digby entered. The door closed silently. Inspector Frost gave a low whistle. "I would not be that man for a good deal," he said. Garland came up to us both. "Is the house entirely surrounded, Frost?" I heard him whisper. Frost smiled, and I saw his white teeth gleam in the darkness. He waved his hand. "There is not a space of 6 feet between man and man," I heard him say. "And now we have nothing to do but wait and hope for at least an hour and a half. If in an hour's time Mr. Digby does not reappear, I shall send a man for the warrant. At 1 o'clock we enter the house." Garland and I stood beneath a large fir tree in a dense shade, and within the enclosed garden. The minutes seemed to crawl. Our conversation was limited to low whispers at long intervals. 11 o'clock chimed on the church clock nearby. Then 1/2 sounded on the night air. My ears were strained to catch the expected click at the front door latch, but it did not come. The house remained wrapped in silence. Once Garland whispered, "Hark!" We listened closely. It certainly seemed to me that a dull, muffled sound, as of pounding or hammering, was just audible, but whether it came from the house or not, it was impossible to tell. At 11:45, the one remaining lighted window on the first floor became suddenly dark. Still there was no sign of Digby. Midnight chimed. Frost said a word to Garland and disappeared, treading softly. He was absent for more than half an hour. When he returned, I heard him say, "I've got it," and he touched his pocket with his hand as he spoke. The remaining moments went by in intense anxiety, and, just as the deep boom of 1 o'clock was heard, the inspector laid his hand on my shoulder. "Come along, quietly," he whispered. Some sign, conveyed by a low whistle, passed from him to his men, and I heard the bushes rustle around us. The next moment we had ascended the steps, and we could hear the deep whir of the front door-bell as Frost pressed the button. In less time than we had expected, we heard the bolts shot back. The door was opened on a chain, and a face appeared at the slit. "Who are you, and what do you want?" said a voice. "I have called for Mr. Digby," said Frost. "Go and tell him that his friend Mr. Pleddle, and also Dr. Garland, want to see him immediately." A look of blank surprise came over the servant's face. "But no one of the name of Digby lives here," he said. "Mrs. Scaife lives here," replied the inspector, "and also a Spanish gentleman of the name of Senor Moreso. Tell them that I wish to see them immediately, and that I am a police officer." A short conversation was evidently taking place within. The next moment the door was flung open, electric lights sprang into being, and my eyes fell upon Mrs. Scaife. She was dressed with her usual magnificence. She came forward with a stately calm, and stood silently before us. Her large black eyes were gleaming. "Well, Mr. Pledle," she said, speaking in an easy voice, "what is the reason of this midnight disturbance? I am always glad to welcome you to my house, but is not the hour a little late?" Her words were interrupted by Inspector Frost, who held up his hand. "Your attitude, madam," he said, "is hopeless. We have all come here with a definite object. Mr. Oscar Digby entered this house at 10:15 tonight. From that moment the house has been closely surrounded. He is, therefore, still here." "Where is your authority for this unwarrantable intrusion?" she said. Her manner changed. Her face grew hard as iron. Her whole attitude was one of insolence and defiance. The inspector immediately produced his warrant. She glanced over it and uttered a shrill laugh. "Mr. Digby is not in the house," she said. She had scarcely spoken before an adjoining door was opened, and Senor Mareso, looking gaunt and very white about the face, approached. She looked up at him and smiled, and then she said, carelessly, "Gentlemen, this is my brother, Senor Mareso." The senor bowed slightly, but did not speak. "Once more," said Frost, "where is Mr. Digby?" "I repeat once more," said Mrs. Scaife, "that Mr. Digby is not in this house." "But we saw him enter at 10:15. She shrugged her shoulders. "He is not here now." "He could not have gone, for the house has been surrounded." Again she gave her shoulders a shrug. "You have your warrant, gentlemen," she said. "You can look for yourselves." Frost came up to her. "I regret to say, madam, that you, this gentleman, and all your servants must consider yourselves under arrest until we find Mr. Oscar Digby." "Or that will be forever, then," she replied. "But please yourselves." My heart beat with an unwonted sense of terror. What could the woman mean? Digby, either dead or alive, must be in the house. The operations which followed were conducted rapidly. The establishment, consisting of Mrs. Scaife, her brother, 2 Spanish men-servants, 2 maids, one of Spanish extraction, and the servant who had opened the door to us, were summoned and placed in the charge of a police sergeant. Muriel Scaife was nowhere to be seen. Then our search of the house began. The rooms on the ground floor, consisting of the drawing-room, dining-room, and 2 other big rooms, were fitted up in quite an everyday manner. We did not take much time going through them. In the basement, the large cellar which had attracted Mrs. Scaife's pleased surprise on the day when I took her to see the rosary had now been fitted up as a laboratory. I gazed at it in astonishment. It was evidently intended for the manufacture of chemicals on an almost commercial scale. All the latest chemical and electrical apparatus were to be found there, as well as several large machines, the purposes of which were not evident. One in particular I specially noticed. It was a big tank with a complicated equipment for the manufacture of liquid air in large quantities. We had no time to give many thoughts to the laboratory just then. A foreboding sense of ever-increasing fear was upon each and all of us. It was sufficient to see that Digby was not there. Our search in the upper regions was equally unsuccessful. We were just going downstairs again, when Frost drew my attention to a door which we had not yet opened. We went to it and found it locked. Putting our strength to work, Garland and I between us burst it open. Within, we found a girl crouching by the bed. She was only partly dressed, and her head was buried in her hands. We went up to her. She turned, saw my face, and suddenly clung to me. "Have you found him? Is he safe?" "I do not know, my dear," I answered, trying to soothe her. "We are looking for him. God grant us success." "Did he come to the house? I have been locked in here all day and heavily drugged. I have only just recovered consciousness, and scarcely know what I am doing. Is he in the house?"
"He came in. We are searching for him. We hope to find him."
"That you will never do!"
She gave a piercing cry, and fell unconscious on the floor. We placed the unhappy girl on the bed. Garland produced brandy and gave her a few drops. She came to in a couple of minutes and began to moan feebly. We left her, promising to return. We had no time to attend to her just then. When we reached the hall, Frost stood still. "The man is not here," he muttered. "But he is here," was Garland's incisive answer. "Inspector, you have got to tear the place to pieces." The latter nodded. The inspector's orders were given rapidly, and dawn was just breaking when 10 policemen, ordered in from outside, began their systematic search of the entire house from roof to basement. Pick and crowbar were ruthlessly applied, and never have I seen a house in such a mess. Floorings were torn up and rafters cut through. Broken plaster littered the rooms and lay about on the sumptuous furniture. Walls were pierced and bored through. Closets and cupboards were ransacked. The backs of the fireplaces were torn out and the chimneys explored. Very little was said as our investigation proceeded, and room after room was checked off. Finally, an exhaustive examination of the basement and cellars completed our search. "Well, Dr. Garland, are you satisfied?" asked the inspector. We had gone back to the garden, and Garland was leaning against a tree, his hands thrust in his pockets, and his eyes fixed on the ground. Frost pulled his long moustache and breathed quickly. "Are you satisfied?" he repeated. "We must talk sense, or we shall all go mad," was Garland's answer. "The thing is absurd, you know. Men don't disappear. Let us work this thing out logically. There are only 3 planes in space, and we know matter is indestructible. If Digby left this house, he went up, down, or horizontally. Up is out of the question. If he disappeared in a balloon, or was shot off the roof, he must have been seen by us, for the house was surrounded. He certainly did not pass through the cordon of men. He did not go down, for every cubic foot of basement and cellar has been accounted for, as well as every cubic foot of space in the house. So, we come to the chemical change of matter, dissipation into gas, by heat. There are no furnaces, no ashes, no gas cylinders, nor dynamos, nor carbon points. The time when we lost sight of him to the time of entrance was exactly 2 hours and 3/4. There is no way out of it. He is still there. "He is not there," was the quiet retort of the inspector. "I have sent for the Assistant Commissioner to Scotland Yard, and will ask him to take over the case. It is too much for me." The tension in all our minds had now reached such a state of strain that we began to fear our own shadows. Oscar Digby, standing, as it were, on the threshold of a very great future, the hero of a legend worthy of old romance, had suddenly and inexplicably vanished. I could not get my reason to believe that he was not still in the house, for there was not the least doubt that he had not come out. What would happen in the next few hours? "Is there no secret chamber or secret passage that we have overlooked?" I said, turning to the inspector. "The walls have been tapped," he replied. "There is not the slightest indication of a hollow. There are no underground passages. The man is not within these walls." He now spoke with a certain degree of irritation in his voice, which the mystery of the case had evidently awakened in his mind. A few moments later, the sound of approaching wheels caused us to turn our heads. A cab drew up at the gates, out of which alighted the well-known form of Sir George Freer. Garland had already entered the house, and on Sir George appearing on the scene, he and I followed him. We had just advanced across the hall to the room where the members of the household, with the exception of poor Muriel Scaife, were still detained, when, to our utter amazement,
A long, strange peal of laughter sounded from below. This was followed by another, and again by another. The laughter came from the lips of Garland. We glanced at each other. What on earth did it mean? Together we darted down the stone steps. But before we reached the laboratory, another laugh rang out. All hope in me was suddenly changed to a chilling fear, for the laugh was not natural. It had a clanging, metallic sound, without any mirth. In the centre of the room stood Garland. His mouth was twitching, and his breath jerked in and out convulsively. "What is it? What is the matter?" I cried. He made no reply, but, pointing to a machine with steel blocks, once more broke into a choking, gurgling laugh, which made my flesh creep. Had he gone mad? Sir George moved swiftly across to him, and laid his hand on his shoulder. "Come, what is all this, Garland?" he said sternly, though his own face was full of fear. I knew Garland to be a man of extraordinary self-control, and I could see that he was now holding himself in with all the force at his command. "It is no use. I cannot tell you," he burst out. "What? You know what has become of him?" "Yes." "You can prove it?" "Yes." "Speak out, man." "He is not here," said Garland. "Then where is he?" He flung his hand out towards the heath, and I saw that the fit was taking him again. But once more he controlled himself. Then he said, in a clear, level voice, "He is dead, Sir George, and you can never see his body. You cannot hold an inquest, for there is nothing to hold it on. The winds have taken him, and scattered him in dust on the heath. Don't look at me like that, Pleddle. I am sane, although it is a wonder we are not all mad over this business. Look and listen." He pointed to the great metal tank. "I arrived at my present conclusion by a process of elimination," he began. "Into that tank, which contained liquid air, Digby, gagged and bound, must have been placed violently, probably after he had given away the chart. Death would have been instantaneous, and he would have been frozen into complete solidity in something like 40 minutes. The ordinary laboratory experiment is to freeze a rabbit, which can then be powdered into mortar like any other friable stone. The operation here has been the same. It is only a question of size. Remember, we are dealing with 312 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And then, well, look at this, and these." He pointed to a large machine with steel blocks, and to a bench littered with saws, chisels, pestles, and mortars. "That machine is a stone breaker," he said. "On the dust adhering to these blocks, I found this." He held up a test tube containing a blue liquid. "The Guiacum test," he said. "In other words, blood. This fact, taken with the facts we already know, that Digby never left the house, that the only other agent of destruction of a body, fire, is out of the question, that this tank is the receptacle of that enormous machine for making liquid air in very large quantities, and, above all, the practical possibility of the operation being conducted by the men who are at present in the house, afford me absolutely conclusive proof, beyond a possibility of doubt, as to what has happened. The body of that unfortunate man is as if it had never been, without a fragment of pinpoint size for identification or evidence. It is beyond the annals of all the crimes that I have ever heard of. What law can help us? Can you hold an inquest on nothing? Can you charge a person with murder, where no victim or trace of a victim can be produced?" A sickly feeling came over me. Garland's words carried their own conviction, and we knew that we stood in the presence of a horror without a name. Nevertheless, to the police mind, horror per se does not exist. To them, there is always a mystery, a crime, and a solution. That is all. The men beside me were police once more. Sentiment might come later.
"Are there any reporters here?" asked Sir George.
"None," answered Frost.
"Good. Mr. Oscar Digby has disappeared. There is no doubt how. There can, of course, be no arrest, as Dr. Garland has just said. Our official position is this. We suspect that Mr. Digby has been murdered, but the search for the discovery of the body has failed. That is our position."
Before I left that awful house, I made arrangements to have Muriel Scaife conveyed to a London hospital. I did not consult Mrs. Scaife on the subject. I could not get myself to say another word to the woman. In the hospital, a private ward was secured for the unhappy girl, and there for many weeks she hovered between life and death. Meanwhile, Mrs. Scaife and her brother were detained at the Rosary. They were closely watched by the police, and although they made many efforts to escape, they found it impossible. Our hope was that when Muriel recovered strength, she would be able to substantiate a case against them. But, alas, this hope was unfounded, for, as the girl recovered, there remained a blank in her memory, which no efforts on our part could fill. She had absolutely and completely forgotten Oscar Digby, and the house on Hampstead Heath was to her as though it had never existed. In all other respects she was well. Under these circumstances we were forced to allow the Spaniard and his sister to return to their own country, our one most earnest hope being that we might never see or hear of them again. Meanwhile Muriel grew better. I was interested in her from the first. When she was well enough, I placed her with some friends of my own. A year ago she became my wife. I think she is happy. A past which is forgotten cannot trouble her. I have long ago come to regard her as the best and truest woman living. The Actor and the Alibi by G.K. Chesterton. Mr. Munden Mandeville, the theatrical manager, walked briskly through the passages behind the scenes, or rather below the scenes. His attire was smart and festive, perhaps a little too festive. The flower in his buttonhole was festive, the very varnish on his boots was festive, but his face was not at all festive. He was a big, bull-necked, black-browed man, and at the moment his brow was blacker than usual. He had, in any case, of course, the 100 botherations that besiege a man in such a position, and they ranged from large to small, and from new to old. It annoyed him to pass through the passages where the old pantomime scenery was stacked, because he had successfully begun his career at that theatre with very popular pantomimes, and had since been induced to gamble in more serious and classical drama, over which he had dropped a good deal of money. Hence, to see the sapphire gates of Bluebeard's Blue Palace, or portions of the enchanted grove of golden orange trees, leaning up against the wall to be festooned with cobwebs or nibbled by mice, did not give him that soothing sense of a return to simplicity which we all ought to have when given a glimpse of that wonderland of our childhood. Nor had he any time to drop a tear where he had dropped the money, or to dream of this paradise of Peter Pan, for he had been summoned hurriedly to settle a practical problem, not of the past, but of the moment. It was the sort of thing that does sometimes happen in that strange world behind the scenes, but it was big enough to be serious. Miss Moroni, the talented young actress of Italian parentage, who had undertaken to act an important part in the play that was to be rehearsed that afternoon and performed that evening, had abruptly, and even violently, refused, at the last moment, to do anything of the kind. He had not even seen the exasperating lady yet, and, as she had locked herself up in her dressing-room, and defied the world through the door, it seemed unlikely for the present that he would. Mr. Munden Mandeville was sufficiently British to explain it by murmuring that all foreigners were mad, but the thought of his good fortune in inhabiting the only sane island of the planet did not suffice to soothe him, any more than the memory of the enchanted grove. All these things, and many more, were annoying, and yet a very intimate observer might have suspected that something was wrong with Mr. Mandeville that went beyond annoyance. If it be possible for a heavy and healthy man to look haggard, he looked haggard. His face was full, but his eye sockets were hollow. His mouth twitched, as if it were always trying to bite the black strip of moustache that was just too short to be bitten. He might have been a man who had begun to take drugs, but even on that assumption there was something that suggested that he had a reason for doing it, that the drug was not the cause of the tragedy, but the tragedy the cause of the drug. Whatever was his deeper secret, it seemed to inhabit that dark end of the long passage, where was the entrance to his own little study. And as he went along the empty corridor, he threw back a nervous glance now and then. However, business is business, and he made his way to the opposite end of the passage, where the blank green door of Miss Maroney defied the world. A group of actors and other people involved were already standing in front of it, conferring and considering, one might almost fancy, the advisability of a battering ram. The group contained one figure at least, who was already well enough known, whose photograph was on many mantelpieces, and his autograph in many albums. For though Norman Knight was playing the hero in a theatre that was still a little provincial and old-fashioned, and capable of calling him the first walking gentleman, he, at least, was certainly on the way to wider triumphs. He was a good-looking man, with a long cleft chin and fair hair low on his forehead, giving him a rather Neronian look that did not altogether correspond to his impulsive and plunging movements. The group also contained Rafe Randall, who generally acted elderly character parts, and had a humorous, hatchet face, blue with shaving, and discoloured with grease paint. It contained Mandeville's second walking gentleman, carrying on the not yet wholly vanished tradition of Charles's friend, a dark, curly-haired youth bearing the name of Aubrey Vernon. It included Mr. Munden Mandeville's wife's maid, or dresser, a very powerful-looking person with tight red hair and a hard wooden face. It also, incidentally, included Mandeville's wife, a quiet woman in the background, with a pale, patient face, the lines of which had not lost a classical symmetry and severity, but which looked all the paler because her very eyes were pale, and her pale yellow hair lay in two plain bands, like some very archaic Madonna. Not everybody knew that she had once been a serious and successful actress in Ibsen and the intellectual drama. But her husband did not think much of problem plays, and certainly at the moment was more interested in the problem of getting a foreign actress out of a locked room, a new version of the conjuring trick of the vanishing lady. "Hasn't she come out yet?" he demanded, speaking to his wife's business-like attendant rather than to his wife. "No, sir," answered the woman, who was known as Mrs. Sands, in a sombre manner. "We are beginning to get a little alarmed," said old Randall. "She seemed quite unbalanced, and we're afraid she might even do herself some mischief." "Hell," said Mandeville, in his simple and artless way. "Advertisement's very good, but we don't want that sort of advertisement. Hasn't she any friends here? Has nobody any influence with her?" "Jarvis thinks the only man who might manage her is her own priest round the corner," said Randall. "And in case she does start hanging herself on a hat peg, I really thought perhaps he'd better be here. Jarvis has gone to fetch him. Oh, and, as a matter of fact, here he comes." Two more figures appeared in that subterranean passage under the stage. The first was Ashton Jarvis, a jolly fellow who generally acted villains, but who had surrendered that high vocation for the moment to the curly-headed youth. The other figure was short and square, and clad all in black. It was Father Brown from the church round the corner. Father Brown seemed to take it quite naturally, and even casually, that he should be called in to consider the queer conduct of one of his flock, whether she was to be regarded as a black sheep or only as a lost lamb. But he did not seem to think much of the suggestion of suicide. "I suppose there was some reason for her flying off the handle like that," he said. "Does anybody know what it was?"
"Dissatisfied with her part, I believe," said the older actor.
"They always are," growled Mr. Munden Mandeville. "And I thought my wife would look after those arrangements." "I can only say," said Mrs. Munden Mandeville, rather wearily, "that I gave her what ought to be the best part. It's supposed to be what stage-struck young women want, isn't it? To act the beautiful young heroine and marry the beautiful young hero in a shower of bouquets and cheers from the gallery. Women of my age naturally have to fall back on acting respectable matrons, and I was careful to confine myself to that."
"It would be devilish awkward to alter the parts now, anyhow," said Randall.
"It's not to be thought of," declared Norman Knight firmly.
"Why, I could hardly act... But anyhow, it's much too late."
Father Brown had slipped forward and was standing outside the locked door, listening.
"Is there no sound?" asked the manager anxiously,
and then added in a lower voice,
"Do you think she can have done herself in?"
"There is a certain sound," replied Father Brown calmly. "I should be inclined to deduce from the sound that she is engaged in breaking windows or looking-glasses, probably with her feet. No, I do not think there is much danger of her going on to destroy herself. Breaking looking-glasses with your feet is a very unusual prelude to suicide. If she had been a German, gone away to think quietly about metaphysics and Weltschmerz, I should be all for breaking the door down. These Italians don't really die so easily, and are not liable to kill themselves in a rage. Somebody else, perhaps. Yes, possibly. It might be well to take ordinary precautions if she comes out with a leap."
"So you're not in favour of forcing the door?" asked Mandeville.
"Not if you want her to act in your play," replied Father Brown. "If you do that, she'll raise the roof and refuse to stay in the place. If you leave her alone, she'll probably come out from mere curiosity. If I were you, I should just leave somebody to guard the door, more or less, and trust to time for an hour or two."
"In that case," said Mandeville, "we can only get on with rehearsing the scenes where she doesn't appear. My wife will arrange all that is necessary for scenery just now. After all, the fourth act is the main business. You'd better get on with that."
"Not a dress rehearsal," said Mandeville's wife to the others.
"Very well," said Knight. "Not a dress rehearsal, of course. I wish the dresses of the infernal period weren't so elaborate."
"What is the play?" asked the priest, with a touch of curiosity.
"The School for Scandal," said Mandeville. "It may be literature, but I want plays. My wife likes what she calls classical comedies. A long sight more classic than comic."
At this moment, the old doorkeeper known as Sam, and the solitary inhabitant of the theatre during off-hours, came waddling up to the manager with a card to say that Lady Miriam Marden wished to see him. He turned away, but Father Brown continued to blink steadily for a few seconds in the direction of the manager's wife, and saw that her wan face wore a faint smile. Not altogether a cheerful smile. Father Brown moved off in company with the man who had brought him in, who happened, indeed, to be a friend and person of a similar persuasion, which is not uncommon among actors. As he moved off, however, he heard Mrs. Mandeville give quiet directions to Mrs. Sands that she should take up the post of watcher beside the closed door. "Mrs. Mandeville seems to be an intelligent woman," said the priest to his companion, "though she keeps so much in the background."
"She was once a highly intellectual woman," said Jarvis sadly.
"Rather washed out and wasted, some would say, by marrying a bounder like Mandeville. She has the very highest ideals of the drama, you know. But, of course, it isn't often she can get her lord and master to look at anything in that light. Do you know, he actually wanted a woman like that to act as a pantomime boy? Admitted that she was a fine actress, but said pantomimes paid better. Well, that will give you about a measure of his psychological insight and sensibility. But she never complained. As she said to me once, complaint always comes back in an echo from the ends of the world, but silence strengthens us. If only she were married to somebody who understood her ideas, she might have been one of the great actresses of the age. Indeed, the highbrow critics still think a lot of her. As it is, she is married to that. And he pointed to where the big black bulk of Mandeville stood with his back to them, talking to the ladies who had summoned him forth into the vestibule. Lady Miriam was a very long and languid and elegant lady, handsome in a recent fashion, largely modelled on Egyptian mummies. Her dark hair cut low and square, like a sort of helmet, and her lips very painted and prominent, and giving her a permanent expression of contempt. Her companion was a very vivacious lady with an ugly, attractive face, and hair powdered with grey. She was a Mrs. Teresa Talbot, and she talked a great deal, while her companion seemed too tired to talk at all. Only just as the two men passed, Lady Miriam summoned up the energy to say, "Plays are a bore, but I've never seen a rehearsal in ordinary clothes. Might be a bit funny. Somehow, nowadays, one can never find a thing one's never seen." "Now, Mr. Mandeville," said Miss Talbot, tapping him on the arm with animated persistence, "you simply must let us see that rehearsal. We can't come tonight, and we don't want to. We want to see all the funny people in the wrong clothes." "Of course I can give you a box if you wish it," said Mandeville hastily. "Perhaps your ladyship would come this way." And he led them off down another corridor. "I wonder," said Jarvis, in a meditative manner, "whether even Mandeville prefers that sort of woman." "Well," asked his clerical companion, "have you any reason to suppose that Mandeville does prefer her?" Jarvis looked at him steadily for an instant before answering. "Mandeville is a mystery," he said gravely. "Oh, yes, I know that he looks about as commonplace a cad as ever walked down Piccadilly, but he really is a mystery for all that. There's something on his conscience. There's a shadow in his life, and I doubt whether it has anything more to do with a few fashionable flirtations than it has with his poor neglected wife. If it has, there's something more in them than meets the eye. As a matter of fact, I happen to know rather more about it than anyone else does, merely by accident. But even I can't make anything of what I know, except a mystery." He looked around him in the vestibule to see that they were alone, and then added, lowering his voice, "I don't mind telling you, because I know you are a tower of silence where secrets are concerned. But I had a curious shock the other day, and it has been repeated several times since. You know that Mandeville always works in that little room at the end of the passage, just under the stage. Well, twice over I happened to pass by there when everyone thought he was alone, and, what's more, when I myself happened to be able to account for all the women in the company, and all the women likely to have to do with him, being absent or at their usual posts." "All the women?" remarked Father Brown, inquiringly. "There was a woman with him," said Jarvis, almost in a whisper. "There is some woman who is always visiting him. Somebody that none of us knows. I don't even know how she comes there, since it isn't down the passage to the door, but I think I once saw a veiled or cloaked figure passing out into the twilight at the back of the theatre, like a ghost. But she can't be a ghost, and I don't believe she's even an ordinary affair. I don't think it's love-making. I think it's blackmail." "What makes you think that?" asked the other. "Because," said Jarvis, his face turning from grave to grim, I once heard sounds like a quarrel, and then the strange woman said, in a metallic, menacing voice, 4 words, 'I am your wife.'" "You think he is a bigamist," said Father Brown, reflectively. "Well, bigamy and blackmail often go together, of course. But she may be bluffing, as well as blackmailing. She may be mad. These theatrical people often have monomaniacs running after them. You may be right, but I shouldn't jump to conclusions. And talking about theatrical people, isn't the rehearsal going to begin? And aren't you a theatrical person?" "I'm not on in this scene," said Jarvis with a smile. "They are only doing 1 act, you know, until your Italian friend comes to her senses." "Talking about my Italian friend," observed the priest, "I should rather like to know whether she has come to her senses." "We can go back and see, if you like," said Jarvis, and they descended again to the basement and the long passage, at one end of which was Mandeville's study, and at the other end the closed door of Signora Maroni. The door seemed to be still closed, and Mrs. Sands sat outside it, as motionless as a wooden idol. Near the other end of the passage they caught a glimpse of some of the other actors in the scene, mounting the stairs to the stage just above. Vernon and old Randall went ahead, running rapidly up the stairs, but Mrs. Mandeville went more slowly, in her quietly dignified fashion, and Norman Knight seemed to linger a little to speak to her. A few words fell on the ears of the unintentional eavesdroppers as they passed. "I tell you a woman visits him," Knight was saying violently. "Hush," said the lady, in her voice of silver that still had in it something of steel. "You must not talk like this. Remember, he is my husband." "I wish to God I could forget it," said Knight, and rushed up the stairs to the stage. The lady followed him, still pale and calm, to take up her own position there. "Somebody else knows it," said the priest quietly, "but I doubt whether it is any business of ours." "Yes," muttered Jarvis, "it seems as if everybody knows it, and nobody knows anything about it." They proceeded along the passage to the other end, where the rigid attendant sat outside the Italian's door. "No, she ain't come out yet," said the woman in her sullen way. "And she ain't dead, for I heard her moving about now and then. I dunno what tricks she's up to." "Do you happen to know, ma'am," said Father Brown with abrupt politeness, "where Mr. Mandeville is just now?" "Yes," she replied promptly. "Saw him go into his little room at the end of the passage a minute or 2 ago. Just before the prompter called and the curtain went up. Must be there still, for I ain't seen him come out." "There's no other door to his office, you mean?" said Father Brown in an off-hand way. "Well, I suppose the rehearsal's going in full swing now, for all the Signora's sulking?" "Yes," said Jarvis, after a moment's silence. "I can just hear the voices on the stage from here. Old Randall has a splendid carrying voice." They both remained for an instant in a listening attitude, so that the booming voice of the actor on the stage could indeed be heard rolling faintly down the stairs and along the passage. Before they had spoken again, or resumed their normal poise, their ears were filled with another sound. It was a dull but heavy crash, and it came from behind the closed door of Munden Mandeville's private room. Father Brown went racing along the passage like an arrow from the bow, and was struggling with the door-handle before Jarvis had wakened with a start and begun to follow him. "The door is locked," said the priest, turning a face that was a little pale, "and I am all in favour of breaking down this door." "Do you mean," asked Jarvis, with a rather ghastly look, "that the unknown visitor has got in here again? Do you think it's anything serious?" After a moment he added, "I may be able to push back the bolt. I know the fastening on these doors." He knelt down and pulled out a pocket-knife, with a long steel implement, manipulated it for a moment, and the door swung open on the manager's study. Almost the first thing they noticed was that there was no other door, and even no window, but a great electric lamp stood on the table. But it was not quite the first thing that they noticed, for even before that they had seen that Mandeville was lying flat on his face in the middle of the room, and the blood was crawling out from under his fallen face like a pattern of scarlet snakes that glittered evilly in that unnatural subterranean light. They did not know how long they had been staring at each other when Jarvis said, like one letting loose something that he had held back with his breath, "If the stranger got in somehow, she has gone somehow." "Perhaps we think too much about the stranger," said Father Brown. "There are so many strange things in this strange theatre that you rather tend to forget some of them." "Why, which things do you mean?" asked his friend quickly. "There are many," said the priest. "There is the other locked door, for instance." "But the other door is locked," cried Jarvis, staring. "But you forgot it all the same," said Father Brown. A few moments afterwards he said thoughtfully, "That Mrs. Sands is a grumpy and gloomy sort of card." "Do you mean," asked the other in a lowered voice, "that she's lying, and the Italian did come out?" "No," said the priest calmly. "I think I meant it, more or less, as a detached study of character." "You can't mean," cried the actor, "that Mrs. Sands did it herself." "I didn't mean a study of her character," said Father Brown. While they had been exchanging these abrupt reflections, Father Brown had knelt down by the body, and ascertained that it was beyond any hope or question a dead body. Lying beside it, though not immediately visible from the doorway, was a dagger of the theatrical sort, lying as if it had fallen from the wound, or from the hand of the assassin. According to Jarvis, who recognized the instrument, there was not very much to be learned from it, unless the experts could find some fingerprints. It was a property dagger. That is, it was nobody's property. It had been kicking about the theatre for a long time, and anybody might have picked it up. Then the priest rose and looked gravely round the room. "We must send for the police," he said, "and for a doctor, though the doctor comes too late. Looking at this room, by the way, I don't see how our Italian friend could manage it." "The Italian?" cried his friend. "I should think not. I should have thought she had an alibi, if anybody had. 2 separate rooms, both locked at opposite ends of a long passage, with a fixed witness watching it." "No," said Father Brown, "not quite. The difficulty is how she could have got in at this end. I think she might have got out the other end." "And why?" asked the other. "I told you," said Father Brown, "that it sounded as if she was breaking glass, mirrors, or windows. Stupidly enough, I forgot something I knew quite well, that she is pretty superstitious. She wouldn't be likely to break a mirror, so I suspect she broke a window. It's true that all this is under the ground floor, but it might be a skylight or a window opening on an area. But there don't seem to be any skylights or areas here." And he stared at the ceiling very intently for a considerable time. Suddenly he came back to conscious life again with a start. "We must go upstairs and telephone and tell everybody. It is pretty painful. My God, can you hear those actors still shouting and ranting upstairs? The play is still going on. I suppose that's what they mean by tragic irony." When it was fated that the theatre should be turned into a house of mourning, an opportunity was given to the actors to show many of the real virtues of their type and trade. They did, as the phrase goes, behave like gentlemen, and not only like first walking gentlemen. They had not all of them liked or trusted Mandeville, But they knew exactly the right things to say about him. They showed not only sympathy, but delicacy in their attitude to his widow. She had become, in a new and very different sense, a tragedy queen. Her lightest word was law, and while she moved about, slowly and sadly, they ran her many errands.
"She was always a strong character," said old Randall, rather huskily, "and had the best brains of any of us. Of course, poor Mandeville was never on her level in education and so on, but she always did her duty splendidly. It was quite pathetic, the way she would sometimes say she wished she had more intellectual life. But Mandeville, well, nil nisi bonum, as they say."
And the old gentleman went away, wagging his head sadly.
"Nil nisi bonum, indeed," said Jarvis grimly.
"I don't think Randall, at any rate, has heard of the story of the strange lady visitor. By the way, don't you think it probably was the strange woman?" "It depends," said the priest. "Whom you mean by the strange woman?" "Oh, I don't mean the Italian woman," said Jarvis hastily. "Though, as a matter of fact, you were quite right about her, too. When they went in, the skylight was smashed, and the room was empty. But so far as the police can discover, she simply went home in the most harmless fashion. No, I mean the woman who was heard threatening him at that secret meeting. The woman who said she was his wife. Do you think she really was his wife?" "It is possible," said Father Brown, staring blankly into the void, "that she really was his wife." "Or that would give us the motive of jealousy over his bigamous remarriage," reflected Jarvis. "For the body was not robbed in any way. No need to poke about for thieving servants, or even impecunious actors. But as for that, of course, you've noticed the outstanding and peculiar thing about the case." "I have noticed several peculiar things," said Father Brown. "Which one do you mean?" "I mean the corporate alibi," said Jarvis gravely. "It's not often that practically a whole company has a public alibi like that. An alibi on a lighted stage, and all witnessing to each other. As it turns out, it is jolly lucky for our friends here that poor Mandeville did put those two silly society women in the box to watch the rehearsal. They can bear witness that the whole act was performed without a hitch, with the characters on the stage all the time. They began long before Mandeville was last seen going into his room. They went on at least 5 or 10 minutes after you and I found his dead body. And, by a lucky coincidence, the moment we actually heard him fall was during the time when all the characters were on the stage together." "Yes, that is certainly very important, and simplifies everything," agreed Father Brown. "Let us count the people covered by the alibi. There was Randall. I rather fancy Randall practically hated the manager, though he is very properly covering his feelings just now. But he is ruled out. It was his voice we heard thundering over our heads from the stage. There is our jeune premier, Mr. Knight. I have rather good reason to suppose he was in love with Mandeville's wife, and not concealing that sentiment so much as he might. But he is out of it, for he was on the stage at the same time, being thundered at. There was that amiable young man, Aubrey Vernon. He's out of it. And there's Mrs. Mandeville. She's out of it. Their corporate alibi, as you say, depends chiefly on Lady Miriam and her friend in the box, though there is the general common-sense corroboration that the act had to be gone through, and the routine of the theatre seems to have suffered no interruption. The legal witnesses, however, are Lady Miriam and her friend Miss Talbot. I suppose you feel sure they are all right." "Lady Miriam?" said Jarvis in surprise. "Oh, yes. I suppose you mean that she looks a queer sort of vamp. But you've no notion what even the ladies of the best families are looking like nowadays. Besides, is there any particular reason for doubting their evidence?" "Only that it brings us up against a blank wall," said Father Brown. "Don't you see that this collective alibi practically covers everybody? Those 4 were the only performers in the theatre at the time, and there were scarcely any servants in the theatre. None, indeed, except old Sam, who guards the only regular entrance, and the woman who guarded Miss Moroney's door. There is nobody else left available but you and me. We certainly might be accused of the crime, especially as we found the body. There seems nobody else who can be accused. You didn't happen to kill him when I wasn't looking, I suppose?" Jarvis looked up with a slight start and stared a moment. Then the broad grin returned to his swarthy face. He shook his head. "You didn't do it," said Father Brown, "and we will assume for the moment, merely for the sake of argument, that I didn't do it. The people on the stage being out of it, it really leaves the Signora behind her locked door, the sentinel in front of her door, and old Sam. Or are you thinking of the two ladies in the box? Of course, they might have slipped out of the box." "No," said Jarvis. "I am thinking of the unknown woman who came and told Mandeville she was his wife." "Perhaps she was," said the priest. And this time there was a note in his steady voice that made his companion start to his feet once more and lean across the table. "We said," he observed in a low, eager voice, "that this first wife might have been jealous of the other wife." "No," said Father Brown. "She might have been jealous of the Italian girl, perhaps, or of Lady Miriam Marden, but she was not jealous of the other wife." "And why not?" "Because there was no other wife," said Father Brown. "So far from being a bigamist, Mr. Mandeville seems to me to have been a highly monogamous person. His wife was almost too much with him, so much with him that you all charitably suppose that she must be somebody else. But I don't see how she could have been with him when he was killed, for we agree that she was acting all the time in front of the footlights, acting an important part, too." "Do you really mean," cried Jarvis, "that the strange woman who haunted him like a ghost was only the Mrs. Mandeville we know?" But he received no answer, for Father Brown was staring into vacancy, with a blank expression, almost like an idiot's. He always did look most idiotic at the instant when he was most intelligent. The next moment he scrambled to his feet, looking very harassed and distressed. "This is awful," he said. "I'm not sure it isn't the worst business I ever had. But I've got to go through with it. Would you go and ask Mrs. Mandeville if I may speak to her in private?" "Oh, certainly," said Jarvis, as he turned towards the door. "But what's the matter with you?" "Only being a born fool," said Father Brown. "A very common complaint in this vale of tears. I was fool enough to forget altogether that the play was the school for scandal." He walked restlessly up and down the room until Jarvis reappeared at the door with an altered and even alarmed face. "I can't find her anywhere," he said. "Nobody seems to have seen her." "They haven't seen Norman Knight either, have they?" asked Father Brown dryly. "Well, it saves me the most painful interview of my life. Saving the grace of God, I was very nearly frightened of that woman. But she was frightened of me, too. Frightened of something I'd seen or said. Knight was always begging her to bolt with him. Now she's done it. And I'm devilish sorry for him." "For him?" inquired Jarvis. "Well, it can't be very nice to elope with a murderess," said the other dispassionately. "But as a matter of fact, she was something very much worse than a murderess." "And what is that?" "An egoist," said Father Brown. "She was the sort of person who had looked in the mirror before looking out of the window, and it is the worst calamity of mortal life. The looking-glass was unlucky for her, all right, but rather because it wasn't broken." "Well, I can't understand what all this means," said Jarvis. "Everybody regarded her as a person of the most exalted ideals, almost moving on a higher spiritual plane than the rest of us." She regarded herself in that light, said the other, and she knew how to hypnotize everybody else into it. Perhaps I hadn't known her long enough to be wrong about her, but I knew the sort of person she was 5 minutes after I clapped eyes on her.
"Oh, come," cried Jarvis. "I'm sure her behaviour about the Italian was beautiful."
"Her behaviour always was beautiful," said the other. "I've heard from everybody here all about her refinements and subtleties and spiritual soarings above poor Mandeville's head. But all these spiritualities and subtleties seem to me to boil themselves down to the simple fact that she certainly was a lady, and he most certainly was not a gentleman. But, do you know, I have never felt quite sure that St. Peter will make that the only test at the gate of heaven. As for the rest," he went on with increasing animation, "I knew from the very first words she said that she was not really being fair to the poor Italian, with all her fine airs of frigid magnanimity. And again I realized it when I knew that the play was the school for scandal."
"Well, you are going rather too fast for me," said Jarvis, in some bewilderment. "What does it matter what the play was?"
"Well," said the priest, "she said she had given the girl the part of the beautiful heroine, and had retired into the background herself with the older part of a matron. Now, that might have applied to almost any play, but it falsifies the facts about that particular play. She can only have meant that she gave the other actress the part of Maria, which is hardly a part at all, and the part of the obscure and self-effacing married woman, if you please, must have been the part of Lady Teazle, which is the only part any actress wants to act. If the Italian was a first-rate actress who had been promised a first-rate part, there was really some excuse, or at least some cause, for her mad Italian rage. There generally is for mad Italian rages. Latins are logical, and have a reason for going mad. But that one little thing let in daylight for me on the meaning of her magnanimity. And there was another thing, even then. You laughed when I said that the sulky look of Mrs. Sands was a study in character, but not in the character of Mrs. Sands. But it was true. If you want to know what a lady is really like, don't look at her, for she may be too clever for you. Don't look at the men around her, for they may be too silly about her. But look at some other woman who is always near to her, and especially one who is under her. You will see in that mirror her real face, and the face mirrored in Mrs. Sands was very ugly. And as for all the other impressions, what were they? I heard a lot about the unworthiness of poor old Mandeville, but it was all about his being unworthy of her, and I am pretty certain it came indirectly from her. And even so, it betrayed itself. Obviously, from what every man said, she had confided in every man about her confounded intellectual loneliness. You yourself said she never complained, and then quoted her about how her uncomplaining silence strengthened her soul. And that is just the note. That's the unmistakable style. People who complain are just jolly, human, Christian nuisances. I don't mind them. But people who complain that they never complain are the devil. They are really the devil. Isn't that swagger of stoicism the whole point of the Byronic cult of Satan? I heard all this, but for the life of me I couldn't hear of anything tangible she had to complain of. Nobody pretended that her husband drank, or beat her, or left her without money, or even was unfaithful, until the rumour about the secret meetings, which were simply her own melodramatic habit of pestering him with curtain lectures in his own business office. And when one looked at the facts, apart from the atmospheric impression of martyrdom she contrived to spread, the facts were really quite the other way. Mandeville left off making money on pantomimes to please her. He started losing money on classical drama to please her. She arranged the scenery and furniture as she liked. She wanted Sheridan's play, and she had it. She wanted the part of Lady Teazle, and she had it. She wanted a rehearsal without costume at that particular hour, and she had it. It may be worth remarking on the curious fact that she wanted that. "But what is the use of all this tirade?" asked the actor, who had hardly ever heard his clerical friend make so long a speech before. "We seem to have got a long way from the murder in all this psychological business. She may have eloped with Knight, she may have bamboozled Randall, she may have bamboozled me, but she can't have murdered her husband, for everyone agrees she was on the stage through the whole scene. She may be wicked, but she isn't a witch." "Well, I wouldn't be so sure," said Father Brown, with a smile. "But she didn't need to use any witchcraft in this case. I know now that she did it, and very simply indeed." "Why are you so sure of that?" asked Jarvis, looking at him in a puzzled way. "Because the play was the School for Scandal," replied Father Brown. "And that particular act of the School for Scandal. I should like to remind you, as I said just now, that she always arranged the furniture how she liked. I should also like to remind you that this stage was built and used for pantomimes. It would naturally have trap-doors and trick exits of that sort. And when you say that witnesses could attest to having seen all the performers on the stage, I should like to remind you that in the principal scene of the School for Scandal, one of the principal performers remains, for a considerable time, on the stage, but is not seen. She is technically on, but she might practically be very much off. That is the screen of Lady Teazle, and the alibi of Mrs. Mandeville." There was a silence, and then the actor said, "You think she slipped through a trapdoor behind a screen down to the floor below, where the manager's room was?" "She certainly slipped away in some fashion, and that is the most probable fashion," said the other. "I think it all the more probable because she took the opportunity of an undress rehearsal, and even indeed arranged for one. It is a guess, but I fancy if it had been a dress rehearsal, it might have been more difficult to get through a trapdoor in the hoops of the 18th century. There are many little difficulties, of course, but I think they could all be met in time and in turn." "What I can't meet is the big difficulty," said Jarvis, putting his head on his hand with a sort of groan. "I simply can't bring myself to believe that a radiant and serene creature like that could so lose, so to speak, her bodily balance, to say nothing of her moral balance. Was any motive strong enough? Was she very much in love with Knight?" "I hope so," replied his companion, "for really it would be the most human excuse. But I'm sorry to say that I have my doubts. She wanted to get rid of her husband, who was an old-fashioned provincial hack, not even making much money. She wanted to have a career as the brilliant wife of a brilliant and rapidly rising actor. But she didn't want, in that sense, to act in the School for Scandal. She wouldn't have run away with a man, except in the last resort. It wasn't a human passion with her, but a sort of hellish respectability. She was always dogging her husband in secret, and badgering him to divorce himself, or otherwise get out of the way. And as he refused, he paid at last for his refusal. There's another thing you've got to remember. You talk about these highbrows having a higher art and a more philosophical drama. But remember what a lot of the philosophy is. Remember what sort of conduct those highbrows often present to the highest. All about the will to power, and the right to live, and the right to experience. Damned nonsense, and more than damned nonsense. Nonsense that can damn." Father Brown frowned, which he did very rarely, and there was still a cloud on his brow as he put on his hat, and went out into the night. The Problem of Thor Bridge by Arthur Conan Doyle. Somewhere in the vaults of the Bank of Cox and Company, at Charing Cross, there is a travel-worn and battered tin dispatch box, with my name, John H. Watson, M.D., late Indian Army, painted upon the lid. It is crammed with papers, nearly all of which are records of cases to illustrate the curious problems which Mr. Sherlock Holmes had at various times to examine. Some, and not the least interesting, were complete failures, and as such will hardly bear narrating, since no final explanation is forthcoming. A problem without a solution may interest the student, but can hardly fail to annoy the casual reader. Among these unfinished tales is that of Mr. James Phillimore, who, stepping back into his own house to get his umbrella, was never more seen in this world. No less remarkable is that of the cutter Alicia, which sailed one spring morning into a small patch of mist, from where she never again emerged, nor was anything further ever heard of herself and her crew. A third case worthy of note is that of Isidora Persano, the well-known journalist and duellist, who was found stark staring mad, with a matchbox in front of him, which contained a remarkable worm, said to be unknown to science. Apart from these unfathomed cases, there are some which involve the secrets of private families, to an extent which would mean consternation in many exalted quarters, if it were thought possible that they might find their way into print. I need not say that such a breach of confidence is unthinkable, and that these records will be separated and destroyed, now that my friend has time to turn his energies to the matter. There remain a considerable residue of cases, of greater or less interest, which I might have edited before, had I not feared to give the public a surfeit which might react upon the reputation of the man whom above all others I revere. In some I was myself concerned, and can speak as an eyewitness, while in others I was either not present or played so small a part that they could only be told as by a third person. The following narrative is drawn from my own experience. It was a wild morning in October, and I observed, as I was dressing, how the last remaining leaves were being whirled from the solitary plane tree which graces the yard behind our house. I descended to breakfast, prepared to find my companion in depressed spirits, for, like all great artists, he was easily impressed by his surroundings. On the contrary, I found that he had nearly finished his meal, and that his mood was particularly bright and joyous, with that somewhat sinister cheerfulness which was characteristic of his lighter moments. "You have a case, Holmes?" I remarked. "The faculty of deduction is certainly contagious, Watson," he answered. "It has enabled you to probe my secret. Yes, I have a case. After a month of trivialities and stagnation, the wheels move once more." "Might I share it?" "There is little to share, but we may discuss it when you have consumed the 2 hard-boiled eggs with which our new cook has favoured us. Their condition may not be unconnected with the copy of the Family Herald, which I observed yesterday upon the hall table. Even so trivial a matter as cooking an egg demands an attention which is conscious of the passage of time, and incompatible with the love romance in that excellent periodical." A quarter of an hour later, the table had been cleared, and we were face to face. He had drawn a letter from his pocket. "You have heard of Neil Gibson, the Gold King," he said. "You mean the American senator?" "Well, he was once senator for some western state, but is better known as the greatest gold-mining magnate in the world." "Yes, I know of him. He has surely lived in England for some time. His name is very familiar." "Yes, he bought a considerable estate in Hampshire some 5 years ago. Possibly you have already heard of the tragic end of his wife." "Of course, I remember it now. That is why the name is familiar. But I really know nothing of the details." Holmes waved his hand towards some papers on a chair. "I had no idea that the case was coming my way, or I should have had my extracts ready," said he. "The fact is that the problem, though exceedingly sensational, appeared to present no difficulty. The interesting personality of the accused, does not obscure the clearness of the evidence. That was the view taken by the coroner's jury, and also in the police court proceedings. It is now referred to the assizes at Winchester. I fear it is a thankless business. I can discover facts, Watson, but I cannot change them. Unless some entirely new and unexpected ones come to light, I do not see what my client can hope for." "Your client?" "Ah, I forgot. I had not told you. I'm getting into your involved habit, Watson, of telling a story backwards. You had best read this first." The letter which he handed to me, written in a bold, masterful hand, ran as follows. "Claridge's Hotel, October 3rd. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I can't see the best woman God ever made go to her death without doing all that is possible to save her. I can't explain things. I can't even try to explain them. But I know beyond all doubt that Miss Dunbar is innocent. You know the facts. Who doesn't? It has been the gossip of the country, and never a voice raised for her. It's the damned injustice of it all that makes me crazy. That woman has a heart that wouldn't let her kill a fly. Well, I'll come at 11 tomorrow, and see if you can get some ray of light in the dark. Maybe I have a clue and don't know it. Anyhow, all I know, and all I have, and all I am, are for your use, if only you can save her. If ever in your life you showed your powers, put them now into this case. Yours faithfully, J. Neil Gibson." "There you have it," said Sherlock Holmes, knocking out the ashes of his after-breakfast pipe, and slowly refilling it. "That is the gentleman I await. As to the story, you have hardly time to master all these papers, so I must give it to you in a nutshell if you are to take an intelligent interest in the proceedings. This man is the greatest financial power in the world, and a man, as I understand, of most violent and formidable character. He married a wife, the victim of this tragedy, of whom I know nothing save that she was past her prime, which was the more unfortunate as a very attractive governess superintended the education of 2 young children. These are the 3 people concerned, and the scene is a grand old manor house, the centre of an historical English estate. Then, as to the tragedy. The wife was found in the grounds nearly half a mile from the house, late at night, clad in her dinner dress, with a shawl over her shoulders, and a revolver bullet through her brain. No weapon was found near her, and there was no local clue as to the murder. No weapon near her, Watson. Mark that. The crime seems to have been committed late in the evening, and the body was found by a gamekeeper about 11 o'clock, when it was examined by the police and by a doctor before being carried up to the house. Is this too condensed, or can you follow it clearly? It is all very clear. But why suspect the governess? Well, in the first place, there is some very direct evidence. A revolver with 1 discharged chamber, and a calibre which corresponded with the bullet was found on the floor of her wardrobe. His eyes fixed, and he repeated in broken words, "On the floor of her wardrobe." Then he sank into silence, and I saw that some train of thought had been set moving, which I should be foolish to interrupt. Suddenly, with a start, he emerged into brisk life once more. "Yes, Watson, it was found. Pretty damning, eh? So the 2 juries thought. Then the dead woman had a note upon her, making an appointment at that very place, and signed by the governess. How's that? Finally, there is the motive. Senator Gibson is an attractive person. If his wife dies, who more likely to succeed her than the young lady who had already, by all accounts, received pressing attentions from her employer? Love, fortune, power, all depending upon one middle-aged life. Ugly, Watson, very ugly." "Well, yes, indeed, Holmes." "Nor could she prove an alibi. On the contrary, she had to admit that she was down near Thor Bridge, that was the scene of the tragedy, "About that hour." She couldn't deny it, for some passing villager had seen her there. "Well, that really seems final." "And yet, Watson, and yet. This bridge, a single broad span of stone with balustraded sides, carries the drive over the narrowest part of a long, deep, reed-girt sheet of water. Thor Mere, it is called. In the mouth of the bridge lay the dead woman. Such are the main facts. But here, if I mistake not, is our client, considerably before his time." Billy had opened the door, but the name which he announced was an unexpected one. Mr. Marlowe Bates was a stranger to both of us. He was a thin, nervous wisp of a man, with frightened eyes and a twitching, hesitating manner, a man whom my own professional eye would judge to be on the brink of an absolute nervous breakdown. "You seem agitated, Mr. Bates," said Holmes. "Pray sit down. I fear I can only give you a short time, for I have an appointment at 11. "I know you have," our visitor gasped, shooting out short sentences like a man who is out of breath. "Mr. Gibson is coming. Mr. Gibson is my employer. I am manager of his estate. Mr. Holmes, he is a villain, an infernal villain." "Strong language, Mr. Bates." "I have to be emphatic, Mr. Holmes, for the time is so limited. I would not have him find me here for the world. He is almost due now, but I was so situated that I could not come earlier. His secretary, Mr. Ferguson, only told me this morning of his appointment with you." "And you are his manager?" "I have given him notice. In a couple of weeks I shall have shaken off his accursed slavery. A hard man, Mr. Holmes, hard to all about him. Those public charities are a screen to cover his private iniquities. But his wife was his chief victim. He was brutal to her. Yes, sir, brutal. How she came by her death I do not know, but I am sure that he had made her life a misery to her. She was a creature of the tropics, a Brazilian by birth, as no doubt you know." "No, it had escaped me." "Tropical by birth and tropical by nature. A child of the sun and of passion. She had loved him as such women can love, but when her own physical charms had faded, I am told that they once were great, there was nothing to hold him. We all liked her and felt for her, and hated him for the way that he treated her. But he is plausible and cunning. That is all I have to say to you. Don't take him at his face value. There is more behind. Now, I'll go. No, don't detain me. He is almost due." With a frightened look at the clock, our strange visitor literally ran to the door and disappeared. "Well, well," said Holmes, after an interval of silence. "Mr. Gibson seems to have a nice, loyal household, but the warning is a useful one, and now we can only wait till the man himself appears." Sharp at the hour, we heard a heavy step upon the stairs, and the famous millionaire was shown into the room. As I looked upon him, I understood not only the fears and dislike of his manager, but also the execrations which so many business rivals have heaped upon his head. If I were a sculptor, and desired to idealize the successful man of affairs, iron of nerve and leathery of conscience, I should choose Mr. Neil Gibson as my model. His tall, gaunt, craggy figure had a suggestion of hunger and rapacity. An Abraham Lincoln keyed to base uses instead of high ones would give some idea of the man. His face might have been chiselled in granite, hard-set, craggy, remorseless, with deep lines upon it, the scars of many a crisis. Cold grey eyes, looking shrewdly out from under bristling brows, surveyed us each in turn. He bowed in perfunctory fashion, as Holmes mentioned my name, and then, with a masterful air of possession, he drew a chair up to my companion, and seated himself with his bony knees almost touching him. "Let me say right here, Mr. Holmes," he began, "that money is nothing to me in this case. You can burn it, if it's any use in lighting you to the truth. This woman is innocent, and this woman has to be cleared, and it's up to you to do it. Name your figure. "My professional charges are upon a fixed scale," said Holmes coldly. "I do not vary them, save when I remit them altogether."
"Well, if dollars make no difference to you, think of the reputation. If you pull this off, every paper in England and America will be booming you. You'll be the talk of 2 continents.
"Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I do not think that I am in need of booming. It may surprise you to know that I prefer to work anonymously, and that it is the problem itself which attracts me. But we are wasting time. Let us get down to the facts."
"Well, I think that you will find all the main ones in the press reports. I don't know that I can add anything which will help you, but if there is anything you would wish more light upon, well, I am here to give it."
"Well, there is just one point."
"What is it?"
"What were the exact relations between you and Miss Dunbar?" The Gold King gave a violent start, and half rose from his chair. Then his massive calm came back to him.
"I suppose you are within your rights, and may be doing your duty in asking such a question, Mr. Holmes."
"We will agree to suppose so," said Holmes.
"Then I can assure you that our relations were entirely and always those of an employer towards a young lady whom he never conversed with or ever saw, save when she was in the company of his children."
Holmes rose from his chair. "I am a rather busy man, Mr. Gibson," said he, "and I have no time or taste for aimless conversations. I wish you good morning." Our visitor had risen also, and his great loose figure towered above Holmes. There was an angry gleam from under those bristling brows, and a tinge of colour in the sallow cheeks.
"What the devil do you mean by this, Mr. Holmes? Do you dismiss my case?"
"Well, Mr. Gibson, at least I dismiss you. I should have thought my words were plain."
"Plain enough, but what's at the back of it? Raising the price on me, or afraid to tackle it, or what? I've a right to a plain answer."
"Well, perhaps you have," said Holmes. "I'll give you one. This case is quite sufficiently complicated to start with, without the further difficulty of false information."
"Meaning that I lie?"
"Well, I was trying to express it as delicately as I could, but if you insist upon the word, I will not contradict you." I sprang to my feet, for the expression upon the millionaire's face was fiendish in its intensity, and he had raised his great knotted fist. Holmes smiled languidly, and reached his hand out for his pipe. "Don't be noisy, Mr. Gibson. I find that after breakfast even the smallest argument is unsettling. I suggest that a stroll in the morning air and a little quiet thought will be greatly to your advantage." With an effort, the Gold King mastered his fury. I could not but admire him, for by a supreme self-command he had turned in a minute from a hot flame of anger to a frigid and contemptuous indifference.
"Well, it's your choice. I guess you know how to run your own business. I can't make you touch the case against your will. You've done yourself no good this morning, Mr. Holmes, for I have broken stronger men than you. No man ever crossed me, and was the better for it."
"So many have said so, and yet here I am," said Holmes, smiling. "Well, good morning, Mr. Gibson. You have a good deal yet to learn." Our visitor made a noisy exit, but Holmes smoked in imperturbable silence, with dreamy eyes fixed upon the ceiling. "Any views, Watson?" he asked at last. "Well, Holmes, I must confess that when I consider that this is a man who would certainly brush any obstacle from his path, and when I remember that his wife may have been an obstacle and an object of dislike, as that man Bates plainly told us, it seems to me—" "Exactly, and to me also. But what were his relations with the governess, and how did you discover them?" "Bluff, Watson, bluff! When I considered the passionate, unconventional, unbusinesslike tone of his letter, and contrasted it with his self-contained manner and appearance, it was pretty clear that there was some deep emotion which centred upon the accused woman rather than upon the victim. We've got to understand the exact relations of those three people if we are to reach the truth. You saw the frontal attack which I made upon him, and how imperturbably he received it. Then I bluffed him by giving him the impression that I was absolutely certain, when in reality I was only extremely suspicious. Well, perhaps he will come back. He is sure to come back. He must come back. He can't leave it where it is. Isn't that a ring? Yes, there is his footstep. Well, Mr. Gibson, I was just saying to Dr. Watson that you were somewhat overdue. The Gold King had re-entered the room in a more chastened mood than he had left it. His wounded pride still showed in his resentful eyes, but his common sense had shown him that he must yield if he would attain his end. "I've been thinking it over, Mr. Holmes, and I feel that I have been hasty in taking your remarks amiss. You are justified in getting down to the facts, whatever they may be, and I think the more of you for it. I can assure you, however, that the relations between Miss Dunbar and me don't really touch this case." "That is for me to decide, is it not?" "Yes, I guess that is so. You're like a surgeon who wants every symptom before he can give his diagnosis." "Exactly. That expresses it. And it is only a patient who has an object in deceiving his surgeon who would conceal the facts of his case." "Well, that may be so, but you will admit, Mr. Holmes, that most men would shy off a bit when they are asked point-blank what their relations with a woman may be, if there is really some serious feeling in the case. I guess most men have a little private reserve of their own in some corner of their souls where they don't welcome intruders, and you burst suddenly into it. But the object excuses you, since it was to try and save her. Well, the stakes are down and the reserve open, and you can explore where you will. What is it you want?" "The truth." The Gold King paused for a moment, as one who marshals his thoughts. His grim, deep-lined face had become even sadder and more grave. "I can give it to you in a very few words, Mr. Holmes," said he at last. "There are some things that are painful, as well as difficult to say, so I won't go deeper than is needful. I met my wife when I was gold-hunting in Brazil. Maria Pinto was the daughter of a government official at Manaus, and she was very beautiful. I was young and ardent in those days, but even now, as I look back with colder blood and a more critical eye, I can see that she was rare and wonderful in her beauty. It was a deep, rich nature, too, passionate, whole-hearted, tropical, ill-balanced, very different from the American women whom I had known. Well, to make a long story short, I loved her, and I married her. It was only when the romance had passed, and it lingered for years, that I realized that we had nothing, absolutely nothing in common. My love faded. If hers had faded also, it might have been easier. But you know the wonderful way of women. Do what I might, nothing could turn her from me. If I have been harsh to her, even brutal, as some have said, it has been because I knew that if I could kill her love, or if it turned to hate, it would be easier for both of us. But nothing changed her. She adored me in those English woods, as she had adored me 20 years ago on the banks of the Amazon. Do what I might, she was as devoted as ever. Then came Miss Grace Dunbar. She answered our advertisement and became governess to our 2 children. Perhaps you have seen her portrait in the papers. The whole world has proclaimed that she also was a very beautiful woman. Now I make no pretence to be more moral than my neighbours, and I will admit to you that I could not live under the same roof with such a woman, and in daily contact with her, without feeling a passionate regard for her. Do you blame me, Mr. Holmes?" "I do not blame you for feeling it. I should blame you if you expressed it, since this young lady was in a sense under your protection."
"Well, maybe so,"
said the millionaire, though for a moment the reproof had brought the old angry gleam into his eyes.
"I'm not pretending to be any better than I am. I guess all my life I've been a man that reached out his hand for what he wanted, and I never wanted anything more than the love and possession of that woman. I told her so."
"Oh, you did you?" Holmes could look very formidable when he was moved.
"I said to her that if I could marry her, I would, but that it was out of my power. I said that money was no object, and that all I could do to make her happy and comfortable would be done."
"Very generous, I am sure," said Holmes, with a sneer.
"See here, Mr. Holmes, I came to you on a question of evidence, not on a question of morals. I'm not asking for your criticism."
"It is only for the young lady's sake that I touch your case at all," said Holmes sternly. "I don't know that anything she is accused of is really worse than what you have yourself admitted, that you have tried to ruin a defenceless girl who was under your roof. Some of you rich men have to be taught that all the world cannot be bribed into condoning your offences." To my surprise, the Gold King took the reproof with equanimity.
"That's how I feel myself about it now. I thank God that my plans did not work out as I intended. She would have none of it, and she wanted to leave the house instantly."
"Why did she not?"
"Well, in the first place, others were dependent upon her, and it was no light matter for her to let them all down by sacrificing her living. When I had sworn, as I did, that she should never be molested again, she consented to remain. But there was another reason. She knew the influence she had over me, and that it was stronger than any other influence in the world. She wanted to use it for good."
"How?"
"Well, she knew something of my affairs. They are large, Mr. Holmes, large beyond the belief of an ordinary man. I can make or break, and it is usually break. It wasn't individuals only. It was communities, cities, even nations. Business is a hard game, and the weak go to the wall. I played the game for all it was worth. I never squealed myself, and I never cared if the other fellow squealed. But she saw it different. I guess she was right. She believed and said that a fortune for one man, that was more than he needed, should not be built on 10,000 ruined men who were left without the means of life. That was how she saw it, and I guess she could see past the dollars to something that was more lasting. She found that I listened to what she said, and she believed she was serving the world by influencing my actions. So she stayed. And then this came along."
"Can you throw any light upon that?" The Gold King paused for a minute or more, his head sunk in his hands, lost in deep thought.
"It's very black against her, I can't deny that. And women lead an inward life, and may do things beyond the judgment of a man. At first I was so rattled and taken aback that I was ready to think she had been led away in some extraordinary fashion that was clean against her usual nature. One explanation came into my head. I give it to you, Mr. Holmes, for what it is worth. There is no doubt that my wife was bitterly jealous. There is a soul jealousy that can be as frantic as any body jealousy, and though my wife had no cause, and I think she understood this, for the latter, she was aware that this English girl exerted an influence upon my mind and my acts that she herself never had. It was an influence for good, but that did not mend the matter. She was crazy with hatred, and the heat of the Amazon was always in her blood. She might have planned to murder Miss Dunbar, or, we will say, to threaten her with a gun, and so frighten her into leaving us. Then there might have been a scuffle, when the gun got off, and shot the woman who held it."
"That possibility had already occurred to me," said Holmes. "Indeed, it is the only obvious alternative to deliberate murder."
"But she utterly denies it."
"Well, that is not final, is it? One can understand that a woman placed in so awful a position might hurry home, still in her bewilderment, holding the revolver. She might even throw it down among her clothes, hardly knowing what she was doing, and when it was found, she might try to lie her way out by a total denial, since all explanation was impossible. What is against such a supposition?
Miss Dunbar herself.
Well, perhaps. Holmes looked at his watch. I have no doubt we can get the necessary permits this morning and reach Winchester by the evening train. When I have seen this young lady, it is very possible that I may be of more use to you in the matter, though I cannot promise that my conclusions will necessarily be such as you desire. There was some delay in the official pass, and instead of reaching Winchester that day, we went down to Thor Place, the Hampshire estate of Mr. Neil Gibson. He did not accompany us himself, but we had the address of Sergeant Coventry of the local police, who had first examined into the affair. He was a tall, thin, cadaverous man, with a secretive and mysterious manner, which conveyed the idea that he knew, or suspected, a very great deal more than he dared say. He had a trick, too, of suddenly sinking his voice to a whisper, as if he had come upon something of vital importance, though the information was usually commonplace enough. Behind these tricks of manner, he soon showed himself to be a decent, honest fellow, who was not too proud to admit that he was out of his depth, and would welcome any help. "Anyhow, I'd rather have you than Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes," said he. "If the Yard gets called into a case, then the local loses all credit for success, and may be blamed for failure. Now, you play straight, so I've heard." "I need not appear in the matter at all," said Holmes, to the evident relief of our melancholy acquaintance. "If I can clear it up, I don't ask to have my name mentioned." "Well, it's very handsome of you, I am sure, and your friend Dr. Watson can be trusted, I know. Now, Mr. Holmes, as we walk down to the place, there is one question I should like to ask you. I'd breathe it to no soul but you." He looked round as though he hardly dared utter the words. "Don't you think there might be a case against Mr. Neil Gibson himself?" "I have been considering that." "You've not seen Miss Dunbar. She is a wonderful, fine woman in every way. He may well have wished his wife out of the road, and these Americans are readier with pistols than our folk are. It was his pistol, you know." "Was that clearly made out?" "Yes, sir. It was one of a pair that he had." "One of a pair? Where is the other?" "Well, the gentleman has a lot of firearms, of one sort and another. We never quite matched that particular pistol, but the box was made for two." "If it was one of a pair, you should surely be able to match it." "Well, we have them all laid out at the house, if you would care to look them over." "Later, perhaps. I think we will walk down together and have a look at the scene of the tragedy." This conversation had taken place in the little front room of Sergeant Coventry's humble cottage, which served as the local police station. A walk of half a mile or so, across a wind-swept heath, all gold and bronze with the fading ferns, brought us to a side gate opening into the grounds of the Thor Place estate. A path led us through the pheasant preserves, and then from a clearing we saw the widespread, half-timbered house, half Tudor and half Georgian, upon the crest of the hill. Beside us there was a long, reedy pool, constricted in the centre where the main carriage drive passed over a stone bridge, but swelling into small lakes on either side. Our guide paused at the mouth of this bridge, and he pointed to the ground. "That was where Mrs. Gibson's body lay. I marked it by that stone." "I understand that you were there before it was moved." "Yes, they sent for me at once." "Who did?" "Mr. Gibson himself. The moment the alarm was given, and he had rushed down with the others from the house, he insisted that nothing should be moved until the police should arrive." "Well, that was sensible." "I gathered from the newspaper report that the shot was fired from close quarters." "Oh, yes, sir, very close." "Near the right temple?" "Just behind it, sir." "How did the body lie?" "On the back, sir. No trace of a struggle, no marks, no weapon. The short note from Miss Dunbar was clutched in her left hand. Clutched, you say? Yes, sir. We could hardly open the fingers. That is of great importance. It excludes the idea that anyone could have placed the note there after death in order to furnish a false clue. Dear me. The note, as I remember, was quite short. I will be at Thor Bridge at 9 o'clock. G. Dunbar. Was that not so? Yes, sir. Did Miss Dunbar admit writing it? Yes, sir. What was her explanation? Her defence was reserved for the assizes. She would say nothing. The problem is certainly a very interesting one. The point of the letter is very obscure, is it not? Well, sir, said the guide, it seemed, if I may be so bold as to say so, the only really clear point in the whole case. Holmes shook his head. Granting that the letter is genuine, and was really written, it was certainly received some time before, say 1 hour or 2. Why, then, was this lady still clasping it in her left hand? Why should she carry it so carefully? She did not need to refer to it in the interview. Does it not seem remarkable? Well, sir, as you put it, perhaps it does. I think I should like to sit quietly for a few minutes and think it out. He seated himself upon the stone ledge of the bridge, and I could see his quick grey eyes darting their questioning glances in every direction. Suddenly he sprang up again and ran across to the opposite parapet, whipped his lens from his pocket, and began to examine the stonework. "This is curious," said he. Yes, sir, we saw the chip on the ledge. I expect it's been done by some passer-by." The stonework was grey, but at this one point it showed white for a space not larger than a sixpence. When examined closely, one could see that the surface was chipped, as by a sharp blow. "It took some violence to do that," said Holmes, thoughtfully. With his cane he struck the ledge several times, without leaving a mark. Yes, it was a hard knock. In a curious place, too. It was not from above, but from below, for you see that it is on the lower edge of the parapet. Well, but it is at least 15 feet from the body. Yes, it is 15 feet from the body. It may have nothing to do with the matter, but it is a point worth noting. I do not think that we have anything more to learn here. There were no footsteps, you say? The ground was iron hard, sir. There were no traces at all. Then we can go. We will go up to the house first, and look over these weapons of which you speak. Then we shall get on to Winchester, for I should desire to see Miss Dunbar before we go farther. Mr. Neil Gibson had not returned from town, but we saw in the house the neurotic Mr. Bates, who had called upon us in the morning. He showed us, with a sinister relish, the formidable array of firearms, of various shapes and sizes, which his employer had accumulated in the course of an adventurous life. "Mr. Gibson has his enemies, as anyone would expect, who knew him and his methods," said he. "He sleeps with a loaded revolver in the drawer beside his bed. He is a man of violence, sir, and there are times when all of us are afraid of him. I am sure that the poor lady who has passed was often terrified." "Did you ever witness physical violence towards her?" "No, I cannot say that, but I have heard words which were nearly as bad. Words of cold, cutting contempt, even before the servants." "Our millionaire does not seem to shine in private life," remarked Holmes, as we made our way to the station. "Well, Watson, we have come on a good many facts, some of them new ones, and yet I seem some way from my conclusion. In spite of the very evident dislike which Mr. Bates has to his employer, I gather from him that when the alarm came, he was undoubtedly in his library. Dinner was over at 8:30, and all was normal up to then. It is true that the alarm was somewhat late in the evening, but the tragedy certainly occurred about the hour named in the note. There is no evidence at all that Mr. Gibson had been out of doors since his return from town at 5 o'clock. On the other hand, Miss Dunbar, as I understand it, admits that she had made an appointment to meet Mrs. Gibson at the bridge. Beyond this she would say nothing, as her lawyer had advised her to reserve her defence. We have several very vital questions to ask that young lady, and my mind will not be easy until we have seen her. I must confess that the case would seem to me to be very black against her, if it were not for one thing." "And what is that, Holmes?" "The finding of the pistol in her wardrobe." "Dear me, Holmes," I cried, "that seemed to me to be the most damning incident of all." "Not so, Watson. It had struck me, even at my first perfunctory reading, as very strange, and now that I am in closer touch with the case, it is my only firm ground for hope. We must look for consistency. Where there is a want of it, we must suspect deception." "I hardly follow you." "Well now, Watson, suppose for a moment that we visualize you in the character of a woman who, in a cold, premeditated fashion, is about to get rid of a rival. You have planned it. A note has been written. The victim has come. You have your weapon. The crime is done. It has been workmanlike and complete. Do you tell me that after carrying out so crafty a crime, you would now ruin your reputation as a criminal by forgetting to fling your weapon into those adjacent reed beds which would forever cover it, but you must needs carry it carefully home and put it in your own wardrobe, the very first place that would be searched? Your best friends would hardly call you a schemer, Watson, and yet I could not picture you doing anything so crude as that." "Well, in the excitement of the moment—" No, Watson, I will not admit that it is possible. Where a crime is coolly premeditated, then the means of covering it are coolly premeditated also. I hope, therefore, that we are in the presence of a serious misconception." "But there is so much to explain." "Well, we shall set about explaining it. When once your point of view is changed, the very thing which was so damning becomes a clue to the truth. For example, there is this revolver. Miss Dunbar disclaims all knowledge of it. On our new theory, she is speaking truth when she says so. Therefore, it was placed in her wardrobe. Who placed it there? Someone who wished to incriminate her. Was not that person the actual criminal? You see how we come at once upon a most fruitful line of inquiry." We were compelled to spend the night at Winchester, as the formalities had not yet been completed. But next morning, in the company of Mr. Joyce Cummings, the rising barrister who was entrusted with the defence, we were allowed to see the young lady in her cell. I had expected from all that we had heard to see a beautiful woman, but I can never forget the effect which Miss Dunbar produced upon me. It was no wonder that even the masterful millionaire had found in her something more powerful than himself, something which could control and guide him. One felt, too, as one looked at the strong, clear-cut, and yet sensitive face, that even should she be capable of some impetuous deed, nonetheless there was an innate nobility of character which would make her influence always for the good. She was a brunette, tall, with a noble figure and commanding presence, but her dark eyes had in them the appealing, helpless expression of the hunted creature who feels the nets around it, but can see no way out from the toils. Now, as she realized the presence and the help of my famous friend, there came a touch of colour in her wan cheeks, and the light of hope began to glimmer in the glance which she turned upon us. "Perhaps Mr. Neil Gibson has told you something of what occurred between us?" she asked, in a low, agitated voice. "Yes," Holmes answered. "You need not pain yourself by entering into that part of the story. After seeing you, I am prepared to accept Mr. Gibson's statement, both as to the influence which you had over him, and as to the innocence of your relations with him. But why was the whole situation not brought out in court?" It seemed to me incredible that such a charge could be sustained. I thought that if we waited, the whole thing must clear itself up, without our being compelled to enter into painful details of the inner life of the family. But I understand that far from clearing, it has become even more serious."
"My dear young lady," cried Holmes earnestly, "I beg you to have no illusions upon the point. Mr. Cummings here would assure you that all the cards are at present against us, and that we must do everything that is possible if we are to win clear. It would be a cruel deception to pretend that you are not in very great danger. Give me all the help you can, then, to get at the truth."
"I will conceal nothing."
"Tell us, then, of your true relations with Mr. Gibson's wife."
"She hated me, Mr. Holmes. She hated me with all the fervour of her tropical nature. She was a woman who would do nothing by halves, and the measure of her love for her husband was the measure also of her hatred for me. It is probable that she misunderstood our relations. I would not wish to wrong her, but she loved so vividly in a physical sense that she could hardly understand the mental and even spiritual tie which held her husband to me, or imagine that it was only my desire to influence his power to good ends which kept me under his roof. I can see now that I was wrong. Nothing could justify me in remaining where I was a cause of unhappiness, and yet it is certain that the unhappiness would have remained, even if I had left the house."
"Now, Miss Dunbar," said Holmes, "I beg you to tell us exactly what occurred that evening."
"I can tell you the truth, so far as I know it, Mr. Holmes, but I am in a position to prove nothing, and there are points, the most vital points, which I can neither explain, nor can I imagine any explanation."
"If you will find the facts, perhaps others may find the explanation."
"With regard, then, to my presence at Thor Bridge that night, I received a note from Mrs. Gibson in the morning. It lay on the table of the schoolroom, and it may have been left there by her own hand. It implored me to see her there after dinner, said she had something important to say to me, and asked me to leave an answer on the sundial in the garden, as she desired no one to be in our confidence. I saw no reason for such secrecy, but I did as she asked, accepting the appointment. She asked me to destroy her note, and I burned it in the schoolroom grate. She was very much afraid of her husband, who treated her with a harshness for which I frequently reproached him, and I could only imagine that she acted in this way because she did not wish him to know of our interview."
"Yet she kept your reply very carefully."
"Yes, I was surprised to hear that she had it in her hand when she died."
"Well, what happened then?"
"I went down, as I had promised. When I reached the bridge, she was waiting for me. Never did I realize till that moment how this poor creature hated me. She was like a mad woman. Indeed, I think she was a mad woman, subtly mad, with the deep power of deception which insane people may have. How else could she have met me with an unconcern every day, and yet had so raging a hatred of me in her heart? I will not say what she said. She poured her whole wild fury out in burning and horrible words. I did not even answer. I could not. It was dreadful to see her. I put my hands to my ears and rushed away. When I left her, she was standing, still shrieking out her curses at me, in the mouth of the bridge."
"Where she was afterwards found?"
"Within a few yards from the spot."
"And yet, presuming that she met her death shortly after you left her, you heard no shot?"
"No, I heard nothing. But, indeed, Mr. Holmes, I was so agitated and horrified by this terrible outbreak that I rushed to get back to the peace of my own room, and I was incapable of noticing anything which happened."
"You say that you returned to your room. Did you leave it again before next morning?"
"Yes. When the alarm came that the poor creature had met her death, I ran out with the others."
"Did you see Mr. Gibson?"
Yes, he had just returned from the bridge when I saw him. He had sent for the doctor and the police." "Did he seem to you much perturbed?" "Mr. Gibson is a very strong, self-contained man. I do not think that he would ever show his emotions on the surface, but I, who knew him so well, could see that he was deeply concerned." "Then we come to the all-important point. This pistol that was found in your room, had you ever seen it before?" "Never. I swear it." "When was it found?" "Next morning, when the police made their search." "Among your clothes?" "Yes, on the floor of my wardrobe, under my dresses." "You could not guess how long it had been there?" "It had not been there the morning before." "How do you know?" "Because I tidied out the wardrobe." "That is final. Then someone came into your room and placed the pistol there in order to inculpate you." "It must have been so." "And when?" "It could only have been at mealtime, or else at the hours when I would be in the schoolroom with the children." "As you were when you got the note?" "Yes, from that time onwards, for the whole morning." "Thank you, Miss Dunbar. Is there any other point which could help me in the investigation?" "I can think of none." "There was some sign of violence on the stonework of the bridge, a perfectly fresh chip just opposite the body. Could you suggest any possible explanation of that?" "Well, surely it must be a mere coincidence." "Curious, Miss Dunbar, very curious. Why should it appear at the very time of the tragedy, and why at the very place?" "But what could have caused it? Only great violence could have such an effect." Holmes did not answer. His pale, eager face had suddenly assumed that tense, far-away expression which I had learned to associate with the supreme manifestations of his genius. So evident was the crisis in his mind that none of us dared to speak, and we sat, barrister, prisoner, and myself, watching him in a concentrated and absorbed silence. Suddenly he sprang from his chair, vibrating with nervous energy and the pressing need for action. "Come, Watson, come," he cried. "What is it, Mr. Holmes?" "Never mind, my dear lady. You will hear from me, Mr. Cummings. With the help of the God of Justice, I will give you a case which will make England ring. You will get news by tomorrow, Miss Dunbar, and meanwhile take my assurance that the clouds are lifting, and that I have every hope that the light of truth is breaking through." It was not a long journey from Winchester to Thor Place, but it was long to me in my impatience, while for Holmes it was evident that it seemed endless, for, in his nervous restlessness, he could not sit still, but paced the carriage, or drummed with his long, sensitive fingers upon the cushions beside him. Suddenly, however, as we neared our destination, he seated himself opposite to me. We had a first-class carriage to ourselves, and laying a hand upon each of my knees, he looked into my eyes with the peculiarly mischievous gaze which was characteristic of his more imp-like moods. "Watson," said he, "I have some recollection that you go armed upon these excursions of ours." It was as well for him that I did so, for he took little care for his own safety when his mind was once absorbed by a problem, so that more than once my revolver had been a good friend in need. I reminded him of the fact. Yes, I am a little absent-minded in such matters. But have you your revolver on you?" I produced it from my hip pocket, a short, handy, but very serviceable little weapon. He undid the catch, shook out the cartridges, and examined it with care. "It's heavy, remarkably heavy," said he. "Oh, yes, it is a solid bit of work." He mused over it for a minute. "Do you know, Watson," said he, "I believe your revolver is going to have a very intimate connection with the mystery which we are investigating." "My dear Holmes, you are joking." "No, Watson, I am very serious. There is a test before us. If the test comes off, all will be clear, and the test will depend upon the conduct of this little weapon. 1 cartridge out. Now we will replace the other 5 and put on the safety catch. So, that increases the weight and makes it a better reproduction." I had no glimmer of what was in his mind, nor did he enlighten me, but sat lost in thought until we pulled up in the little Hampshire station. We secured a ramshackle trap, and in a quarter of an hour were at the house of our confidential friend, the sergeant. "A clue, Mr. Holmes? What is it?" "It all depends upon the behaviour of Dr. Watson's revolver," said my friend. "Here it is. Now, officer, can you give me 10 yards of string?" The village shop provided a ball of stout twine. "I think that this is all we will need," said Holmes. "Now, if you please, we will get off on what I hope is the last stage of our journey." The sun was setting and turning the rolling Hampshire moor into a wonderful autumnal panorama. The sergeant, with many critical and incredulous glances, which showed his deep doubts of the sanity of my companion, lurched along beside us. As we approached the scene of the crime, I could see that my friend, under all his habitual coolness, was, in truth, deeply agitated. "Yes," he said, in answer to my remark. "You have seen me miss my mark before, Watson. I have an instinct for such things, and yet it has sometimes played me false. It seemed a certainty when first it flashed across my mind in the cell at Winchester. But one drawback of an active mind is that one can always conceive alternative explanations, which would make our scent a false one. And yet... Well, Watson, we can but try." As he walked, he had firmly tied one end of the string to the handle of the revolver. We had now reached the scene of the tragedy. With great care, he marked out, under the guidance of the policeman, the exact spot where the body had been stretched. He then hunted among the heather and the ferns, until he found a considerable stone. This he secured to the other end of his line of string, and he hung it over the parapet of the bridge, so that it swung clear above the water. He then stood on the fatal spot, some distance from the edge of the bridge, with my revolver in his hand, the string being taut between the weapon and the heavy stone on the farther side. "Now for it!" he cried. At the words, he raised the pistol to his head, and then let go his grip. In an instant it had been whisked away by the weight of the stone, had struck with a sharp crack against the parapet, and had vanished over the side into the water. It had hardly gone before Holmes was kneeling beside the stonework, and a joyous cry showed that he had found what he expected. "Was there ever a more exact demonstration?" he cried. "See, Watson, your revolver has solved the problem." As he spoke, he pointed to a second chip, of the exact size and shape of the first, which had appeared on the under edge of the stone balustrade. "We'll stay at the inn tonight," he continued, as he rose and faced the astonished sergeant. "You will, of course, get a grappling hook, and you will easily restore my friend's revolver. You will also find beside it the revolver, string, and weight, with which this vindictive woman attempted to disguise her own crime and to fasten a charge of murder upon an innocent victim. You can let Mr. Gibson know that I will see him in the morning, when steps can be taken for Miss Dunbar's vindication." Late that evening, as we sat together smoking our pipes in the village inn, Holmes gave me a brief review of what had passed. "I fear, Watson," said he, "that you will not improve any reputation which I may have acquired by adding the case of the Thor bridge mystery to your annals. I have been sluggish in mind, and wanting in that mixture of imagination and reality which is the basis of my art. I confess that the chip in the stonework was a sufficient clue to suggest the true solution, and I blame myself for not having attained it sooner. It must be admitted that the workings of this unhappy woman's mind were deep and subtle, so that it was no very simple matter to unravel her plot. I do not think that in our adventures we have ever come across a stranger example of what perverted love can bring about. Whether Miss Dunbar was her rival in a physical or in a merely mental sense seems to have been equally unforgivable in her eyes. No doubt she blamed this innocent lady for all those harsh dealings and unkind words with which her husband tried to repel her too demonstrative affection. Her first resolution was to end her own life. Her second was to do it in such a way as to involve her victim in a fate which was worse far than any sudden death could be. We can follow the various steps quite clearly, and they show a remarkable subtlety of mind. A note was extracted very cleverly from Miss Dunbar, which would make it appear that she had chosen the scene of the crime. In her anxiety that it should be discovered, she somewhat overdid it by holding it in her hand to the last. This alone should have excited my suspicions earlier than it did. Then she took one of her husband's revolvers. There was, as you saw, an arsenal in the house, and kept it for her own use. A similar one she concealed that morning in Miss Dunbar's wardrobe, after discharging one barrel, which she could easily do in the woods without attracting attention. She then went down to the bridge, where she had contrived this exceedingly ingenious method for getting rid of her weapon. When Miss Dunbar appeared, she used her last breath in pouring out her hatred, and then, when she was out of hearing, carried out her terrible purpose. Every link is now in its place, and the chain is complete. The papers may ask why the mere was not dragged in the first instance, but it is easy to be wise after the event, and in any case the expanse of a reed-filled lake is no easy matter to drag, unless you have a clear perception of what you are looking for and where. Well, Watson, we have helped a remarkable woman, and also a formidable man. Should they, in the future, join their forces, as seems not unlikely, the financial world may find that Mr. Neil Gibson has learned something in that schoolroom of sorrow where our earthly lessons are taught. You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page, or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2025. Thank you for listening.